It gives me so much joy to say hola, hello, and welcome to the IAME Winter Cup 2021. We're not dilly-dallying around here at the Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero near Valencia in Spain. We are ready to race and on the formation lap for the first heat of the day. Senior X30 qualifying heat A versus B. I'm Jake Sanson, and here's the starting grid. It's Daniel Nogales, the man who set the lap in pole position yesterday for qualifying, alongside the Belgian Sam Balota. Ivan Batalla and Urbeltsmoor make it an all-Spanish second row. Mark Kimber and Philippe Vava on row 3 from Clarissa Dervich and Santiago Valverde on row 4. Hugo Natteril and Kian Shields are on the 5th row to round out the top 10. Then Thomas Fleming and Samuel Figueras are on row 6. Daryl Taylor and Joan Pasalaigua are on the 7th row of the grid. Ruben Moya and Lewis Mackey on row 8. Then Kasper Skuza and Daniel Antunes from Petra Babechkova and Patrick Janssen from Wilgard Leek, Richard Faulkner, David Rodriguez and Albany Del Valle. Now, of course, for those who are still new to the sport of karting at this level, the IAME Winter Cup is essentially an Indy 500 style event for the world of karting, as the winner of this event in the mini, junior and senior classes gets a free ticket to the IAME Euro Series 2021. So obviously everybody wants to get to the front end of the grid. And for Dan Nogales, he was on the podium last year. He would dearly love to win on his home event this season and to follow in the footsteps of some of the other great drivers that have won the CDRX30 event in the past. But what a way to start the day. It's a little gloomy and overcast. Air temperature 9 degrees Celsius. The track is dry, but there is the threat of rain showers through the weekend. Let's see what happens in this first race. We are underway straight away. An absolutely cracking start from the inside line as Dan Nogales is going to have a bit of a hustle on the inside line. That's one of the Strawberry Racing cars trying to come through. That's Kimber as round the outside. Sam Balota gets squeezed out down to 3rd position. And the fast starting 267 of Ivan Batalla comes through into 2nd position for the AC Motorsport team. Now you're going to see 3 prominent teams from Spain at the front end of the field all weekend. Kart Republic España, AC Motorsport, and of course, as always, Monlau Competición. They're going to be the 3 teams that will fight away at the front end of the field in as many categories as possible. I'm fairly sure there are representatives of all 3 Spanish teams in Mini, Junior, and Senior X30. But certainly today, there's going to be plenty of excitement through the field. It's a clean first lap as everybody's gone onto the back straight without incident. So a little bit of jockeying for position, but that's about all there is to it, as Urbeltsmoor, who won one of the heats yesterday, is now tucked up behind Mark Kimber. There were only 2 heats yesterday, I should point out, at the very end of the day. They were won by Lachlan Robinson from the United Arab Emirates and from Urbeltsmoor in the 2nd race. But what a sensational battle already as Dan Nogales heads the field from Ivan Batalla in 2nd, then Balota, Kimber and Moore. Behind them it is 6th place for Philippe Vava, and then Santiago Valverde from Thomas Fleming. And then it is Daryl Taylor ahead of Clarissa Dervich, who was very quick in this morning's warm-up. We've had a collision in the middle of the circuit. That looks like Lewis Mackey, I'm afraid, has come together with Daryl Taylor, I think that is. Well, certainly 2 of the MLC carts. One of the MLC carts. That might actually be Kasper Skuza. Yes, it's Kasper Skuza. I do apologize. So Skuza and Mackey have come together, and that's a real shame for Lewis Mackey, who tries to get going again. He's actually doing so by crossing the grass and not rejoining the circuit in the right place. So that's a big problem for Lewis Mackey. That could come back to bite him. But Dan Nogales is being caught by his countryman Ivan Batalla as into the first corner. We've got the other MLC kart. That is Daryl Taylor getting a move on the inside of Santiago Valverde in the Mole Racing machine, which is a Tony Kart chassis. But it's Mole Racing by Hiltbrand, and yes, it is that Hiltbrand. Pedro Hiltbrand running his own operation these days with the Mole outfit. So, fabulous, exciting battle here in the first IAME Euro weekend of 2021, and the IAME Winter Cup, always a tough race to win victory event, and Mark Kimber up the inside, tries to make his bid there, so Mark Kimber is up into 4th position as he gets past Sam Balota in the same fashion that Urbeltsmoor did some short time ago. So Moore, as you can see there, is through into 3rd. Kimber is through into 4th in the 298. And Sam Balota in the 269 is in P5. So through on the far side out of the final chicane. Always a very tricky part of the course, this, as they come back onto the home straight again. And Dan Nogales sets the pace. As up the inside, there goes Kimber, making the move on Urbeltsmoor. Fabulous move there from the Brit. And in fact, he takes the fastest lap away from Dan Nogales at 56.003. Good way to start things off. But an absolutely rip-roaring start to the pace here in the IAME Winter Cup 2021. So already the excitement is fever pitch here at Valencia. The drivers getting towards the middle section of the course again. This is always where you're going to see a few drivers making a bit or two. But Dan Nogales still hanging on in front of Ivan Bataille. He's got great pace here. I was talking to him at the end of yesterday. Dan Nogales has plenty of strength and speed around this place. He knows it as if it was his back garden. So he's got so much confidence to take into this particular weekend. But the man in third position, Mark Kimber, British GT racer a lot of the time, but obviously always likes to return to the world of karting. And as you can see, he's lost none of his speed. Another fastest lap there from Mark Kimber, 55.716 as he goes purple on the timesheets. Excellent work so far from Kimber as he closes back up on Ivan Bataille. It's always an interesting one when drivers step out of their race car commitments to come back into the world of karting, because you never know how quickly it's going to take them to get back to the pace. But these drivers love their sport so much indeed in the world of karting that they just can't stay away from it. So already there has been some very exciting starts to proceedings as the drivers are already very much underway. Dan Nogales, Ivan Bataille, Mark Kimber, Abeltsmoor, Sam Balota, the top five well clear of the rest. But then it's Daryl Taylor into P6 past Thomas Fleming and Santiago Valve. Then Philip Vava in ninth place. And that's a very interesting lunge there on Kimber as he tries to outfox Ivan Bataille. Bataille getting defensive. Kimber's going to get alongside and he should get some support here from Abeltsmoor on the inside line. They're both going to get past the AC Motorsport driver. So Mark Kimber and Abeltsmoor go through into second and third places. Great start to the racing. Dan Nogales still runs out in the lead of the race. Other than that incident a short while ago between Kasper Skuza and Lewis Mackie, everybody else seems to be able to get going in fine style. I think we seem to have lost Kasper Skuza from the fray. I don't think he was actually able to continue. Lewis Mackie's still going at the back of the field, but unfortunately the rest of the drivers down at the far end of the field are really struggling for pace. So Dan Nogales from Mark Kimber, Abeltsmoor, Ivan Bataille and Sam Balota. Daryl Taylor in P6, then Fleming, Vava, Valeve, and then it is Kian Shields in front of Ruben Moya and Clarissa Dervich. There is the stricken car, number 211, in pieces, as you can see. So that's not gone well at all for the 211. I think that's actually a second incident that Kasper Skuza has been involved with there. Yes, it is. It's in a completely different part of the course that Kasper Skuza has parked the kart on the other side of the racetrack. So unfortunately, the Polish star has not been able to complete the course and has had a secondary incident somewhere else out on the circuit. So we've now got Kimber, Moore and Bataille trying to close up on the race leader, Dan Nogales. So Daniel Nogales still running a very solid race up front. No major concerns for him at the moment. He just needs to keep it on. And so far, so good as far as they're concerned. So at the moment, no harm, no foul. But Dan Nogales leads the way from Mark Kimber, who's still pushing hard in front of Abeltsmoor. As I mentioned earlier, we had two races yesterday. The first of those was won by Lachlan Robinson from the United Arab Emirates after a thrilling encounter in the closing stages. And Abeltsmoor managed to get the victory in the second heat yesterday. But now we've got a very exciting battle for Dan Nogales as the pole sitter tries to hang on to his advantage here with Kimber, Moore and Bataille closing in big time. And of course the likes of Daniel Nogales, Ivan Bataille and Abeltsmoor were battling very much for the Spanish Championship last year. And here they are in the IAME Winter Cup, hoping for a season's campaign in Europe to start it in winning fashion with this very competition. So the contenders are going to do their best. They're going to try and bring them up to the front end of the field. And that's the move from Kimber as he goes side by side with Dan Nogales into the chicane and gets the move. Abeltsmoor is going to have his opportunity as well. Down to the first corner. Kimber's actually going defensive into turn one with 4 laps to go. Maybe he doesn't quite feel he has the raw pace on his own. He needs some support to get further up the road. So Nogales remains in second behind Mark Kimber as they come into the S's. Sweeping through the hairpin and then this double apex left-hander. A lot of people think that's a hairpin, but as you actually walk it, it's 2 left-hand apexes. So a fabulous run so far from Kimber. And look, he's going ultra defensive. He genuinely doesn't feel he's got the pace with this particular kart on this particular circuit at this particular time to stretch away from the rest of the field. So he's actually going ultra defensive. He feels that now he's got to the front. He doesn't have any raw speed, and he's actually going defensive. Look at that. He's moving across on Dan Nogales. Herbert's Moore may get a chance here for second place. He's going to launch on the inside. Moore comes through, and Ivan Bataya trying to get through into third position. Can't quite make it stick as well. Nogales frustrated by Kimber, and Kimber's defensive driving means that Moore has come through in a second place, and that's given Kimber the breathing space. So the move has worked for Mark Kimber. And so the battle continues on. With 2 laps to go, Kimber's got a little bit of breathing space now between himself and Herbert's Moore. Certainly hasn't lost any of his speed or guile from the world of karting. But out in front, it is Mark Kimber, as Dan Nogales is now under immense pressure from Ivan Bataya. Daniel Nogales, oh, he's made a mistake and gone into the back of Herbert's Moore's kart there. Goodness me. It looked as though he just missed his braking point by a meter or so, and he actually hits the back of Herbert's Moore's kart. Now, that's a big problem. That could cause him a major issue. That could cause him a front fairing problem. So, Herbert's Moore definitely in dire straits as he comes through. He's got Dan Nogales breathing all over him as they come into the final lap. Is he going to get his chance to come by? Ivan Bataya is trying to get a move as the 3 Spanish drivers all quest after second place. Trying to get close enough to Mark Kimber, but Kimber's already gone. And then you've got Taylor and Belota having a great duel over 5th position. And 6th place in there as well. But this is a very frustrating race in the end for Daniel Nogales. He had the lead for a long, long time. And Kimber finally got the move and then defended, allowing Herbert's Moore through into 2nd position. So a difficult start to the weekend for Daniel Nogales. But the pole sitter still has plenty of time to get himself back into a race-winning position. But certainly for the moment, this man, Mark Kimber, knows he's got the pace, knows he's got the gap between himself and Herbert's Moore. And the checkered flag is in sight as he comes into this final chicane. He knows this place so well. He's won here before, and he's done it again in 2021. He opens his account with a victory here today. That's the first heat of the day, won by Mark Kimber in front of Herbert's Moore and Daniel Nogales. Ivan Bataya in P4 from Daryl Taylor and Sam Belota. Smart work from Mark Kimber as he holds on to his line, gets defensive when he needs to, backs the field into each other from 2nd down to 4th, Moore, Nogales and Bataya, and leaves them to scrap amongst the remainder of the race as Mark Kimber grabs himself the advantage. He's lost none of his guile and his incredible intellect behind the wheel of a kart. Kimber was always one of the strongest IAME X30 seniors in recent years, and he's proven he's lost none of it. So he's lost none of that speed and skill. And he checks out at the front end of the field. Great racing. And obviously that is the first of several heats he's hoping to win today. So good job from Mark Kimber as he brings the kart into the pit lane. And the rest of the field will obviously get themselves geared up for the next race, which is the remaining X30 senior heat. And that's the first of many races over the course of the day. There are 20 races in total today across the seniors, juniors, and minis categories. But that is qualifying heat A versus B, and it's won by Mark Kimber for the Strawberry Racing team. Brilliant result for him, and a fabulous opening gambit to the season as far as he's concerned. Wonderful performance and a wonderful style. So a solid effort, but unfortunately for the pole sitter Dan Nogales, he wasn't quite able to keep his position at the front end of the field. Herbert's Moore in 2nd position between them. A great performance so far from him. A win yesterday evening and a 2nd in this opening heat. So the Spanish driver definitely starting his weekend the way he would like to do for the entirety of the weekend. And as you can see there, the drivers are just waiting in the holding area for qualifying heat C versus D to get underway. Let's take a look at the results from that first heat. Brilliant performance from Mark Kimber, ahead of Herbert's Moore and Dan Nogales, with Bataya, Taylor, Belota, Fava, Fleming, Shields, and Ruben Moya in the top 10. And obviously some great performances through the field as well. Just the 3 retirements in the end: David Rodriguez, Wilgert Leek, and Kasper Skuza. So, obviously, we saw Dan Nogales out on track a little bit earlier. Let's go back and have a word with the 3 pole position sitters after yesterday's timed qualifying sessions. Sandra Perez Sanchez in the mini category, William McIntyre in Junior X30, and Dan Nogales in Senior X30.
I think it's not difficult, but it's not really easy. I am in all the qualify pushing with Alex Martinez. Before of do the first lap, I have Alex Martinez to 5 or my second in this lap, my first lap. I close him, and of this form I can do the first position. I like this circuit because I am running here about the 5 years. I love his corners. I think it's a really good circuit. It's a really good international circuit. It's not easy win the final, but I go to Incheon and I have to do the best possible, the better possible in the heats and in the final. So I think I can do a very good position.
Well, we went out with 5 minutes to go, which is 2 minutes later than normally. We went out later than everybody else to try and get a few good laps in and then maybe try and get the good slipstream on our very last lap. We did end up doing that and we got the whole lap put together and we got an amazing lap for qualifying. To be honest, the circuit is amazing. It's quite technical in the middle and it's got long back straights and everything. The wind is quite high over here, so the racing is going to be very, very close. Lots of overtakes and it's going to be very hard leading from the front. It's quite a big difference, to be honest. Starting for the front is always nice and we're going to get very good heat results normally. But starting from the back, it can be okay because the grid isn't as big due to COVID, but starting from the front is always very nice and I reckon we could do well in the heats.
We have the car perfect for today and we do a very nice time, 55.44, and it gave us the pole for tomorrow. Yeah, this track gives me a very good memories and I want to repeat the last year's podium. I won the victory too, but I can do more expectations. I can do any expectation, but for tomorrow it's too difficult because here there are very good drivers, but I want to fight. I'm strong, I think, for tomorrow.
Against all odds and no matter what obstacles we faced, we are here ready for the 2021 karting season to commence with the IAME Winter Cup here in Chiva at the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, just down the road from the former Formula One and current MotoGP city of Valencia. None of us will deny it hasn't been easy. The world is still toughing it out in the middle of a world pandemic, but we all need reasons to keep motivated, challenges to overcome, and entertainment to keep us smiling. That is why we're here. Come what may, unless the governments of the world tell us otherwise, we will continue to race and we will never stop our passion and our commitment to the sport that we love down to our very bone marrow. I'm Jake Sanson, and as always, it gives me immense pleasure, satisfaction and joy to be with you as your guide and voice through the IAME X30 European season. And here in Valencia, the drivers who have been able to get here in the Mini, Junior and Senior X30 titles in the Winter Cup, which will give them not just a trophy, but a full season campaign in the Euro Series for 2021. We'll quest for it with gusto. We may not have as many drivers here as were originally entered, but we know that the 129 races here in Spain will give you plenty of action for the next 2 days. For those who couldn't be here, don't be disheartened. Stay strong, keep fighting, and maintain your focus. We know you'll be back on the grid as soon as possible. We're with you in spirit, and we can't wait to see you again. To all the karting fans out there who have dealt with all manner of unpleasantness over the last 12 months, we are here for you. We'll never stop racing. We'll never cease in our quest for more and more compelling karting drama, and we'll never tire of giving you what you love. Pure racing at its very best. And so at last, for the pride of your nations, your teams, your families and friends, and in order to indulge your raw love for motorsport, let's race. Yesterday, we had two thrilling heats in the evening that saw Lachlan Robinson edge out a victory from Sebastian Hedin and Eloy Gonzalez. And then Herberts Moore took a convincing win ahead of Dean McDonald and Matilda Olsen. The racing yesterday was rough, tough, and ruthless. So today should be no different. We've just witnessed a great win for Mark Kimber. Here's the starting grid for qualifying heat C versus D in Senior X30. The fourth race of the weekend. And it's Sean Butcher in front of Maxi Lodman at the front end of the field. It's going to be an absolutely thrilling battle. In fact, the piece of paper I've got in front of me says it's Dean McDonald in front of Louis Westover. Not quite sure what the previous grid was showing us there, but it's Dean McDonald in front of Louis Westover. Alex Martinez alongside the young Italian star Federico Scalvini, racing under a Spanish license, but only just fresh up from junior. And one of the stars of yesterday's heat. Matilda Olsen is alongside Sean Butcher. And then we have Jamie Day and Marty Boyer, who has returned to the world of karting after a season of racing in Spanish F4 last year. But he can't quite stay away from the world of karting. Maximus Meyer and Jaime Sanz are together in the top 10 as well. Clayton Ravenscroft and Josep Vea from Sami Darri and Eloy Gonzalez. Aliska Babichkova and Hugo Arendi from Albin Carlsen, Nikolai Sabo, Maximilian Lodman, Max Scholander, Vigga Hjorvard, Dennis Booman, Ivan Moore and Simon Billman. So obviously there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of talk about how things are going to progress in the 2021 season. We're really excited about this weekend, of course, and this obviously builds us up to the next event in the IAME Euro Series calendar, which will take place at the Marienborg race circuit in Belgium, the Circuit de Fagnes, and that is a fabulous racetrack. We love it very dearly, and in 3 weeks from now, we will be heading to Marienborg for the first round of the championship, and then, of course, in the weekends that follow it, we will continue on along the IAME Euro Series motorsport calendar. But we have been able to confirm that the next round of the IAME Euro Series season will be taking place at Circuit de Fagnes, Karting de Fagnes in Marienborg in Belgium, the circuit we love very dearly indeed, and that's where we'll be going 3 weeks from now. But who's going to be there with a free ticket? That's what this weekend is all about. So McDonald and Westover coming out of the final turn. Who's going to get the best start? Time to find out. Let's go for it. McDonald up to the first corner. And the inside line getting a perfect start. There's a little bit of a tussle and a run wide from Alex Martinez, who makes a big mistake at the start, actually nudges the back of McDonald's cart and drifts wide as a result. He's lost no end of places. And there's been a problem at the back of the field. We've got 3 or 4 carts involved in that one. 3 carts off the circuit. One of them is the 254. That is Vigga Hjorvard. And has come together with another of the Scandinavian Birrelarts. Can't quite figure out who it is that's gone. It's the 277, I'm afraid. That is Ivan Moore, who started on the back row. And I think the other kart involved in that one might have been Maxi Lodman. So all of the drivers that had been on that inside line at the back end of the field as Ivan Moore desperately tries to get going again. But up at the front, it is still your man leading, Dean McDonald. Man who has come here before and just like Mark Kimber has always returned after his sports car campaigns to the world of karting. Side by side down the main straight, we've got Boyer and Butcher having an absolutely sensational run as Marty Boyer battles away with Sean Butcher. It's like 2018 all over again. They were racers very close together in the juniors and now they're back in seniors, still having great fun and games out on this opening tour. Second place is Matilda Olsen, who I have to say is having an amazing run. Oh, we've got problems further back. 2 or 3 carts involved in that one. Looks like one of the Alonso carts. I think that's the 252 of Eloy Gonzalez. He's one of them. Couldn't quite make out the driver who he had tapped with there. Oh, and that's damage for the 249 as a result of having nowhere to go. That's Hugo Arendi. So we see, obviously, Ivan Moore walking away from the kart. He couldn't get restarted. And unfortunately, Hugo Arendi, he just tagged one of the stationary carts that had been involved in the spin midway round the course, and that's clearly done damage to the rear axle. But Matilda Olsen is right in there behind Dean McDonald. 2 days before International Women's Day, and Matilda Olsen is absolutely on it at the front end of the field. Here she is, having moved from Strawberry Racing to the KH Racing team of Scandinavia aboard the Birrelart chassis, with the hope that this weekend is the first of many. There's even the possibility of an OK campaign if things go well, and that's up the inside for Jamie Day. So Jamie Day gets through into second place, the young man from Dubai, who is here in the KR Sport Machine. He's just come off the back of a Formula 4 campaign back home in the United Arab Emirates, where he was a race winner, but he does love his karting so much that he could not avoid an opportunity to come racing, and he would love to compete in the IAME Euro Series full-time in 2021. So a victory here would give him the perfect excuse to do it. But Olsen's back on the inside. Lovely manoeuvre from Matilda Olsen as she gets into second place. And that's opened the floodgates for Day. Boyer goes wide. And up the inside, there goes Sean Butcher to take the place. Louis Westover, meanwhile, gets the fastest lap of the race, having been held up earlier on. And that's a bold lunge from one of the AC carts in the middle. I think that's Alex Martinez trying to get past Clayton Ravenscroft. Another former IAME Winter Cup winner in the juniors back in the day, Clayton Ravenscroft, and a podium sitter here too. Big lunge up the inside. Nice move there from Jamie Day. He gets on the inside of Butcher, and Boyer's going to get the door open as well. And that's the 264 through as well. That's Alex Martinez. So plenty of great driving in the middle of this race as Westover gets the move on Scalvini, I do believe, there as well. So Westover gets the place and now tucks up behind Clayton Ravenscroft. The battle's still raging on the back straight, and Matilda Olsen's got breathing space between herself and the young man from Dubai, Jamie Day. But Marty Boyer is closing in now as well. So Marty Boyer's got a chance. The Spanish sensation really working hard. It's a great return to the world of karting for him as well in his beloved Monlau Competition squad. He was going to be doing some coaching for the younger drivers, but he felt, you know what, I may as well get in the kart and race again myself. I'm here, why not? So Marty Boyer having a good run as he returns to the sport that he loves so dearly. It may be the only time he's got to go karting in his single-seater campaign, but that's how much these drivers love the sport. They have to return. They just can't quite get that karting bug out of their system. So McDonald leads the way. Olsen second. Day third. Boyer fourth. Martinez fifth. Side by side, that's Westover and Ravenscroft as Westover goes round the outside of Clayton Ravenscroft to hold on to his position. Scalvini's there in ninth. This is Josep Vea having a great run here with Maximus Meyer. Two other stars from the Spanish racing scene. Maximus Meyer, of course, not just an IAME X30 driver. He's also an OK specialist. Loves his karting, whatever it might be. So here is the duel between Jamie Day and the man who has set the new fastest lap, Marty Boyer, 55.964. And here comes the move on the inside. Marty Boyer sweeps through on the exit of the chicane. Lovely job from the Monlau Competition driver. And Marty Boyer is back, and he is right up the front once more. Louis Westover, who races these days under a Spanish license as he is a resident here. He is British, of course, originally from Colchester in Essex, but nowadays lives here in Spain. And he's part of the Dan Holland racing outfit this weekend, as he always was, of course, in his full-time karting days. He'd love to turn this weekend into a full-time IAME Euro Series season as well. But for many drivers who are obviously coping with all sorts of difficulties, a win here will mean a massive amount to them. Even getting on the podium will be a big deal. There's one man who's not going to get there. That's Ivan Moa after his first lap exit. Westover still pushing hard and still getting fastest laps in. But it's now McDonald who leads. Olsen second. Boyer in third. Then Day, Martinez, Butcher, Westover, Ravenscroft, Scalvini, and then Josep Vea and Maximus Meyer. Ahead of Jaime Sanz, then Eliska Babichkova. But Max Sjolander, the Swedish driver, is going well. He's made up 6 places off the grid, and that's Westover on the inside of Butcher. So Westover gets into P6. Nice run there. Oh dear, that's a warning flag for Albin Carlson. Now, of course, in the IAME paddock, if you get a 5-second penalty in the IAME Winter Cup from the black and white flag, so that's a big problem. If you receive the warning flag, the black and white diagonal, it means you get a 5-second penalty that cannot be contested or appealed. And that was brought in a couple of seasons ago in order to essentially tidy up the racing and make it a lot smoother and a lot fairer for the competitors. It really does work in terms of giving us much cleaner motorsport. Accidents happen, obviously, but you obviously don't want ruthless and aggression to go over the top. But unfortunately, on that occasion, Albin Carlson seems to have made a move that has warranted a black and white flag. And that's a shame, because that does come with a 5-second penalty, no matter what. So Marty Boyer still in third position, hanging on from Jamie Day. But Day is looking motivated here. Both of these drivers have swapped their F4 machines for karts once again in the IAME X30 battle. But they have lost none of their natural ability for this sport. There's Alex Martinez for the AC Motorsport team as Day gets the launch on the inside of Marty Boyer, hits the curb on the exit, and that's held them all up. So Boyer's now got another chance as Matilda Olsen sets the fastest lap in second place, and Day is actually protecting the inside line, defending on lap 9. 3 laps to go, and he clearly doesn't feel he can get away. And he feels that Marty Boyer is going to take the position at the first opportunity, so he's going defensive, starting to hold the field up. McDonald has got this race in the bag. Matilda Olsen is 7/10 of a second back. But now the battle for third position is very much a 5-horse race as we've got Day, Boyer, Martinez, Westover, Ravenscroft. Day holding his line there. And Westover's going to make the launch on the inside of Martinez. And Westover into P5. Oh, goodness me, that's Martinez. He just catches the gravel on the exit there. He just hits the mud on the side, and that is all over for Martinez. And look how enraged he is. He just got a wheel there on the dirt, and that's all it takes. Spits the cart around into a spin. What a shame for Martinez. 2 laps to go. Boyer dives on the inside of Jamie Day and gets through with 2 laps remaining. So Marty Boyer back into 3rd position ahead of Jamie Day. But this is going to be a duel for the ages as Westover still runs there in 5th. Ravenscroft is 6th. And Butcher in 7th ahead of Scalvini, Veyer and Meyer. Eliska Babichkova going well up in 11th, making up some good places. Made up 4 in total. Max Yolanda, by the way, has made up 7. So he is definitely the hard charger of the race. But there's your leader, Dean McDonald, still solidly ahead of Matilda Olsen, who really has become a breath of fresh air on this race circuit since moving across to KH Racing. And it certainly seems to have done her no end of good. Here comes Day on the inside of Boyer once again. Boyer's going to back out and try and get another launch on him down the straight once more. They're going to go side by side. Day's going to try and squeeze Boyer on the inside, and here comes Westover as well. So Boyer through, Westover through, and now Butcher and Ravenscroft are lining up to try and come past their teammate Jamie Day. Ravenscroft's now in front of Butcher, but he's going to try and go over the curbs to get past Jamie Day. Can't make it happen. Westover tries again on Marty Boyer. These two know their tricks of old. They've raced each other so many times. Jamie Day is still getting to know these guys. Westover on the inside of Boyer, and surely that's the move done for Westover. It is indeed. He gets through into 3rd. Watch out for the move from Butcher on the inside of Ravenscroft. He's going to get there. So Butcher, Ravenscroft holding it round the outside, though, and keeping his foot in. This is brilliant, and this is only for 3rd position. Dean McDonald's going to get the win. He takes the checkered flag. Matilda Olsen is 2nd. Round the outside, we've got an absolute squabble. And is that a move on the final lap from Ravenscroft? Yes, it is. Absolutely amazing. Oh, that was so close to the end there. But Westover gets 4th position by the look of it. Well, we're just waiting for the times to come through. It's Westover from Ravenscroft, in fact. He did manage to get 4th place at the line from Boyer and Day. What a fight back from Ravenscroft. Amazing there on the final lap, making up 7 places. Excellent work from Ravenscroft to get into P4 behind Louis Westover. A good fight back for him to 3rd place, but for Dean McDonald and Matilda Olsen, they just checked out in the lead of the race. So great work from McDonald to take the win. Immaculate performance from Matilda Olsen to take 2nd. That's a 3rd and a 2nd for her. So she's got plenty to build on this weekend so far. She was the first woman to stand on an IAME Euro Series podium over the course of last season, I think it was, or was it the season before, at Wackersdorf in Germany, when the Strawberry Racing team locked out the podium in Senior X30. I'm very sure it was 2019, actually, because she shared the podium with Mark Kimber and Jordan Brown-Nutley that day. But Dean McDonald is the winner of this particular heat as he has returned to his berth at Strawberry Racing. He always seems to be welcome back. And another fantastic job from him as he opens his account on this Saturday morning with the sun starting to poke through the clouds now as well. With a very solid performance indeed. Excellent drive from Dean McDonald in front of the Swedish star Matilda Olsen and the Spanish driver, although of course he was born in Great Britain, Louis Westover. Racing under a Spanish license, of course, as a resident of Spain these days, Louis Westover. But a very close battle, and that's looking likely to be the way that the racing is going to go all weekend long. It looks as though we're going to see some incredible battles through the meeting. So here is the qualifying heat, C versus D. Provisional results, of course. McDonald from Olsen, Westover and Ravenscroft, Boyer, Day, Butcher, Scalvini, Veyer and Meyer in the top 10. Then Yolanda and Babichkova. Just the 2 retirements in that one in the end. Hugo Orendi and the man who crashed out on the first lap, Ivan Moore, who was not able to bring the cart home. But a very interesting race nevertheless. That is it for X30 Senior for the moment, at least, because, of course, there is still more to come from them. They'll have plenty of heats for the remainder of the meeting, and we've only actually seen the X30 Seniors racing so far this weekend. So we will return to the action for them as soon as humanly possible. But whatever happens, there's going to be a new title winner in Senior X30's IAME Winter Cup 2021. Going to have a really exciting battle in front of us as the contenders line up for more in this fabulous weekend in Senior X30. So the juniors are up next, and as you can see, they are waiting to go in the holding area. You'll get to meet some of them in our interviews a little later on in the show, but for now, we'll start with the man in pole position from time qualifying, William McIntyre for the KR Sport team on his Cosmic chassis, lining up from the front row of the grid. Always seems to have stellar speed at this stage of the weekend. Hopefully he's going to continue it throughout and get the results to boot. Alongside him on the grid, very impressive indeed this weekend, the Danish star Louis Leveau, who is there for the Monlau Competition squad. Good to see them at the front row of the starting grid right from the off. Louis Leveau is one of the most improved drivers in the last 12 months and right up towards the sharp end here in Junior X30. Good to see the amazing amount of work he has done. On the second row of the grid, it is Kanato Lee, Bruce to his mates, as he is there on the second row of the starting grid for Fusion Motorsport. But he is aiming and questing to become the first Japanese driver to win the Formula One World Championship. That is what he would like to do in his motorsport career. And he's definitely going about it the right way, questing in European competition at a very high level. His teammate is the Algerian star Leo Robinson, and he's going to be there in 4th position on the starting grid. And a British racing license, of course, but Leo Robinson is very much proud of his African roots. So he will be there on the second row of the starting grid. Teammate, of course, to Kanato Lee. 5th position on the grid is the Spanish star Denis Curivali, who is there for Kart Republic España. And alongside him on the starting grid, it is the reigning IAME Winter Cup title winner from 2020, Bart Harrison, the man who pulled off that incredible move in the final corners of the final lap last year to steal his first IAME Winter Cup title with the Mick Barrett Racing team. He's back, the 4th seed in 2021, and hoping to defend his crown here at Valencia. On the 4th row of the grid, it is Daniel Dalakian, and happy birthday, Daniel. 7th on the starting grid. He turns 12 today, and for Formula Dalakian, he will be there in 7th position on the grid. The very talented Armenian driver doing a great job so far this weekend. 7th on the starting grid for the birthday boy on the inside of the 4th row. Eduardo Dominguez, the Spanish star, will be there on the 8th position of the grid as well, looking for more success from his inside 4th row. And then on the 5th row of the starting grid to round out the top 10, it is the Swiss ace Ethan Ischer, who is there in 9th position on the grid. Alongside him is the Spanish star Adrian Ferra, who have moved across to the MDC racing team on the CRG, fresh out of minis into Junior X30 and already towards the sharp end. 6th row of the grid, we'll see Juan Aluja, his teammate, lining up 11th on the starting grid. And then on the 12th position of the grid, not the greatest of qualifying sessions this time for the KR Sport driver Marcus Luzio, but he has been on the podium in IAME Euro Series Junior before, so he knows how to go through the field like wildfire. Expect plenty of overtakes from Marcus Luzio today. 13th on the grid is going to be the other Swiss ace, Elia Papacena, although, of course, he races under a Swiss license, originally Italian in origin. Alongside him on the grid is last year's IAME Winter Cup winner in the mini category. That is Jan Peral, who has moved up to Junior X30 this season aboard his Monlau Competition Red Speed, and he starts from 14th on the starting grid. Row 8 is Enzo Soares, as he lines up on the inside row alongside the Estonian Patrick Sarapu for the Talvar Racing team. And on the back row of the grid, on row 9, it is Freddie Allam, who makes his IAME Euro Series bout for Mick Barrett Racing. And alongside him on the grid is the Spanish star Janardan for the Kart Republic España squad. Some of the best racing talent in Europe here in the X30 Junior qualifying heat A versus B. And you're going to see it all displayed fabulously around this circuit. It really is going to be a stunning battle once again here at the Cartodromo Valencia as the drivers head out of the pits and onto the circuit. And there are your battlers. These are the drivers in their number order. So we're seeing them in number order, not quite in the order that they should be on the starting grid, unfortunately, but we've already talked through the order of the drivers out on circuit. And it's Will McIntyre and Louis Leveau that are on the front row of the starting grid. Then Kanato Lee and Leo Robinson, Denis Curivali and Bart Harrison, Daniel Dalakian and Eduardo Dominguez, Ethan Ischer and Adrian Ferra. from Joanna Luja, Marcus Luzio, Elia Papacena, Jan Paral, Enzo Soares, Patrick Sarapu, Freddie Allen, and Janardan. So obviously the drivers are going around on their exploratory lap of the circuit. They do one out lap and then they do a formation lap as well to get the tyres and brakes up to the optimum temperature of performance. And when the race director, Martin Bean, as you can see him there atop the starting gantry, once he is happy with the formation of the field, he will turn the lights out and then we will start racing. He will do so before the drivers get to the yellow line, which is at about P13 and 14, the 7th row of the grid hatchings on the starting line, and that's when they will make the decision as to whether the race can start then or whether they have to wait a little later for another formation lap. Obviously, if there is an issue at the start, they will just go around for an additional formation lap ready to be formed up. But Will McIntyre is no slow coach and certainly no novice at this game. He knows how to control the field and also keep his kart in the perfect situation and the perfect temperatures, optimum or otherwise, ready for the start. So the drivers are getting into their positions for Junior X30. Qualifying heat A versus B. McIntyre and Laveau, Lee and Robinson, Kudavali and Harrison, Dalakian and Dominguez from Isher, Ferra, Alugia, Luzio, Papacena, Paral, Soares, Sarapu, Alam and Duran. Let's see if we get a good start. Looks good to me. Down to the first corner, no problem at all as McIntyre holds the inside line in front of his teammate, in front of his rival, Kanato Lee. Contact with a couple of karts in the middle of the road there. And unfortunately, that's two karts coming together several times. Patrick Sarapu and Joanna Luja. And now Sarapu's been well and truly nudged aside as Freddie Allen tries to come through. And also, I think Janardan tried to come through on the inside line. But hasn't quite been able to make that move stick. So down the back straight, McIntyre leads Kanato Lee, and then the third man in the equation is Leo Robinson, having made a terrific start aboard the Synergy chassis. That's new for the 2021 season. Up on the inside, there comes Bart Harrison, making his bid to get through on Louis Laveau. So he's up into 4th position now. And then in P6, that looks to me like the fast starting Adrian Ferrer for the MDC Racing Team aboard the CRG. He's up at a 6th position. What a start from Adrian Ferrer. This is his first race in Junior X30, and he's straight up there into P6. Luzio's made a flyer of a start as well. He's up at a 7th position. Terrific starts from Ferrer and Luzio. So they have charged forward. Kudivali is in 8th place. 9th position, that looks to me like Dalakian. And then in 10th place is Jan Paral, the winner in Mini last year. So Will McIntyre with 7 laps remaining of this heat. Kanato Lee, the Japanese star, right in behind him. They've had a bit of an interesting run of form since Portimao. And Kanato Lee is looking very strong all of a sudden. They knew that 2020 was very much a year of learning and education. This year, they really want to start winning some races. And there's a bit of a vibe in the Fusion Motorsport paddock around Kanato Lee. They've been teasing him about his love of bread and cheese. He did well when he was racing with that diet in Portimao, and now they're trying to make him eat nothing else. Up the inside comes Bart Harrison into 3rd position on Leo Robinson. Nice move there from Bart Harrison. Let's not forget that Leo Robinson is in his first junior outing of his career as well, because he was in Minis last year battling for the title, and he was runner-up, of course, in the campaign for the IAME International I-Games last year. So a great battle for Leo Robinson as he battled away. Will McIntyre having a good run as well. In fact, I'm fairly sure Leo Robinson actually won the I-Games last year, didn't he? I do apologise. So McIntyre battling away with Kanato Lee. Robinson still battling with Bart Harrison, but they've got Louis Laveau tucked in behind. And Adrian Ferrer in 6th position, going full guns blazing as well. Marcus Luzio having a good run in 7th place. Dennis Kudivali still 8th in front of Jan Paral and Eduardo Dominguez. Down the back straight. And here comes Robinson trying to make his bid on Louis Laveau, who's already managed to make his way back up into 4th position. So a good comeback from the young Dane, who really has been superb all weekend long for Monlau Competition. And there's the proof. Fastest lap of the race, Louis Laveau, 57.628. So a fabulous start to the race for these two rivals up front. Will McIntyre versus Kanato Lee, the British driver versus the Japanese sensation. And Kanato Lee very much hoping that this is going to be the start of big, big things for him in his motor racing career. Now running at the front from the first meeting of the season, and that's great news as far as he's concerned. Trying to get the run here on the 18 of Will McIntyre. Great battle for third place as Bart Harrison is now in a very strong, convincing position. But Louis Leveau is right there, tucked up for fourth position, trying to get his move through. And the Danish driver looking very quick indeed. Bart Harrison having to duck down in the seat because, of course, he's one of the taller drivers in this category this year. All of the youngsters that have come up from Mini are going to be slightly smaller. What a move from Adrian Feller in the final chicane. Up in a fifth position on the inside of Leo Robertson. And now Marcus Luzio is closing up on them as well. Louis Leveau gets another new fastest lap and gets third position away from Bart Harrison in the first hairpin. Nice move from Leveau. Big lunge from Luzio as he gets the run on Adrian Fetter and gets through as Kanato Lee takes the lead. McIntyre comes back at him. They're going to run side by side. Watch out for Louis Leveau. He's going to get alongside Will McIntyre. He can't quite get through. McIntyre tries again on Kanato Lee. Leveau and Harrison are now getting very much into the battle as well. Kanato Lee leads it. Leveau into second. Harrison jumps them both, and Harrison comes through in a second. Brilliant run from Bart Harrison. Leveau and McIntyre still side by side. Robertson and Luzio are trying to get in there as well. Adrian Ferrer at the back of the queue. But Kanato Lee leads now from Harrison, McIntyre, Leveau, Robinson, Luzio and Fetter. And here comes Robinson on the inside of Leveau, gets through. Luzio and Fetter all managed to get the move done as well. Louis Leveau stumbles down to 7th place, and he might lose that to Dennis Kurivali in turn 1. Luzio gets up the inside of Robinson. He takes over 4th place now. So Bart Harrison now in second behind Kanato Lee and in front of Will McIntyre. McIntyre frustrated there on the last lap. Tries to make his move to get back in a second position. But Kanato Lee holds the pace for the moment. McIntyre third. His teammate Luzio is in 4th place. Then Robinson, Fetter, Leveau, Kurivali. And in 9th and 10th we've got Dominguez and Peral. Defending now Kanato Lee with 3 laps to go. He doesn't have any raw speed to combat from Bart Harrison. Harrison's going to try and make the move. Up on the inside, Luzio going side by side with his teammate McIntyre, and McIntyre's back to the inside in a second. And third is now Leo Robinson. Great racecraft. Harrison is nudged down to 4th position as a result of all that. Kanato Lee doesn't seem to have any straight line speed at all, so he's going to have to really struggle. Harrison gets on the curbs, and that's off from Luzio. Luzio goes on the grass. And now it's going to be side by side for the leaders. McIntyre gets back into the lead of the race. And Robinson is going to try and sneak up the inside of his teammate Kanato Lee. He gets there into P2. I'll quickly pause for some air because I nearly ran out of it then. Goodness me, great racing in Junior X30. So Kanato Lee is down to 3rd, just in front of Adrian Ferrer, who's having a brilliant opening junior race of his IAME career. Excellent stuff from Adrian Ferrer. And Kanato Lee is desperately trying to keep the Spanish driver at bay. He's defending like crazy as Luzio gets back on the inside of Louis Leveau to retake 5th position, or at least hold on to it for the moment. But onto the back straight, we've now got McIntyre and Robinson having a sensational duel. And now Kanato Lee swarming around in front of Adrian Ferrer, trying to shake him off his tail. Side by side, Lee defends into the chicane. Adrian Ferrer's got another run at him. Leo Robinson's got a very strong run on Will McIntyre. Will he dive for the inside? Well, no, because McIntyre's defending the place. Ferrer tries to get up the inside of Kanato Lee and gets there. So Adrian Ferrer gets into 3rd position. Great run from the Spanish charge. Oh, we got a great squabble in the middle of the pack. And that's one of the Monlau Competición carts getting shunted around. I think that was Jan Peral getting a little bit of a nosedive there on the inside of one of the hairpins. So Kanato Lee was your race leader. Now definitely not that way anymore, as it's now Will McIntyre who has reclaimed the lead of this race in front of Leo Robinson. I do apologise, my timing screen needs to update. Now it has finally done so, but we're on the final lap. So it's all or nothing for McIntyre to hang on in front of Leo Robinson, and Robinson's going to try one final trick in the book in the final chicane. Can he hold on? Can he get a move out of the final turn? Ferrer's got a good run as well. They come together. McIntyre gets it. McIntyre in front of Robinson and Adrian Ferrer. Excellent racing. So close between the 3 men. But it ends up being McIntyre from Robinson and Adrian Ferrer. 3 different chassis in the top 3 places as well. You've got Will McIntyre hanging on in the Cosmic for KR Sport. The new Synergy chassis for a brilliant drive from Leo Robinson in 2nd place for Fusion Motorsport. And then the CRG of the MDC new boy, Adrian Ferrer. Excellent job. And 2 minis straight up at the front of Junior X30 to give Will McIntyre a bit of a challenge. This is Will McIntyre's 2nd year in juniors, don't forget. He was in the mini category in 2019. Many of you will remember the way he completely stunned the field at Castelletto in 2019 when he came out of the box and won the final. And now he's doing likewise in Junior X30, running at the front end of the field. Great to see. So some truly great performances to start things off here in Junior X30. But it's McIntyre who takes the early race ahead of Leo Robinson. Fabulous performance and a great display from the competitors so far. You've just seen Bart Harrison in action out on the circuit. He, of course, won the IAME Winter Cup title last year in 2021. And earlier on this weekend, we caught up with him.
Try and defend my title, and I think I can do that. So yeah, always trying to find that extra millisecond in testing, and when it comes to the racing you just want to be the best you can and have the best setup, and then hopefully everything goes to plan. It's nice to know that I'm never going to be really struggling too much, but when a weekend comes up where you struggle, it's not nice. So, but this weekend we're quite fast. Yeah, you've got to be quite patient, but also you can't let anyone get away because at the front, because you might not catch them. But yeah, you need to be very patient. We're quite fast, and we've got the patience to try and get the win again, and the determination. And yeah, I think we're prepared. Just another weekend, really. Well, that's why I try to make myself think, so I can just perform to my best, and that's the only way I'm going to win. So that's what I try to do.
So fascinating to see how the junior drivers are getting on. Good to hear there as well from young Bart Harrison. It's always a little bit of pressure when you've won an event to come back and try and reclaim it, because obviously there's that added weight of expectation. But as he said there, it's just another weekend as far as he's concerned. Just keep doing what you always do, and hopefully the results will come. They're certainly coming at the moment, as Bart Harrison ran towards the sharp end of the field there. Ended up having to come across the line in 8th place after all of that, though. Will McIntyre taking the win from Leo Robinson and Adrian Ferrer. Canato Lee in 4th, ahead of Marcus Luzio and Louis Leveau, Dennis Curivali, Bart Harrison, Jan Paral and Eduardo Dominguez across the line there in the top 10. Just 3.5 seconds covering all 10 drivers. Juan Aludiap and Daniel Dalakian in 11th and 12th places for that one. Patrick Sarapu in front of Freddie Allen, Elia Petpicina and Ethan Isher, and then Enzo Soares and Janardan to finish off the field. X30 Junior Qualifying Heat C versus D is up next. There's the results on your screen from the previous race performance. Qualifying Heat A versus B, and it's going to be C versus D that's up next. We'll talk you through the grid for that one in some detail once the results from the Qualifying Heat A versus B come up on the screen, and you'll see all of the drivers because they all managed to finish the race, which is very good news indeed. A great clean start for Junior X30. Plenty of hard, no-nonsense racing. We come to expect that, of course, in Junior X30. That's no news, but certainly very exciting and gripping racing from the competitors. So always good to see. So unlike Senior X30, not a single retirement thus far from Junior X30, but now I've said it, that's almost certainly cursed it. There's the provisional result for Qualifying Heat A versus B. McIntyre from Robinson and Ferrer ahead of Lee, Luzio, Leveau, Curivali, Harrison, Jan Paral and Eduardo Dominguez. So some fascinating battles already in X30 Junior as the competitors have had a thrilling battle. And as you can see, just 8.3 seconds covering the entirety of the field. It's very close indeed in Junior X30 in 2021. Probably the closest we've seen it in recent years. So very entertaining and exciting stuff. Now we can talk you through the qualifying grid for Heat C versus D. And it's an all-Spanish affair at the front end of the field. Ivan Arias for the AC Motorsport squad will line up in pole position on the inside line. And alongside him for the Kids to Win outfit, it is Adrian Mustienes, who will line up on the front row in second place. Eric Genet lines up in third for the new Mol Racing by Hiltbrand team, as he lines up there for the Tony Kart chassis. And alongside him, from London in the United Kingdom, it's Vinnie Phillips, who lines up in P4 for Fusion Motorsport. Very much now one of the stars of Junior X30, having worked his way up through the ranks of Bambino Cadet and Mini X30 here in Europe. Then Arthur Poulain is in 5th position. A great performance from him in qualifying yesterday puts him 5th position on the grid and on the 3rd row for each of his heats. Noah Monteiro, the Portuguese star, doing a fantastic job as he runs for the Victory Lane karting squad on the 3rd row from P6. A very strong performance in qualifying. 7th on the grid is Finn McLaughlin, the Irish driver, who of course races under a British licence for Fusion Motorsport. He's there on the inside of the 4th row. A great transition from Mini X30 up to Junior X30 for him. Plenty of speed out of the blocks. And alongside him on the grid, it is Oliver Martinez, who lines up in P4 of the starting grid aboard his Tony Kart chassis. And then to round out the top 10, it's an all-Spanish affair on row 5 as Mikel Marinho lines up beside Alberto Hurtado as they run together on the outside of the top 10. Then it's Andy Rattel, the Frenchman, who lines up in 11th position on the starting grid. Paul Cayos, a very disappointing qualifying performance from him in the end, and he was not happy about it, so watch him charge his way through the field aboard his Alonso kart for the FA Racing España squad. Then it is Hugo Mañas, who lines up in the 13th position on the grid on row 7. Beside him on the grid, it is the Swiss star for Spirit Racing, Gaspard Lagaye, who will be 14th position on the grid. Then in 15th place, it is the new Finnish driver to the IAME Euro Series grid for the Talvar Racing team. It is Nea Kitola, who lines up 15th on the starting grid. And alongside her on the race grid, it is Adrian Maliero, who lines up 16th position. And then 17th on the grid for this one, it is the Swiss star Kevin Rabin after a difficulty in qualifying. But that just means plenty of chances for him to overtake and storm his way back through the field. So yet again, a very even bunch of Junior X30 drivers in 2021 in this second group of drivers. But fortunately, looking at how many we have here, there should be a completely full grid by the time we get to the pre-final. Looks like none of the Junior X30 drivers should walk away empty-handed before Sunday. So that's going to be very exciting for us to observe as they are staggered into their groups to obviously progress in the heats. And then they will come together for the first time in the Sunday pre-final at about this time of day, in fact. So it's definitely going to be very interesting to see how the junior drivers get on before then. And obviously, the hard work and the hard grind leading up to the pre-final comes at this stage in the qualifying heats, where you have to stay very cool, calm, collected, composed, with plenty of discipline, but also plenty of intellect as you try and work your way through the field, make some good choices, some good overtaking moves, and stay strong. You've got to look after the tyres, but you've also got to look after your head as the world goes by very, very quickly in these races. You've got to stay incredibly focused and composed in order to get the best out of your equipment. And of course, the world of karting is where every racing driver develops their skills, whether they are an amateur or a professional. And it's no surprise that the entirety of the 20-driver Formula One field regularly returns to the world of karting, sometimes even at this level of IAME X30, because they do just love the sport, whether they go testing or whether they go for a play. It's a great training tool, and it's the most natural form of motorsport that there is. Nothing gets you closer to that adrenaline rush of being a couple of millimeters off the ground and absolutely on the edge of your limits. It's an amazing discipline, and there's nothing quite as intense as the world of karting. So the drivers will head out onto the circuit. They will, of course, do their out lap and then their exploratory formation lap, in which they will heat up the tyres and brakes to get them to the optimum temperature ready for the start of the race. And it's going to be an interesting one with the two Spanish drivers on the front row. The drivers head out and we can go racing once more. Qualifying heat C versus D for our Junior X30 drivers as they head out on course once again. And this is definitely going to be a very intense encounter. You can see again the drivers are listed there in number order, but we've already given you the rundown of the drivers in the ranking that they will start from. Ivan Arias alongside Adrian Mustienis on the front row, Eric Genet and Vinny Phillips on row 2, Artur Paulin and Noah Montero from Finn McLaughlin and Oliver Martinez, Mikel Marino and Alberto Hurtado from Andy Rattel and Paul Cayos, Hugo Mañas and Gaspar Lagaye, then Neo Cotilla, Adrian Maliero and Kevin Rabin. So the drivers doing a fantastic and solid job coming up to this point of the proceedings. Some great races over the course of the weekend. And these drivers, of course, are still learning their craft. Many of them have gone up to the world of world-class motorsport from here, to the world of single-seaters, touring cars and sports cars. Many of them, of course, have remained in IAME X30 racing, onto the world of seniors and shifters on the European circuit and even further afield, because there is so many incredible races that a driver in these karts can experience and indulge in. And for some of them, this is as good as it gets in motorsport. You don't spend ludicrous quantities of money into the hundreds of thousands of euros. You just end up racing because you enjoy it and because you love it. And any victories that you pick up along the way are just the rewards for all of the hard work and effort that are put in to get you on the grid. There's always that age-long debate, isn't it, about whether drivers can actually make it into motor racing because of that very ugly M word, money. But I'd like to remind everybody who's worried about it that since 1894, motorsport has always been about drivers who can afford it, getting onto the starting grid in the first place. So for those drivers who have made it here, that's already the first victory of the weekend. So they should enjoy the moment and very much relish in the opportunity that they've been given. So here come the drivers out of the final turn, ready for the start. Arias, Mustienis, Genet, Phillips, Poulain, Montero, McLaughlin, Martinez, Marino and Hurtado, and we are racing and underway. Great start from Ivan Arias off the line. Mustienis trying to hold it round the outside. He's got plenty of speed and a lot of charisma. They've banged wheels and Genet's going to get through as a result. Genet gets through into the lead. So Eric Genet is out in the lead of the race as the field conflagrates into the chicane. Is everybody going to get through all right? A little bit of wheel banging. Couple of drivers coming together, but I think it's all just about okay. They're all still pointing in the right direction. But Eric Genet has got through past Ivan Arias. So Eric Genet leads the race. And Eric Genet having a good run on this opening lap. Motor racing very much in the blood of that family, of course. And up the inside comes Ivan Arias. And on the inside line, that is a great charge forward from Finn McLaughlin. The Irish driver has charged his way through to second place on the opening lap from P7 on the grid. What a start from Finn McLaughlin. He's not done yet. He's going into the lead. What an opening lap from Finn McLaughlin. The Irish sensation has come through and gone from 7th place to 1st in one lap. That is absolutely extraordinary. Finn McLaughlin leads the way here at Valencia. Absolutely astonishing. There's not many drivers who could say they've done that in any class of X30 racing, to go from 7th to 1st in a lap. Finn McLaughlin, take a bow. So Ivan Arias in second place ahead of Eric Genet. Vinny Phillips in P4. And we've got Adrian Mustienis running there in P5 in front of Noah Montero. Actually, I think he's got one of the CRGs in between them. So that could be interesting to see how Noah Montero gets on. Another driver stepping up from the X30 ranks of Mini last year. This is only his second IAME Euro Series meeting, I do believe. Might be his third, actually, because I think he did the Winter Cup and the iGames, and now here he is again in the Winter Cup in 2021. So Noah Montero in his first weekend as a junior and already battling towards the sharp end. So McLaughlin, Arias, Genet, Phillips, Mustienis, Andy Rattel, Noah Montero, Artur Paulin. And then, of course, we have Mikel Marino next up in 9th position ahead of Oliver Martinez. Astonishing racing at the moment as the drivers continue on their charge forward. But what a scintillating race it's been thus far. As McLaughlin tries to hang on as Genet gets back into second place. So Eric Genet gets through past Ivan Arias into second position for the Mull Racing by Hiltbrand team. And he's already starting to have a look at Finn McLaughlin. McLaughlin's going to have to work hard here to keep Eric Genet at bay. Genet is very motivated on the back straight. And of course, he's got Formula One blood in his veins. His father, Mark, was a very handy F1 driver. Up the inside comes Jene with support from his countryman Ivan Arias. They're both going to try and force the issue on Finn McLaughlin, and Adrian Mustienes gets punted into a spin. Oh, Adrian Mustienes thought there was a gap to come through. There wasn't in the end. They just banged wheels, and up the inside into third position comes Andy Rattel. Andy Rattel on the CRG comes through into third position at the first corner, but Finn McLaughlin gets him back again, and they're still battling through the chicane. Still dust being flicked up in the mud, and there's an off. Someone's gone off there on the far side. It's a big off, actually, and they've missed 3 corners as a result of it. Goodness me. Now, I couldn't quite see who that was. I wonder, was that Oliver Martinez that went off the circuit? Couldn't quite make out who it was, but certainly a big run wide and then charging through the gravel trap and rejoining in the mid-pack. But whichever way you slice it, that driver has missed 3 corners on the circuit, so that's unfortunate. As now we've got Eric Genet in the lead of the race in front of Ivan Arias. And Ivan Arias is trying to get his way through again, and that's Andy Rattel getting past Vinnie Phillips for third position. So Andy Rattel gets through. Finn McLaughlin is now behind his teammate Vinnie Phillips as they try and come around the far side. And a big lunge from Finn McLaughlin into the first corner. Takes on his teammate, grabs the place into fourth position. Finn McLaughlin, what a drive so far from him. He's not been able to lead the whole race, but he's certainly showcased his skills here. So now trying to chase after Andy Rattel, the Frenchman. But Eric Genet and Ivan Arias are the ones battling away for the victory up front. The 2 Spanish drivers have got well clear of Andy Rattel in third. So Andy Rattel in P3 ahead of Finn McLaughlin and Vinnie Phillips, then Artur Polain. And then in 7th position, that looks like Adrian Maliero in front of Mikel Marino, Gaspard Lagaye and Noah Montero, who's struggling a little bit now. They're in 10th position. Some good battles through the field, though. Eric Genet still battling with Ivan Arias as they come onto the main straight once again and across the line. A fabulous run so far from these 2 up front. Ivan Arias, the back end just snaking a little bit under braking. No major concerns, though, through the first couple of corners as we have 3 laps to go. So Eric Genet in front of Ivan Arias. McLaughlin is third once again. He's got back past Andy Rattel. So Finn McLaughlin into third place, trying to chase after the 2 Spanish drivers up front, but that's a big gap to make up, 1.8 seconds roughly. They've got to hope that Eric Genet and Ivan Arias start dueling, and they are in different teams, so it's almost certain that they're going to. No team orders in the world of karting at the best of times, but there's certainly no love lost between rivals in these championship races. So Eric Genet in front of Ivan Arias in the second qualifying heat for Junior X30 in the IAME Winter Cup 2021 at Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Carrero here at Valencia. And onto the main straight. 2 laps to go as Genet and Arias are having a sensational scrap. And for third position, Andy Rattel is trying to get past Finn McLaughlin as well. So the battle is going very well indeed. Vinnie Phillips in 5th position having a sensational run. Then we have Adrian Maliero in front of Mikel Marino, Gaspard Lagaye, Artur Polain, Paul Cayos, Noah Montero and Alberto Hurtado from Hugo Mañas, Nea Quitola, Kevin Rabin, Oliver Martinez and Adrian Mustienes. Have we lost Alberto Hurtado on that last lap? He doesn't seem to have come through. I wonder if Alberto Hurtado's had a moment and gone off the circuit somewhere, because I certainly can't see him having come through on the timing screens. I think we may have lost Alberto Hurtado down the order. But Eric Genet and Ivan Arias having a stunning race battle here. Up the inside, Genet defends from Ivan Arias. And they come on to the final corner now and on the final lap, with Finn McLaughlin and Andy Rattel doing their best to catch them. Can Eric Genet pull away enough from Ivan Arias to maintain his position? It's going to be tight. In fact, Alberto Hurtado seems to have a bit of a slight blip in the transponder, but fortunately, he is still racing. In fact, he's worked his way up to 9th place in the closing stages. Adrian Maliero has come up from 16th on the grid to 6th. Great comeback from Maliero. Not everybody's having the cleanest of races. I think there's been a bit of an issue there on the lap between Gaspard Lagaye and Noah Montero in the mid-course of the lap. Andy Rattel gets through into third position, and there comes Ivan Arias for the lead. Ivan Arias gets the lead on the final lap. But Finn McLaughlin has held on in front of Andy Rattel. These two could battle right the way to the finish line on the back straight. Here's a chance for Eric Genet, and he knows it. He's got a chance. He's going to get alongside. There's going to be a squeeze through the corner. They're going to go wide at the chicane, and Finn McLaughlin may get a chance to come around the outside of all of them. Oh, it's amazing at the finish line. It's McLaughlin by 0.042 of a second. Absolutely amazing. Finn McLaughlin grabs it at the line. What an amazing win. And that was only a qualifying heat. Goodness me. Finn McLaughlin, the Irish sensation, has just snatched victory. He was a good 4 kart lengths back in the final couple of corners as Ivan Arias and Eric Genet duelled for the victory. They both drifted wide. They desperately tried to get back on course, but Finn McLaughlin stole it from underneath them both. And even Andy Rattel was able to come through for second place there as well. So a good fight on the last lap from Andy Rattel, up 9 places from 11th on the grid to second place. Excellent racing. So Finn McLaughlin, excellent performance from him to grab the victory in that one, and stunning from Andy Rattel to grab second place as well. Excellent stuff. Eric Genet, Ivan Arias, and Vinnie Phillips are the ones in the top 5. The gap between them all at the flag, would you believe, just a whisker over half a second. So Finn McLaughlin under a British licence there, but of course, born and raised in Ireland. Excellent performance there from him as he fought his way through from 7th to 1st on the opening lap. Lost ground, lost the position, and then fought his way back again. Absolutely amazing performance. Cracking racing from the Junior X30s. There really is no love lost between them all in that one. And again, only 11.4 seconds between the entire field at the finish. Not a single race retirement either. So very exciting racing towards the end there, and fabulous conclusion to a thrilling and scintillating battle. I'd love to see a few more of those before the weekend is out from Junior X30. I think we're going to have a real rip-roaring battle to the end of the race meeting here from Junior X30. The debrief obviously begins for the drivers in the Junior X30 ranks, of course. So they will do their best to finish off in clean style. But of course, we move now from the ranks of the juniors to the mini drivers, and we have several new faces in this X30 mini category for 2021, including one of the particular drivers who is all the way from India. He races under a Spanish license. We caught up with him earlier in the weekend. Jagrat the Troja.
It's my first year doing it. Last year I saw many races and it's pretty competitive. I want to make my country proud. The one part it's technical and some parts are like fast, and we have some straights and some technical parts. So this circuit is good because it's equal, like technicals and fast and all that things. So I like this circuit. I have been practicing for about like 2.5 years. Always fast, and we catching other drivers, and I hope we make our country feel proud and come in a good place.
It's always great to see new drivers make their way into the IAME Euro paddock, and we welcome Jagrat the Troja as well as all of the others that are here for the first time. This is the first mini heat of the day, and obviously they're going to be staggered into their own individual groups as well. It's going to be a busy pre-final for the mini drivers with 32 competitors in the ranks, which means there are 16 drivers in each heat. And let's talk you through them. On pole position, after a brilliant run in time qualifying, Sandro Perez Sanchez, who has made the switch over to the MDC racing team and the CRG kart. And he will be there on the front row of the starting grid after a brilliant performance last year to grab the podium. This year, he wants a victory. Alongside him on the grid is Raul Janardan for the Monlau Competición squad. He will be there starting from the front row of the grid. On the second row, it's right up at the front for Roman Kamyab. Last year was all about learning the craft of Mini X30. Now he is a front runner, and it could well be his year if he brings these good performances together. He's there third position on the starting grid for Fusion Motorsport. Alongside him on the grid, it is another of the new Spanish faces, Nicolas Garcia, and he will be there fourth position on the grid. It's a great new face for him. And hopefully a great weekend in the offing for the young Spanish charge. In 5th position on the grid, it's another familiar face, Josef Martin, who has been in the Mini X30 category before. He lines up 5th position on the grid for Monlau Competición from the inside of the 3rd row. And alongside him on the grid for Dan Holland Racing, it is the Moroccan new boy, Ryan Bourguignon. And he's going to be there from 6th position on the starting grid. Keep an eye on this boy. He certainly had plenty of speed all the way through the week. And I have a feeling that Ryan Bourguignon definitely has a few choice manoeuvres to come in this race. Ben Smith of Great Britain lines up 7th on the starting grid on the inside of the 4th row for Fusion Motorsport, making good progress in Mini X30 now. He lines up alongside Bosco Arias for the AC Motorsport team. A bit of a difficulty in qualifying after several drivers in his qualifying group were only able to get one timed lap on the board. So he lines up 8th position on the grid as a result of that. Along then on the 5th row of the grid, we have the experienced Portuguese driver Maria Germano Nito for the FA Racing España team aboard her Alonso kart, and she should be very strong as always. Alongside her on the starting grid, it is the young Dutchman, Luke Taal, who is there for the Fusion Motorsport team, having joined the grid very recently. So he will be there in the 5th row of the grid. 11th position, you've just heard from him, the young Indian sensation Jagrat the Troja, and he will be there on the 11th position on the grid. The privateer, looking very strong indeed this weekend. Leonie Martinez will be lining up 12th position on the starting grid. The young Swiss driver, and hopefully she'll have a very strong and solid weekend. 13th on the grid is Jonathan Landstrom, the Swedish driver aboard his energy course. And it's going to be hopefully a very solid weekend for him. He's first in the IAME Euro Paddock. Alongside him is the Portuguese driver Martin Marquez, who will be there 14th on the starting grid aboard his Paralin. And the final row of the grid for this opening heat, it is Raul Martinez, the 923, that will line up on the final row of the starting grid. And alongside him, the Spanish new boy Giovanni Tarazona, who will be there 16th on the grid in his Tony kart. So the competitors are now ready to go for Mini X30, and obviously, as always, they will go out onto the circuit for their one out lap and then their one formation lap, and they will warm up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature. A lot of interesting grid positions in this first Mini X30 heat. Some faces you wouldn't normally expect to see towards the front. Others who are developing that quickly that they are there by right. So it could be very interesting to see who comes through this first race as the opening winner in Mini X30 in the IAME Winter Cup 2021. This is all about evolution for the youngsters as they make their progress. The youngest drivers in the field, aged between 8 and 12. And these guys really do put on an excellent show in Mini X30. Because, of course, the karts are slightly narrower and slightly shorter in wheelbase, that makes the track considerably bigger, which means they've got plenty more overtaking opportunities and they can go a few more karts wide than you certainly could in junior and senior, which means there's even more overtaking opportunities in Mini X30 than there would be in junior and senior, which means drivers will try those moves with a little bit more conviction. And that always gives us plenty of drama and amazing spectacles. We've seen so many terrific races in Mini X30 in this paddock. It's one of the most entertaining racing classes in karting that you will ever see, as these youngsters are still learning their craft. And for many of them, this is their first tout at racing in Europe. So for them, it's a big deal. They want to put on a good show, but they also want to showcase their racecraft and skill. And just getting to this point is a victory in and of itself. There are so many drivers who want to get up to this point, but these guys have earned the right to make their tout on the grid. And all they can do now is go out and have fun and enjoy it and do the best that they possibly can. Nothing more can be asked of them, and they really have deserved this opportunity to get up to the European ranks. So the IAME Winter Cup, it's an important race for all of the Mini X30 drivers. They want to put on a great spectacle, but this is now all of the hard work that they've done through the week, through testing, through timed qualifying yesterday, and now obviously through the morning warm-up into racing, they will finally go. This is where they will learn on the job. This is the tough thing about racing at this level, In the worlds of football, tennis, rugby, cricket, you name it, they do have practice matches, test matches, if you will, and competitions behind closed doors. In the world of motorsport, in karting at this level, you never get practice races. You've just got to learn on the job and make your mistakes under the very open and public microscope of the world stage. So it's always a very tough test of a youngster's character, and it really does show the mentality and the wisdom of these youngsters as they learn on the job. So the X30 Minis head out onto the circuit. Qualifying heat A versus B. It's Sandro Perez on the front of the grid from Raul Janardan on the front row. Roman Kamyab and Nicolas Garcia on the second row of the grid. Youssef Martin and Ryan Bourguignon from Ben Smith and Bosco Arias. Maria Gimananito and Luke Tal from Jaguar de Troja and Leona Martinez. Jonathan Nannstrom, Martin Marquez, Raul Martinez and Giovanni Tarragona. So the drivers will head out on circuit once again. 7 laps of the course. I noticed that there appears to be one driver missing from the fray, actually. I'm not entirely sure the reason for that. Oh, no, I was incorrect. They are all there. Just a slight hiccup with the timing screen in front of me. I do apologize for that. But they are now all going around on their out lap. And, of course, they have a formation lap after this one as well. Not very long, these laps, of course, even with a Mini X30 kart. 1.428 kilometers, this circuit. That's 1,428 meters. It's one of the longest circuits in IAME Euro, but it certainly gives us a great challenge for the drivers. And it's a very tough one, very technical in places. You've got a lot of fast straights and a lot of long sweeping bends, including this first corner. But obviously it gets very tight and technical as well. It's a real challenge, and if you win here, you really have got a very versatile nature as a driver. You can handle the drafting and the slipstreams, but you can also handle the tough and twisty nature of these circuits. No real changes in camber, but certainly the changes of apex very, very difficult indeed to master. And it's a circuit that really does challenge the daring and punishes the ruthless. So the competitors are making their way around, and this is always a very interesting race for me personally, the first X30 mini race of the weekend, because you start to see what sort of mentality and what sort of attitude these youngsters have got coming into their first professional race of the season. I say professional race because, of course, the IAME Euro Series paddock is part of the CIK FIA sporting calendar. So as far as I'm concerned, that's as professional as it gets in the world of karting. Sandro Perez, Raul Janardan, Roman Kamyab, Nicolas Garcia, Youssef Martin, Ryan Bourguignon, Ben Smith, Bosco Arias, the Nito Tal, the Troja, Martinez, Landstrom, Marquez, Martinez and Tarragona. This is well controlled at the front from Perez and Janardan, two men who know how to control the field very well. They are stars in the Spanish circuit, of course. So they know how to control the pace of the field right from the start. Janardan getting a little bit doubtful here from Sandro Perez, who's obviously got his own agenda, and now he's getting himself onto the main straight. I think this could be a perfect start. Away we go, and it's a great run down to the first corner for Sandro Perez, and he really has outfoxed the outside line. So the inside line drivers have made a perfect start as Youssef Martin makes his bid to get into second place early doors and has got through in his second place. No problems at all past Roman Kamyab, and up the inside there is a big lunge already as Roman Kamyab retakes the place from his teammate Ben Smith. So Kamyab into third position once again, and Ben Smith in fourth. Not for long, because that's a big lunge on the inside line there from one of the Monlau Competición drivers. I think that might be Bosco Arias, who's made a good start. The 935 now running up towards the front. So a good opening lap as the drivers work their way around. That might even be another of the drivers from the Monlau Competición battle. So as they come through, it's actually the 930. So that is Raul Janardan. I do apologize. Raul Janardan still running towards the front end of the field. So Raul Janardan battling there in amongst the two Fusion drivers as they get down to the final chicane to complete the opening lap of 7 here in the X30 Mini category. So the battle raging on the home straight. And up the inside, that's Roman Kamyab getting into second place past Youssef Martin. So Roman Kamyab gets a nice move there into P2. He was battling in the midfield towards the top 10 last year. Now he's a front runner as on the inside comes Raul Janardan. So Raul Janardan now into third position, and there comes the move from Ben Smith as he gets on the inside of Youssef Martin. What a great start to the season for Ben Smith. He really is going well, up in fourth position. And remember that any opportunity to run near the front for the first time, it's a big moment for a young driver because they start to think like race winners. So Sandro Perez leads the way from his pole position. Oh, a nice little tussle there between the third and fourth drivers, Raul Janardan and Ben Smith. But Youssef Martin is there in fifth position trying to make his bid. And watch out for Ryan Bourguignon. Bourguignon is there in sixth position for the Dan Holland Racing Team. And the Moroccan star Bourguignon is going to have a really interesting battle too as he closes up and tightens towards Youssef Martin. Up the inside comes Ben Smith, retakes Raul Janardan. So Raul Janardan back into fourth position as he closes in again on Ben Smith. Smith signals to Raul Janardan, we need to get on with this because the two guys up front, Sandro Perez and Roman Kamyab, are getting away. We can't afford to lose this so early on. So Raul Janardan working with Ben Smith now as they run third and fourth. Fifth place is still Youssef Martin. Sixth position is Ryan Bourguignon. So Ryan Bourguignon, and then it is Luke Tal, Nito, the Troja doing well. Arias, Garcia, Martinez, Marquez, Tarazona, Landstrom, and Leoniela Martinez down at the back of the field for the moment. So they come through onto the third and final sector of the course. And this is a tough one for Ben Smith because he's got good pressure from Janardan and Martin. I do apologize. Youssef Martin Kijeri doing a good job there in P5, giving pressure to his teammate Raul Janardan Perez. But they come down to the chicane, and this is where Ben Smith has got to just ride the little nudges, use the bump draft. They say, don't they, that rubbing's racing, and certainly in karting, it's all part of the mentality. Luke Tal has closed right up on Ryan Bourguignon, and here's the move from Raul Janardan, but he gets it wrong on the exit, and Ben Smith is back in front. Well read there from Ben Smith. He definitely intercepted that maneuver nice and early on in the hairpin. So that's really well controlled as Ben Smith holds on to third position for the moment. Meanwhile, Ryan Bourguignon has lost the place to Luke Tal. So Luke Tal has got into sixth position. The Dutchman going well here as he gets himself up into P6. But now there is a nice little tussle coming into the braking zone for the left-hander as Ben Smith continues to hold this line from Raul Janardan and Youssef Martin. But these three can work together and make a big impression on the two drivers up front. They're only a second behind Perez and Kamyab. Kamyab still pushing hard. He's using the slipstream to really good effect here down the back straight and gaining good ground on Sandro Perez as up the inside. The two Mondial Competition drivers get past Ben Smith, Raul Janardan and Youssef Martin, and now they are threatening to disappear to close up on Perez and Kamyab. So Perez and Kamyab doing a great job through the first hairpin as they continue on. It's going to be a very tough run as they continue to charge forward into the chicane. A good battle for them. And some really exceptional work as they come into the braking zone up at the hairpin. But what an exceptional run these drivers are putting on. Excellent performance as they come up the top end of the course. Darting through. So Sandro Perez having a good run as he continues on in front of Roman Kamyab, but Kamyab is definitely getting very close to him now. Only a quarter of a second between them as they come off the turn. So this could get very spicy indeed between the top two drivers in this category as they come down the back straight once more. Sandro Perez very much holding on here in front of Roman Kamyab, but Kamyab is making big grounds on acceleration. He gets in behind him and tries to edge away from the pair of drivers behind them because they are making big inroads into these two. Kamyab will want to make a move and make it fairly quickly, because the two Mondial Competition drivers are right there in third and fourth. Raul Janardan and Youssef Martin, and they will be working together to close up the gap. Very exciting stuff between the top four drivers as the teammates at Mondial Competition, Raul Janardan and Youssef Martin, are trying to close up on the leaders. Sandro Perez leading the way at the moment. Roman Kamyab in second place. And Kamyab getting very feisty in behind Sandro Perez. He's making good inroads down the back straight. He's utilizing the slipstream well. Not quite close enough for the move into the S's, but if Janardan and Martin close up as quickly as they are before too long, it's going to get very close indeed. Up to seventh, by the way, has come the Indian sensation, Jagrat the Troja. The Troja doing a great job. He's worked his way past Ryan Bourguignon, and now he's closing up on Luke Tal. So Jagrat the Troja has a good chance of a top six finish here. And we've got 1 lap to go at the end of this one, so that could be one to keep an eye on in the background. But now Roman Kamyab is on the last lap behind Sandro Perez, the race leader. And he knows that the Monlau Competición twins are close, but he can't afford to lose too much ground. This is going to be a very interesting run for Roman Kamyab. Can he take his first ever win in the IAME Euro paddock, or is Sandro Perez going to pick up another one after his run at Valencia last year? The two Monlau Competición drivers are very close together and very close to the two leaders now. Janardan and Martin have a good chance here on the final lap in Mini X30. They come off the turn, down the short stretch to the left-hand hairpin. Someone's going to need to make a move at some stage. Kamyab's getting very aggressive in the braking zone. That's good work. He's going to make a little bit of an edge through. And I think that's Luke Tal getting past Ben Smith for 5th position, with Janardan the Troja very much in the ranks and there behind as well. But down the back straight, we're going to get a very interesting run from Roman Kamyab. This is his one and only chance to go for the overtake. Sandro Perez protects and covers to the inside line. Oh, and the Monlau Competición drivers have actually nudged each other. Perez is going to hold it from Kamyab. 3rd place is Janardan. And a very frustrated Youssef Martin comes across the line behind Luke Tal and Ben Smith. That's going to be an awkward conversation in the Monlau Competición awning later. But a very tough end to the race there for those two. They just got a little bit too close together. But Sandro Perez doing a good run here in front of Roman Kamyab. Raul Janardan gets 3rd position in front of Luke Tal, Ben Smith, Youssef Martin, and in 7th place, the very talented Indian Janardan the Troja getting up to 7th position. Good work from him. So some good performances all the way through the field in that one. And once again, not a single retirement from the Mini X30 Brigade. 14.1 seconds covers the entirety of the field. Great racecraft from the Minis. They really are showing the seniors a thing or two. So a great little battle here from the Mini X30 drivers. It's an opening gambit. We're going to see their best racing, of course, in the final. They've just got to consolidate their positions, get as much out of each heat as they possibly can. They don't want to push too hard too soon, but some very solid driving and some very mature performances there in the X30 Mini. And that's just the opening heat. Their race, their next race is coming up after the next X30 Senior encounter. So we will see more from the X30 Minis this morning. There are 6 X30 Mini heats in total over the course of the day. But the seniors are coming up next after this one. But a very mature and composed drive from Sandro Perez, not allowing the pressure from Roman Kamyab to get to him. And the MDC Racing driver, really a solid drive from the Spanish driver out in front. Knows the circuit well, of course, but it's always easy to crack under the pressure when you are being hunted down by the man in 2nd place. And Roman Kamyab really putting on an excellent show there in 2nd place to give him plenty of pressure. So a really good start to the IAME Winter Cup 2021 in the Mini X30 category. Here's the provisional results. Sandro Perez ahead of Roman Kamyab from Raul Janardan and Luke Tal. Then Ben Smith, Youssef Martin, Janardan the Troja, the Indian driver under a Spanish license, of course, Bosco Arias, Ryan Bourguignon and Nicolas Garcia from Marianito, Raul Martinez, Martin Marquez, Giovanni Tarazona, Jonathan Landstrom and Leone Ella Martinez. All 16 drivers that started got to the end of the race. And a very solid performance it was as well from them all. Fastest lap of the race went the way of... just trying to see who was the fastest driver in that particular race. That was the 9.55, I do believe. Oh, no, apologies. It was the 9.30. That is Raul Janardan. He got the fastest lap of the race in the end. And a very solid performance it was too, to get him into the top 3 after a very committed drive. So some solid performances there from our X30 Mini contenders. They really have put on an excellent display. The seniors are about to come out on circuit once again, and it will be qualifying heat for groups A versus E. That will mean that the pole position man from qualifying, Daniel Nogales, returns to the front end of the field. And alongside him will be the young man from Dubai, Lachlan Robinson, who did such a great job in yesterday's opening heat, grabbing a solid victory. So it will be an excellent performance again from these guys. To talk you through the starting grid, we've obviously mentioned Daniel Nogales and Lachlan Robinson at the sharp end. Ivan Bataya lines up in 3rd position on the grid. Great transition from him to the AC Motorsport squad, and he's definitely settling in very well. Henke Kalteren lines up in 4th position once again. Good performances from him many a time. Unlucky in yesterday's heat. Hopefully the bad luck has well and truly disappeared and he'll be able to get a solid result on the board in this one. Mark Kimber lines up in 3rd position, having had a solid opening race this morning. He is now there once again to try and continue his form from the 3rd row. Sebastian Hedin lines up in 6th position, and we need to keep an eye on this guy because the 6th position on the grid from the young Swede, he drove beautifully to 2nd place in his opening heat yesterday, so there's more great stuff to come from him. And I have to say, as a whole, the KH Racing team definitely seem to have come here to mean business because they've got some great drivers in their roster in 2021. Clarissa Dervich lines up in a stunning 7th position. She did a fantastic job in qualifying yesterday in her first weekend as a senior, don't forget. So she has definitely come here again to fight for the good positions up at the front end of the field. And she's definitely going about it the right way. 7th on the grid. Alongside her on the grid is Archie Walker, having made the transition both to the KR Sport team and to senior X30. And going about it with very much a massive amount of gusto and commitment. Came a stone's throw away from getting the victory in yesterday's opening heat. So incredible performances, and considering it's been about 4 months since he's last been in a kart, to jump straight into Senior X30 and run at the front end of the field, it shows you the kind of character he is proving to be. On the 5th row of the starting grid, Hugo Naturel, the Spanish driver for AC Motorsport. Good to see him also make the transition along with the likes of Ivan Bataya and Clarissa Dervich to the AC Motorsport squad, and they are doing an amazing job here on home soil. And alongside him on the 5th row of the grid, it is the French sensation Enzo Peugeot, who is there in 10th position on the grid and looking very strong all the way through the weekend thus far. Very fast indeed in the practice sessions as well. So over 1 lap, Enzo Peugeot definitely a force to be reckoned with here in Valencia. Outside the top 10, Thomas Fleming is running a really solid weekend's work so far for the Dan Holland Racing team. He'd like a little bit more than he's currently getting, but he's definitely one of the drivers who could put himself into a position to make that happen. 11th on the starting grid for the young Brit. Enzo Lacruz, the Frenchman who lines up 12th position on the starting grid for the Karting Loisir Neuilly squad as he runs there in 12th position on the grid aboard his Red Speed chassis. 13th on the grid, it is the MLC Motorsport driver Darrell Taylor. Mixed nationality, of course, for him, under a British licence, but also races with the Philippine flag on his kart and on his suit. Very proud Asian, and Darrell Taylor running very, very well whenever he gets the opportunity to. Alongside him on the grid, it is the Frenchman Hugo Trichard, who lines up 14th on the starting grid. Teammate, of course, to the PB Kart squad. Ruben Moya lines up in 15th position. It was not the qualifying session he wanted in the MDC Racing CRG kart, but he is one of the fastest drivers in Senior X30 of the Spanish contingent. So expect him to make plenty of overtaking moves if he gets the chance. Lazar Latigo will line up 16th on the starting grid alongside him on the 8th row of the grid on the Red Speed kart. Then on row 9, it is Kasper Skuza, the British-Polish driver for the MLC Motorsport squad. He lines up on the 9th row alongside the Spanish new boy Patricio Pereira, who lines up 18th. And then on the 10th row of the starting grid, it is one of the 3 Babichkova sisters. Petra Babichkova lines up 19th on the starting grid for the TEPZ Racing team. Alongside her, it is Arvid Rosen, the Swedish privateer, who runs there in 20th position on the grid. Wilgard Leek, part of the KH Racing team, lines up 21st on the starting grid. Alongside him on the starting grid is Teresa Babichkova, who really struggled yesterday in time qualifying, but hopefully she will be able to fight her way through in the similar manner to the way she did in the opening heat. She stormed her way back from 22nd on the grid in the first heat to 11th. Amazing performance from her. And then on the 23rd position of the starting grid, it is the Spanish driver David Rodriguez, who will line up aboard his CRG at the tail end of the field. So the drivers obviously have plenty to do in this next heat. It's 11 laps in length, and that is the equivalent of 15.7 kilometers of racing. And that's all just a nice little warm-up before they get to the main event, of course, tomorrow. One of the toughest races of a karting season, the IAME Winter Cup final, because so much rides on it. How well the drivers are going to do over the course of the season, how much money they're going to have to spend over the course of the year as well, because the winner, of course, takes home a free ticket to the IAME Euro Series full-time campaign. And there are so many, obviously, big results at stake as all of the drivers want to put on the best performances they can possibly muster. So it's all very, very tough indeed, and they know just how much tough racing has got to come their way before they can make it happen. So it is a very, very difficult situation. The drivers all know what's at stake and they know what they have to put in terms of hard work. So it's a very tricky situation for all of them. But they know what is going to come forward. They know how much speed they need to muster from these races. And already in Senior X30, we know that the racing has been brutal over the first 4 heats. So there's going to be more of the same. Race director on the position there, Martin Bean, giving himself all of the ticks and the checklists ready for the start of racing. And of course, his word is law once the karts get out onto the circuit. And they are heading out on track now. So we get ourselves ready for qualifying heat A versus E. So the drivers venture out onto the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero once again. And it's time for the action to be unleashed on this fabulous circuit. One of the longest in IAME Euro racing that we've seen over the last few seasons, and a wonderful place to start the karting season. Always wonderful to see the karts make their way out onto the circuit here at Valencia. And those who spotted my social media earlier in the week will have noticed that I put up a very simple picture of the circuit with the sentence, "When you come home." And it very much feels like that. A great way to start any karting season. I'm very pleased to say this is my 4th IAME Winter Cup out of the 5 that have been run. Sorry I wasn't there in 2017. I think I must have been in the bathroom. So the battle is going to be very intense indeed from the qualifying heat for Groups A versus E. Nogales and Robinson on the front row, Bataille and Calteron on the second, Kimber and Hedin on the third, Dervish and Walker on the fourth, and Natteril and Peugeot rounding out the top 10. Fleming and Lacruz, Taylor and Trichard, Moya and Lautigo, Scusa and Pereira, Petra Babichkova and Rosen, Leek and Teresa Babichkova, and David Rodriguez. Now, of course, one of the interesting stories that we're going to get potentially over the course of the weekend as well is that we're seeing Petra and Teresa Babichkova out on the circuit for the first time. There could be a rather unique situation where in the pre-final, if they all manage to make it there, we could see all 3 Babichkova sisters on the same racetrack at the same time. They're all seniors now, and it's only the second time we're seeing them in IAME Euro, having been incredibly strong in the Eastern European zone of karting prior to this. And they're, of course, the TAPZ racing team sisters. All 3 of them are under the tutelage of former world champion Danny Curl. So they couldn't get a better instructor, really, to continue their education. So on the front row of the grid, it is pole sitter Dan Nogales. From Dubai, it is Lachlan Robinson. Pole position yesterday versus the first race winner yesterday. So this is going to be an exciting one. They come off the final turn into the tram lines. Looks like a good start to me from Dan Nogales. Is it going to be a race start? It is indeed. The lights go out and we're racing. No false starts yet as they come up to the first corner. Looks like a nice and tidy run through turn 1, and Nogales has held on to the advantage up front. A good start in second position from the very feisty and very calm and composed Lachlan Robinson as he maintains second position in the opening phase. Ivan Bataille is there in third position, and up to fourth comes Mark Kimber, just a whisker in front of Henke Calteron, I think that is, who has dropped down a position. Onto the back straights. And now through the tight left-hand hairpin. Nogales in front of Robinson. No change. Kimber tight up behind Ivan Bataille. That is a change. He's come up into fourth place. So the race has gone underway. It looks as though Wilgert Leek has pulled off the road somewhere. I don't know whether he's come into the pits or whether he's had a mechanical problem and stopped out on the circuit. But certainly it looks to me as though Wilgert Leek has not been able to get out on track for the start of this race. So out into the race we go. And it's Nogales in front of Robinson. Kimber, Bataille. So Kimber's got through into third position, and that's an overtaking move there again from the 218 of Henke Calteron to get past Ivan Bataille as well. So Bataille has lost another position down into fifth place, and he's got pressure from Sebastian Hedin as up the inside. Bataille gets back on Calteron, and Hedin tries to get his card up the inside to move up into P5, and that has not yet worked. So Dan Nogales, Lachlan Robinson. Here comes Kimber on the inside for second place, and Kimber gets there into P2. So now Mark Kimber for the first time will have a pressure cooker run on Dan Nogales as they battle again. But then behind them, you've got Lachlan Robinson. He was very good at reading the situations yesterday. Nogales defending already as he tries to go wheel to wheel there with Mark Kimber. So a very tough maneuver there from Dan Nogales. He wants to hold on to the lead of this, but he doesn't seem to have the same sort of speed as he had yesterday in the slightly hotter, warmer conditions. It's cooler today as the sun is trying to peek out through the clouds. But because of the air temperature being only 9 degrees today, it's very cool for a Spanish March day. There goes Kimber on the inside of Nogales, and Nogales gets onto the grass, drifts back onto the circuit in front of Batalla, and Nogales is going backwards. Oh, what a shame. Dan Nogales tried to hang on to it. He kicks up the dust again, but that's put Kimber into the lead in front of Robinson, Calterin, Batalla, and Daryl Taylor in the top 5. Archie Walker trying to work his way through the field as well. In fact, Walker has got past Peugeot and Taylor on that lap, so he is now up into 5th position in the KR Sport Machine. What a shame for Dan Nogales. He's tumbled all the way down to 13th place, and that is not what he needed. So here comes the run from Lachlan Robinson, tucked up behind Mark Kimber. Lachlan Robinson, one of the stars of the IAME UAE scene, but coming into Europe is always a tough one because you know you're going up against the best drivers in the world. Onzo La Cruz gets the new fastest lap at 56.487 as we go into lap 4 here at Valencia. Henki Calterin doing a good job there as he gets on the inside of Lachlan Robinson, and so too does Ivan Batalla. So Robinson down to 4th as Henki Calterin looking much more solid and strong here today than he was yesterday. It's going much better for Henki Calterin. He comes off the turn, back on the power. And now the Dutchman comes back onto the home straight. A great run for Henki Calterin so far for the Strawberry Racing driver. I think he's there 1 and 2 now behind his teammate Mark Kimber. Oh, a bit of a slide off the curb there from Henki Calterin. And this could be the chance for Ivan Batalla. And he knows it on the inside line. Thank you very much. And Robinson gets there too. And trying to get through on the inside as well. Archie Walker saw that as an opportunity. Sebastian Nadine is closing in on him. So no wonder he wants to get the overtaking move done quickly. Walker tries to fend off the hard-charging Onzo Peugeot. Peugeot is there on 6th position at the moment, trying to come through. Sebastian Nadine is closing up on them as well in P7. So Archie Walker now trying to get his move on Henki Calterin. Calterin gesturing frantically. Don't overtake me, please. Let's get after the 2 guys in front. But Archie Walker's not going to fall for that one. In fact, he's got to defend now from the Frenchman Enzo Peugeot. But he hangs on. So Archie Walker continues that run as he keeps the position in front of Enzo Peugeot and Sebastian Hedin, who was 2nd in yesterday's heat. Don't forget the Birolard driver. So keep an eye on Sebastian Hedin. He's got a good run off the turn, and he and Enzo Peugeot are going to try and work their magic to Archie Walker. Walker trying to keep the position. Walker keeps the kart firmly planted in the middle of the road. You can't go left, you can't go right. Archie Walker holding onto the place and just encouraging Peugeot and Hedin to work with him to close up on the top 4. But yet again, Mark Kimber, he's got victory written all over him every time he comes to Valencia. Excellent display from them for the time being, as Mark Kimber has actually got himself a little bit of a gap between himself and Ivan Batalla. Walker continues to defend from Enzo Peugeot and Sebastian Hedin, and here comes the man in 8th place, Daryl Taylor. Taylor has caught up to them. And Walker's still trying to hold the line. Taylor's going to get on the inside of Hedin and on the inside of Enzo Peugeot. Lovely move from Daryl Taylor. Excellently done. The 2 of them were scrabbling amongst themselves, and Taylor just caught them napping. Now they're going to get back on the inside of him to undo the move. But that was a nasty shock for both Hedin and Peugeot. And now they're going side by side. Hedin does not want to let Peugeot back through. The Swede versus the Frenchman, and Hedin goes off on the grass. Dear, oh dear, he rejoins in the middle of the pack. Oh, and up on the air goes one of the Tony karts. That, I'm afraid, is the 220, the hard-charging Teresa Babachkova. So has she been able to keep the kart going? Well, Hedin has not. Hedin has stopped the kart in the middle of the course. So I'm afraid the Swedish driver, Sebastian Hedin, is out of this race. Just a little bit too aggressive on the way through to defend from Enzo Peugeot. And after a 2nd in one of the races yesterday, Hedin, I'm afraid, has now parked the kart. He's out. What a shame. So Kimber continues to lead from Batalla, Robinson and Calterin. It's the British driver who leads the way with 4 to go. Up the inside comes Henke Kalteren, and he gets past the young man from the United Arab Emirates, Lachlan Robinson. There is Sebastian Hedin walking away. Bitterly, bitterly disappointed in the middle of the course there from Sebastian Hedin, but unfortunately, he will now be a spectator at Marshall Post 4. Oh, we've got a spin in the middle of the road there. Now, I didn't quite see who that was. Is that Enzo Peugeot that's gone down the order? I think it is. Yes, Peugeot has lost his 6th position. He was battling away with Taylor and Natteril, but Peugeot has now fallen down the order. That's a shame. He's down in 18th position now, just a whisker in front of Petra Babičkova and Patricio Pereira. So Peugeot's dropped down the order as well. Lachlan Robinson just keeping himself in check there in 4th position as they tuck their way through. A little bit of track limits there on the way up towards the pit lane entry. But Henke Kalteren, fastest lap of the race, and dives on the inside of Ivan Bataille. Lovely overtake from Henke Kalteren. And he's got the nerve to gesture to Ivan Bataille. Right, now that I've done you, we're going to go after the leader. Don't overtake me again. Do as I say. Henke Kalteren for Strawberry Racing. Ivan Bataille is going to ignore him completely. Gets the move back on him. Wants 2nd position. I think he's well aware of the fact that Mark Kimber is long gone. And with 3 laps to go, they're not going to catch him. So now Kalteren throws caution to the winds, dives back up the inside, takes the place back. Bataille tries to get back on the switch, but Kalteren well and truly holds it. And now Robinson's going to get on the inside. He gets into 3rd place. Great reactions as the drivers battle away down the back straight. And now Bataille is going to try and get a slingshot maneuver on Robinson. Kalteren's defending in 2nd place. Robinson can't get by. And here comes the move from Bataille. He's going to go with Robinson, I'm sure, to battle away for position. Here comes Robinson trying to launch his way forward. And he can't quite make it stick. So Kalteren continues to hang on a 2nd position. Robinson and Bataille having a nice little tussle behind the Dutchman. Walker still running well and solid in 5th place ahead of Taylor, Natteril, Dervic, Nogales back up to 9th place, and then Thomas Fleming in P10 on the penultimate lap here in this qualifying heat. A versus E. Can Bataille get back one over on Lachlan Robinson? Working his way forward up the inside. Kalteren still defends, covers the move. Robinson can't get by. This is great news for Archie Walker. He can make a good move on the inside of these guys as Bataille manages to dive on the inside of the right-hand hairpin, gets the move again. So that puts him into 3rd place in front of Robinson. And Bataille protects the inside line. He's not going to give away another place if he can help it. Kimber goes on to the last lap. He's a country mile ahead of these guys as Bataille tries again to chop across on Lachlan Robinson. Watch for Archie Walker. He could slingshot past these two if he gets a golden opportunity. So Bataille still hangs on in 3rd. Robinson and Walker are now going to work in unison to try and squeeze past the Spaniard. Robinson gets close. Not close enough. Oh, Robinson nudges the back of Bataille as they go through together. That was a mistake from the young man from Dubai. So Walker's going to try and get his own move on the inside. He switches to the right-hand side as Robinson defends and protects the inside. And now Walker's going to dive on the inside of Robinson. On the next turn, gets the place, up at a P4. Lovely job from Archie Walker, but they're still going to battle to the flag. But this man has made it look like child's play. Mark Kimber. He and Valencia are a winning combination again. 2 heats out of 2. Kalteren gets 2nd. Who's going to get 3rd? It is Bataille, but only just from Walker, Robinson, and Taylor. Epic stuff. But you can't hold back Mark Kimber. He's just a winning machine here at Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero. Any chance he gets, he puts that Strawberry Racing Tony card up the front, and none of the other drivers in the field will see which way he went. Storming drive from Mark Kimber. He can handle anything. Put him in a sports car, he'll be competitive. Put him in a kart, he'll be competitive. The guy knows no bounds at all, and it's great to see that even in 2021, with little preparation time, he can launch straight back into the kart and go for it. Great team player there too. Henke Kalteren in a 2nd place, exactly where he needed to be in that one as well. So that's much stronger from his point of view. Excellent racing. Great stuff. So a fabulous display and a terrific performance from the competitors. and we will see how they continue on. But it's Mark Kimber who gets the victory from Henke Kouteren and Ivan Bataya, Archie Walker and Lachlan Robinson as they come through in the top 5. Daryl Taylor, Hugo Nataril, Clarissa Dervich, Daniel Nogales and Thomas Fleming in the top 10. But Mark Kimber just keeps on winning. It's an absolutely sensational display from him in that one as he finishes up in fine style. But the racing just keeps on going on as the drivers continue in their progress and hoping to continue to make the steady progress through the field. But it really has been an astonishing start to the weekend for the competitors as they continue to keep it lit. So now let's go through the results from qualifying heat A versus E. All provisional, of course. Mark Kimber and Henke Kouteren from Ivan Bataya and Archie Walker. Lachlan Robinson, Daryl Taylor, Hugo Nataril, Clarissa Dervich, Dan Nogales and Thomas Fleming. Looking outside the top 10, just the 2 retirements in the end. Sebastian Hedin, and it looks as though Teresa Babichkova did pick up damage in that little tussle with Hedin as well. I wasn't sure where she'd ended up, but she had been making massive progress again up until that point. But unfortunately, both drivers were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they ended up connecting, and I think both of them picked up axle damage. There's Hedin's kart being returned to the pit lane in the back of your picture. So certainly a frustrating race for a couple of our drivers, and now we head into the next race, which is going to be that of the X30 Minis, and it will certainly be very exciting stuff for them as they get out onto the circuit once more. And it's going to be a very close battle, that's for sure. Alejandro Martinez will take up his residence at the front end of the grid as he puts his Praga chassis into pole position for qualifying heat C versus D in the Minis brigade. And then we have the Racing Wolf, Rodrigo Seabra, who lines up on the front row of the starting grid in his new berth at Oliver Rowland Motorsport. The young Portuguese talent, national champion in his home country, has now come to IAME Euro Series for his second campaign and looking like one of the early favourites in Mini X30 for Oliver Rowland Motorsport. But there are plenty of drivers who will want to try and challenge him. Third position on the grid is the leading seed coming into this year. That is Sascha van Bosch, runner-up and vice-champion in last year's IAME Euro Series contest in Mini X30. This year, he wants to go one better. And from third on the grid, he's got a great chance of doing that, the young Dutchman for Fusion Motorsport. Alongside him on the grid, a brilliant start to his career in IAME Euro, Jesse Phillips from Great Britain for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. Fourth position on the grid and the second row, a perfect start to his campaign and definitely looking very strong indeed. And if he works with his teammate Rodrigo in the way that they worked in the practice session, both drivers could come up with plenty of success this weekend. Fifth position on the grid is Hugo Marti, the Spanish driver in the Paralin kart, and he's looking very strong indeed from the inside of the third row, one of the most enthusiastic youngsters in the Mini X30 contingent, and he's looking very good there on the inside of row 3. Alongside him on the grid is Daniel Sofronea, the third and final member of the Oliver Rowland Motorsport squad. It says in the entry list somehow that he's in Strawberry Racing. I think it's a combination of the two, essentially, because they're sharing awnings, those two teams. But Dan Sofronea with the strawberry on the back of his helmet, definitely in Oliver Rowland Motorsport colours this weekend. So it could be a very interesting weekend for the 3 drivers. Seventh on the grid is Jensen Graham, the young Scotsman from Glasgow, as he runs in 7th position on the grid for Fusion Motorsport and keeping the Saltire flying high at the front of Mini X30, I'm sure. Alongside him on the grid, it is the young Finnish star Alexander Dahlström aboard his Birolart, and he will be wanting to keep the KH Racing team. They're very, very happy indeed. It's in the Charles Leclerc colours, of course, with that chassis in its 2nd season of karting competition. 9th on the grid, it is the very talented Norwegian star Marius Barry Berg, who lines up in the AC Motorsport team from 9th position on the starting grid, and the Norwegian will take the inside line, while alongside him on the grid will be the Swedish star Melvin Kalustian, who lines up in 10th position for his first weekend in the IAME Euro paddock. On the 6th row of the grid, it is the Swiss driver Dan Allemann, who is there in position in the 11th position on the grid aboard his Cosmic for Spirit Racing. And then beside him on the grid, it is the Czech youngster on the Paralin, Zdeněk Babicek, who will be 12th position on the grid. 13th on the grid, it is the other member of the Barry Berg family, that is young Marie Barry Berg, as she lines up 13th on the grid for the AC Motorsport team. And the 2 siblings, very competitive indeed in Mini X30, and the latest Norwegian superstar family in Mini X30 karting. She lines up on the grid alongside the Frenchman Victor Galmiche, who will be there 14th position on the starting grid on the outside of the 7th row. And then on the final row of the grid, we have two more sensational drivers. Gustavo Cunha of Portugal will line up 15th on the starting grid aboard his Kart Republic. And at the tail end of the grid, after a difficulty in qualifying, the French youngster Elio Guilter will be trying to fight his way forward from the back of the grid. But he's got plenty of speed over one lap, so expect him to make plenty of overtakes in this race. For many of these youngsters, this is their first attempt at racing on the European paddock, and certainly for many of them, this will be a great chance to showcase their skills. They are national winners in the worlds of Bambino, Elevin and Cadet, so they will all want to try and work their way forward on the Mini X30 scene here in Europe. Aged between 8 and 12, for a lot of these guys, this is their first real test on the international stage. Let's race. X30 Mini qualifying heat, C versus D. 7 laps of the course, and it is going to be very intense indeed from the front, as that man, Alejandro Martinez, will want to keep his pace from the front. There are the karts, as you can see, in number order as they come out, but on the grid order, it is Alejandro Martinez and Rodrigo Seabra, Sasha Van Bosch and Jesse Phillips, Hugo Marti and Daniel Sofronea, Jensen Graham and Alex Dahlstrom, Marius Barry Berg and Melvin Kaluzdian, Dan Alleman and Zdenek Babacek, Marie Barry Berg and Victor Galmish, and then Gustavo Cunha and Elio Guilter. So it's going to be a fascinating, eye-opening race for these guys and girls as they will battle for the first time this season. And obviously in the mini category, the karts are narrower, the wheelbase is shorter, so there's more racetrack to play with, and you can see a few more choice overtaking moves amongst these young guns, and there will be some sensational driving from these guys out front. You've got the might of the Spanish race teams in X30 Mini against the might of the British teams in X30 Mini as they go out on circuit together. The likes of AC Motorsport, Monlau Competición and Kart Republic España dueling with the likes of Fusion Motorsport and Oliver Rowland Motorsport, the newest British team to take early success back home and in Europe. And of course you've got the might of the Spirit Racing team in the mix there as well, the Swiss contingent, who have been very much stalwarts of the X30 Mini and Junior Brigades for the last couple of seasons as they've continued to work their magic around the course. And let's not forget that there are several star drivers from the ECK Motorsport ranks here as well, the likes of Giovanni Tarazona and Raul and Leone Martinez. And of course you've got the Kart Management SK team with the likes of Elio Guilter. So there's plenty of top drivers, top chrono competition here as well with their youngster Victor Galmish. So lots of teams from all over Europe having a go on the big roulette table of the IAME Winter Cup 2021 at Cartodromo Valencia in the beautiful countryside town of Chiva in the heart of the mountains, just a few miles away from Ricardo Tomo, the circuit where MotoGP takes place, and a few more miles from where the former street circuit of Valencia used to host the European Grand Prix in Formula One. This is motorsport country, and with this particular kart circuit, we've seen many incredible dramas over the last few seasons in the IAME Winter Cup. The 5th running of the event will see plenty more. We've already seen a few, so let's get the next Mini X30 race underway. Martinez, Seabra, Van Bosch, Phillips, Marty, Sofronea, Graham, Dahlstrom, Barry Berg and Kaluzdian, and it's going to be a perfect start. Away we go, and it's a great run from Sacha Van Bosch to try and squeeze up the inside of Alejandro Martinez and take the lead. Good run from Sacha Van Bosch. He starts, whoops, there's a spin in the middle, and that's unfortunately a go around there from the 934. That's Alexander Dahlstrom. So Dahlstrom has spun in the first corner. Phillips and Seabra have got through the traffic. And Phillips is actually making his bid for second place behind Sacha Van Bosch. Goodness me, what a start from Phillips. He's into second place behind Van Bosch already. Excellent work. Now the pole sitter, Alejandro Martinez, has slipped down to 5th position. Looks as though Hugo Marti has made his way into 3rd. And in 4th place, that's Daniel Sofronea. And that's a great move up the inside from, I think, Melvin Kaluzdian, who's in the Charles Leclerc chassis. Or certainly on the Charles Leclerc graphics, even if it's in the Birla Touring, but it's all one and the same. Rodrigo Seabra has not had the greatest of starts from the front row. He's struggling as Jesse Phillips is already starting to make his inroads into the race leader, Sacha Van Bosch, who was the vice champion in the IAME Euro Series last year. So across the line, and it's Van Bosch in front of Phillips. Oh, and Seabra trying to squeeze his way up the inside there of Kaluzdian, who's not making it easy for him as Phillips loses second place. Seabra does get there on Kaluzdian and manages to get through on the inside of Marius Barry Berg as well. So some good driving there from Rodrigo Seabra as he and Malvin Kaluzdian go wheel to wheel. Phillips is now down behind Hugo Marti as they run for second position. And up to fourth place now comes Alejandro Martinez as he gets past Dan Sofranea. Phillips back on the inside with Hugo Marti. Marti takes the lead. Phillips takes second. Sasha Van Bosch is down to third. Make that fourth. A big slide from Martinez as Sofranea gets them both into third position. So Sasha Van Bosch struggling in this one as he's down to fifth position, unbelievably. So Marti is leading the way. Hugo Marti in the Paralel España kart, just in front of the new boy, Jesse Phillips. What a great debut this is for the youngster. Having a terrific time in the Oliver Rowland Motorsport Red Speed. Dan Sofranea, his teammate, running in third place ahead of Alejandro Martinez. And then Sasha Van Bosch. Back up into sixth place comes Rodrigo Seabra. And that's a warning flag, I'm afraid, for Melvin Kaluzdian as Martinez gets through and up into third place past Sofranea. So Melvin Kaluzdian, unfortunately, picking up a warning flag. That comes with a 5-second penalty, which cannot be contested or appealed, unfortunately. So that's really going to compromise his race. But what about this? The quintet up front of 5 drivers. There goes Van Bosch on the inside of Sofranea to get back into fourth position. And they continue on their battle up towards the third sector. Phillips is not trying to make a bold move early on. He's just settling himself into a nice rhythm there in second place. It's a 7-lap race. It's a long one for the X30 Minis. And obviously we're on lap 3, so it's very early doors. But that looks like a very motivated Alejandro Martinez who wants to try and get through on both Hugo Marti and Jesse Phillips. Down to the chicane. Is anyone going to make the bold lunge for the move? No, they just want to get away from the likes of Van Bosch and Sofranea behind. So this is going to be a long race. 3 laps done, 4 to go. Alejandro Martinez sets the pace and the fastest lap. Phillips does not let him get through on the inside of turn 1. So Hugo Marti leads the way. Phillips in second. Third is Alejandro Martinez. Left, right, staying off the curbs, keeping the kart very, very strong through that tight and twisty technical section of the course. Phillips starting to dial in the move, and Martinez sweeps past both of them. Phillips drifts wide, drops to fourth position behind Sasha Van Bosch. But the 2 leaders just getting a little bit too deep into the apex. So Phillips down to fourth, Marti down to second. Martinez swaps past them both. And here comes Van Bosch getting back into second position as he drifts past Hugo Marti. Now Phillips has got a run on Marti up the inside, back into third position. Thank you very much. Got the move done at last. But this time it's for third, not for the lead. So Alejandro Martinez takes back the lead of the race. Sasha Van Bosch in second. Third is Phillips. Fourth is Marti. Fifth is Sofranea. And sixth is Rodrigo Seabra. So through to the final chicane and back onto the home straight once again. A very solid run so far from Alejandro Martinez. And here comes Sasha Van Bosch. I'll take the lead back again, thank you. And he goes into the lead for the first time in this race. Excellent run from Sasha Van Bosch. Sorry, for the second time in this race, I should say, from Sasha Van Bosch. He didn't sweat. He didn't let the fact that he dropped down to fifth place get the better of him. He just dug deep, found his resolve, and got the lead back again. So now Alejandro Martinez, the fastest man from this particular group, trying to find his way back into position. I say the fastest man because that's how it went in qualifying yesterday. He's going to get the move on the inside, is he? Not quite. So Martinez still hustling Sasha Van Bosch. But Sasha Van Bosch doing a very good job last season as a new boy. Straight up to the Vice Championship status. Did a great job, of course, in the IAMEs as well. But this could well be the Dutchman's year. Here's Martinez on the inside. Van Bosch running very deep into the corner to keep him at bay. Phillips still running a solid third place. Good opening gambit for him. Marti in fourth. Sofranea in fifth. And Rodrigo Seabra in sixth position ahead of Kaluzdian, who still has a penalty to come, don't forget. And then the Barry Bergs are in 8th and 9th. Marius in front of Marie. And then Dan Alleman is in 10th position. 11th is Elio Gilter. Good comeback from him. 5 places made up. Then Babicek, Galmish, Graham, Cunha and Dahlstrom. They're all still racing. They're all still going. But it's a tough race, that's for sure. 2 laps to go, and Sasha Van Bosch staying in front of Alejandro Martinez, who just checks over his shoulder to see how far back Jesse Phillips is. Can he make the move for the lead? He certainly goes for it and makes the move stick. Nice overtake from Alejandro Martinez. He gets into the lead once more. So Martinez in front of Sasha Van Bosch, who was the fastest of all in the first sector. Martinez, I think, is about to be the fastest of all in the second sector. But these two continue to battle away, and Phillips behind has got a chance to come through. So they come off the turn and out of the final corner. Last lap begins. Sasha Van Bosch is going for it. So too is Hugo Marti. Jesse Phillips moves to cover the line and defend for third position. So this could be an interesting one for Marti. He's going to try and slingshot past Jesse Phillips, who runs a bit deep in the corner, but he holds the line. So Jesse Phillips maintains third position. Van Bosch is going to try and attack Alejandro Martinez once again, and that's a battle further back as the 936 of Murray Berryberg struggles a little bit there. Murray is getting through. So the battle continues, but Alejandro Martinez looks as though he's got a win very much on his hands here in front of Sasha Van Bosch, but there's going to be a big tussle between Hugo Marti and Daniel Sofronea, and they're both going to try and slingshot past Jesse Phillips. Sasha Van Bosch has got one last chance to get terms on Alejandro Martinez, but he knows that second place is a valuable finishing position. He won't want to squander it. Down the back straight, Phillips protects third. Marti and Sofronea getting close together, and Seabra in the background. Down to the final couple of corners of the race. Martinez is going to hang on to this. Phillips is going to hold third place. It's a great victory for Martinez. He beats Sasha Van Bosch over the line, and third for Jesse Phillips in his first race in the IAME Winter Cup. Great performance all the way through the top 5. Some brilliant driving. And a great opening gambit as the drivers continue their battle in an astonishing and scintillating race. So some great performances there from Alejandro Martinez and Sasha Van Bosch at the front. It's the 925, though, that takes the victory. Great result from Alejandro Martinez, and he opens his account with a win. Excellent stuff. So from pole position, he managed to maintain his speed throughout the race, and he got himself back into a solid position. That man, Sasha Van Bosch, is not one to be trifled with, though. He'll get his chance again, I'm sure. But the 925, Alejandro Martinez opens his account with a solid victory. And it's a great result as far as he's concerned on the Praga. And he's got plenty more to come if that continues in the same guise in the later races. So from his perspective, plenty to be happy about. Good top 6 there as well. You've got Alejandro Martinez at the front, Sasha Van Bosch in second. The leading Brit is Jesse Phillips, ahead of Hugo Marti and Dan Sofronea. Rodrigo Seabra in 6th position after being held up at the start a little bit there. Marius Barry Berg, Melvin Kaluzdian, but he takes a 5-second penalty, so that will sadly drop him to 15th. So 8th will be Marie Barryberg, Dan Alleman will be 9th, and Jensen Graham will be 10th, ahead of Elio Gilter, Victor Galmiche, Zdenek Babacek, Gustavo Cunha. Melvin Kaluzdian will drop to 15th, as I mentioned, and Alexander Dahlström will be the next one in the ranking. But for Praga, Alejandro Martinez gets a victory on the board, and that's a very crucial time in the weekend to do it, because it really asserts your confidence as the racing continues. So a good solid drive. Good to see that there's a lot of good competitive spirit amongst the drivers there as they fist bump each other. Alejandro Martinez and Sasha Van Bosch ahead of Jesse Phillips, Hugo Marti and Dan Sofronea, Rodrigo Seabra, Marius Barryberg. Melvin Kaluzdian will take the 5-second penalty for that warning flag earlier in the race. Marie Barryberg, Dan Alleman and Jensen Graham. Then Elio Gilter, Victor Galmiche, Zdenek Babacek, Gustavo Cunha. And after the spin at the start, Alexander Dahlström did manage to catch the lead, just didn't manage to make up any progress. But all 16 of them did finish the race. Excellent run from our minis. And one of the personalities there that you've seen out on the circuit, Rodrigo Seabra, we managed to catch up with him yesterday, as well as one of the new faces in the paddock this weekend from Finland. We also caught up with Talvar Racing's new female star, Nea Kitola. So 2 drivers that are starting to get the hang of IAME Euro racing now, still in their infancy. Rodrigo Seabra, obviously in his 2nd season in the Mini X30 category. Nea Kitola in her first season, I should say, of Junior X30. We caught up with Messrs Seabra and Kitola yesterday.
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm going to try probably a top 10 or a top 5. Yeah, and I'm going to try a lot. I think it's difficult, and yeah, it's pretty cool. It's good. It's technical. I feel more fast and I feel more confident. It's going to be rain. Yeah, I like more rain.
It's nice, it's so exciting. It's so fast and a little bit hard to learn. It's easy in the end, but it needs some practicing. I was so excited and I think it's going good, but it can be a little bit hard to me.
Always great this first weekend to welcome new faces and to welcome returning faces to the paddock as well. It's always been a wonderful highlight of the motorsport season for me, the IAME Winter Cup. It really gets us in the right frame of mind for the season, but it also gives us plenty to talk about and to get excited about as the weekend and then the season obviously progresses. It's an all Spanish front row of the grid as far as the racers are concerned from the teams, because it is Monlau Competición and AC Motorsport that square up on the front row of the next qualifying heat for X30 Junior, which is B versus C, but it's the Danish star Louis Leveau who lines up on pole position after his incredible performance in qualifying yesterday, the second fastest time of anybody, and definitely earning his place at the sharp end of Junior X30. Ivan Arias was now the second driver on the grid for this one, third in the overall rankings. And those two will line up on the front row of the grid. Leo Robinson is going to line up on the second row of the starting grid aboard the new Synergy chassis. And he is there on the second row of the starting grid alongside Eric Genet, who is fourth position after a solid start in his first race. He's going to hope for another strong result in this one. On the third row, it is last year's winner of this event, Bart Harrison, who's had a strong opening gambit, a very competitive opening race. Not quite the result he wanted, but there's plenty of time to get it back. And he is there in fifth position on the starting grid, this time on the inside line for the third row. And alongside him on the grid, it is the French star for the PB Kart, and that is Arthur Paulin. And he will be there on the third row of the starting grid. Fourth row, it is Eduardo Dominguez, who lines up seventh on the starting grid. And he will be there alongside Finn McLaughlin. What a superstar opening race for him. Absolutely thrilling stuff, and great to see him put on such an incredible show in his first race in Junior. Fifth row of the grid is Adrian Ferrer, another superstar drive from him in his first Junior X30 encounter to bag a top 3 finish. Very deserved indeed. And alongside him on the grid is Mikel Marino, who will be there in the 10th position slot of the starting grid. Marcus Luzio charging his way through the field as ever in 11th position on the starting grid. But we saw how many overtaking moves he made in the first heat. Expect the same, if not better, from race 2. Alongside him on the grid is Andy Rattel. What a fight back from him as well. From 12th position on the starting grid, he will go again. And we saw him cross the line in second in his heat behind Finn McLaughlin. So expect him to be charging forward again. 7th row of the grid is Jan Paral. 13 months ago, he was the winner of this event in Mini X30. Now he's hoping to challenge to fight his way forward in Junior X30. Alongside him on the grid is Hugo Manias, who will line up 14th position on the starting grid. Row 8 of the grid, it will be the Talvar Racing teammates from Estonia, Patrick Sarapu, and from Finland, Nea Kitola, as they go together on the 8th row of the starting grid. And then row 9 is Janardan and Kevin Rabin, the Spaniard and the Swiss, as they line up together on the 9th row of the grid. Now, of course, there are plenty of kart racers who will be watching this and thinking it was frustrating not to be able to attend. Well, obviously, the entries are still open for the next round of the IAME Euro Series paddock, which is the IAME Euro Series itself. And that is going to be taking place on the 4th weekend of March at the Karting de Fagnes circuit at Marienborg in Belgium, a circuit we all love to go to and a great place to begin the Euro Series campaign. So do get your entries in. IAMEEuroseries.com is the website to get your entries in. So we're looking forward to seeing as many drivers as we possibly can. The event has been ratified and certified, so it will be taking place. It will be going ahead on the 4th weekend of March, and we can't wait for it. It really is going to be very exciting indeed as the IAME Euro Series continues. And it will be a very exciting calendar of events because, of course, it's not the only one that we'll see in IAME Euro Series this year. The second weekend later in the spring will take us to the Circuito do Era in Spain. A fabulous race circuit, which of course has recently seen the return of racing to the circuit from the FIA karting contingent. So for a lot of IAME Euro drivers, it's a good testing ground to get up to that level. And then of course we have 2 further races in IAME Euro to come this year, which will take place at Castelletto, the beautiful Siete Larghi circuit at Castelletto di Branduzzo, and then at the end of the season at Genk in Belgium, the karting home of champions. What a fantastic calendar it's set to be. We're going to really enjoy and be excited by IAME Euro Series in 2021. And of course, this is the first race of that IAME Euro season. 3 weeks from now, the actual IAME Euro Series itself will begin. And it's going to be a fascinating campaign once we get there. But we're very excited about Marienburg. It's going to be a great opener to the season 3 weeks from now. But this is a great, great weekend. For those who are not really aware of the way that karting works at this level or is just new to the sport, this is an Indy 500 style one-shot weekend where the title is decided for the IAME Winter Cup in this one weekend alone. And therefore, it's a very much more intense and more exciting and aggressive style of weekend because there are no holds barred, there's no nonsense, and there's definitely no second chances. We've got a kart stuck in the pit lane, unable to move by the look of it. That's the 47 of Janardan. So they're going to try and get Janardan started by giving him a push, but he's really going to struggle to get that kart moving. Oh dear, that's not good news for Janardan at all. And that's really going to be a problem for him. You're looking at the drivers in number order for qualifying heat B versus C. These are the drivers that you will get to see out on the circuit. So you can obviously cheer your favourite, Leo Robinson, there under the Algerian colours representing Africa, which does very much prove that we've got drivers from pretty much all over represented. The only continent that isn't actually represented other than Antarctica, obviously, this weekend is North America, because normally we have at least one American, Canadian or Mexican in the fray, but this weekend, due to travel restrictions, we don't. Other than that, we have representatives from Asia, from Australasia, from Africa, from Europe, and from South America. So it really is quite astonishing that this IAME Euro Winter Cup event that has been plagued by difficulties not only is still going ahead, but has also been able to attract drivers from all around the world to compete at this level. Really is fascinating, and very good job from everybody. So there is the 28 running around towards the back. Kevin Rabin just trying to get up to speed. Now, did Janardan manage to get out onto the circuit? The answer is yes, he did, but he's really going to struggle to catch the field before the start of the race. They're obviously going to hold their lines in position and form up in their 2 rows as normal, but I still think even with that, I'm not sure Janardan is going to catch up to the back of the pack, because he's only just completing the circuit now to go into his formation lap, and the field are already on the back straight, forming up in 2 rows. Essentially, the race has already started for Janardan, and he's got to hope that essentially there is a false start, but there hasn't been a single false start so far this weekend. So Laveau, Arias, Robinson, Janay, Harrison, Poulain, Dominguez, McLaughlin, Ferrer and Marino. As the rest of the field files in behind in the 2 tram lines, this is going to need to be a solid start. Is it going to be a clean start? Let's find out. It is, and we're racing down to the first corner. Great start from Louis Laveau. Up to the inside, Robinson's trying to squeeze on the inside of Eric Janay. They're going to drift a little bit wide. Robinson keeps his foot in. Janay gets a little bit held up and accidentally runs out of road. Bart Harrison gets through into 4th position as the field knits their way through into the chicane. Is everybody going to get through? A couple of curb hoppers, but otherwise it looks as though they're all pretty much through. So Eric Janay has had a terrible start by the look of it. He's way down the order, down in about 8th or 9th position. So a terrible start from the Spaniard, but Robinson has made a terrific launch forward on the Synergy chassis as he runs in 2nd place, getting a little bit of a rub there from the 39 of Ivan Arias, who was in 2nd on the grid, has lost out initially to Leo Robinson off the start. Bart Harrison up into 4th position, and in 5th place now. Who is that running in P5? Well, Robinson's going for the lead. Welcome to the front of the field in Junior. Leo Robinson leads a race for the first time in Junior X30, and he's already launching well clear with Ivan Arias. So there's Louis Laveau battling with Bart Harrison. And in 5th position, that looks to me like Eduardo Dominguez. So Edu Dominguez going well in P5. So the drivers work their way through on this opening lap. It's already pretty exciting stuff and very close quarters, good-natured racing between them all. So the battle continues. It's well and truly joined at the front end of the field at present. So the battle's still very... Now that's interesting. An investigation flag is being put out for Ivan Arias. Now that is only brought out this early into a race when there's a problem at the start. So I wonder, was Ivan Arias slightly out of position at the start? Did he have one wheel over the white line of the tram lines on the start of the race? Now, if that's the case, then he could end up with a penalty. That's unfortunate. But Arias can't really think about that at the moment. He's got a race to win up the inside of Leo Robinson, and he gets by. So Ivan Arias takes the lead of the race on the road, and he's going to need to put his foot down if he has got a penalty coming. He won't know about it until it's actually been decided. But for the moment, he's got to just focus ahead of him and think about pulling clear and hoping that he can stretch a decent advantage, because if he can do that, he might have a big enough lead to not have to worry too much about any impending penalty that might come his way. And there's a slow card at the back of the field. It's one of the Fusions. I think that's Finn McLaughlin. I think McLaughlin's had a problem of some kind, and he's down at the back of the field now. That is very unfortunate indeed. He was running down in about 12th position, but I think he's had an incident somewhere, and so Finn McLaughlin is now down at the back. That's such a shame, from first to the back end of the field in 2 consecutive races. What a shame for the Irishman. So the battle continues. We're now into the next lap. It's as though our timing screen is having a little bit of an interesting time of it. Unfortunately, the signal has not been amazing this weekend. Ivan Arias in front of Leo Robinson. Louis Leveau third in front of Bart Harrison and Edu Dominguez. Marcus Lucio is in the mix there as well, and that's Harrison getting into 3rd place. A nice dive on Louis Leveau. So Bart Harrison into 3rd position. Meanwhile, further back, we've got Lucio, Ferrer and Genet as they continue to run in position. Here's Bart Harrison, having just made the move on the Danish driver Louis Leveau. But Louis Leveau is still giving it everything he's got as he runs in 4th position in front of Edu Dominguez. Edu Dominguez on the back straight, trying to work with his fellow driver to close up on Bart Harrison, and they're gaining so much ground. Look at what the toe gives you on the run to the final turn as Leveau and Dominguez both get through into 3rd and 4th. And here comes Marcus Lucio for his own bid to get by on the inside line of Bart Harrison. Thank you very much. That'll do nicely. So Bart Harrison drops now down into 6th position behind Marcus Lucio. Lucio and Harrison, both drivers who have been on the podium in IAME Euro a few times before. They certainly know how it works. So it's been a very interesting... Oh, and Bart Harrison squeezed out there as Eric Genet gets through. Ferrer having already got through. Genet gets through as well. And that squeezes Bart Harrison down to 8th position. Not a great start to his defense of the IAME Winter Cup title from 2020. So on to the back straight. And so far, so good for Ivan Arias, who's got 0.7 of a second on Leo Robinson. No further information, by the way, regarding the earlier investigation into the start. I'm sure we'll probably find out about that later in the day rather than imminently. But Ivan Arias leads the race in front of Leo Robinson on lap 6 of 8. Just the one retirement so far, and that is Hugo Mañas. So Hugo Mañas, I'm afraid, has retired from the race. We're not entirely sure what the cause is. And I can't see his kart out on circuit at present, so I have a feeling he's pulled it into the pits with a mechanical problem of some kind. So the race has continued regardless without him. So Ivan Arias leads the race. There's the battle further up. This is Lucio and Genet, I think. Sorry, this is Lucio and Dominguez. So Lucio's got past Edu Dominguez into 4th position. So a good run from the KR Sport driver as he continues to make progress. I did say he'd be making overtaking moves as soon as humanly possible, and he's made several in this race. So definitely an exciting and rapid start to proceedings from his perspective. There's Leo Robinson having a great tussle there with Louis Leveau. But these two are effectively running 1st and 2nd if anything happens to Arias. We know that it's obviously being investigated, the start, but no further information has reached us. So for the moment, we just have to assume that out in front is Ivan Arias. He leads the race from Robinson, Laveau, Lucio and Dominguez. But Louis Laveau wants an opportunity to get past Robinson. Arias is pushing as hard as he possibly can and hoping that the two drivers behind start battling, and they could well do. Here comes Laveau. Robinson holding that second place because he knows that this will effectively be the race win if anything happens to Arias up front, especially if he's seen that that is under investigation, because Arias might not know about it, of course. So here's Laveau trying to make his bid on the inside of Leo Robinson. It's not going to happen, so Leo Robinson holds firm in second position. Across the line, last lap. And Ivan Arias going well. Here's the move from Louis Laveau on Robinson, who tries to hang on the outside. But Louis Laveau gets the move into the final lap. And that is good enough for the Dane to get into second place past Leo Robinson. Edu Dominguez is still trying to get back on terms with Marcus Lucio. 6th is Genet, 7th is Fedder, and 8th is Bart Harrison. 9th place is Artur Pulain. I do apologise. Artur Pulain is there in position, and we've got a great squabble between Marino, Rattel, and Paral for 10th position. But the final lap is here for Ivan Arias, and he has extended his lead to over a second as Bart Harrison dives up the inside and gets the move on Adrien Fedder for 7th place. But it's well timed from Louis Laveau, who gets second position out of this one. But up front, it's the AC Competition driver, Ivan Arias, who takes the victory on the road. Brilliant performance there from the Spaniard, ahead of Louis Laveau of Denmark and Leo Robinson of Algeria. Excellent stuff from the contenders. And for Ivan Arias, it's a wonderful result as he works his way forward. Great result. Louis Laveau in second place from Leo Robinson, and then Marcus Lucio, Edu Dominguez and Eric Genet from Bart Harrison and Adrien Fedder, with Artur Pulain and Mikel Marino in the top 10 positions. Rather unfortunate state of affairs for some of the other drivers in the race, particularly for the likes of Finn McLaughlin, way down in 16th in this one. Andy Rattel not able to climb the ranks the way he did in the previous race either. Louis Laveau seems suitably happy with second. Perhaps he thinks that Arias might get a penalty, because from his point of view, that could be a race win. But that's not going to be decided yet. It's going to take some time to sort out that one. But it's certainly a fabulous win on the road for Ivan Arias. The second he got past Robinson, he dropped to the hammer, started to bang in some qualifying laps, and stretched away to the tune of just a whisker over a second. And that's enough for him to be fairly comfortable with the way things are currently stacked up. But obviously we're now getting into the business end of the race meeting, because now the drivers have had their first heat. They're going to start to make a few more inroads into the drivers that they're battling with. So they will want to push a little bit more for a decent race result. And that's where the big risky moves start to appear. And that's also where some of the more daring results will start to come around the bend. So X30 Juniors qualifying heat B versus C goes the way of Ivan Arias in front of Louis Laveau and Leo Robinson. Now we go into qualifying heat A versus D. That's going to pit the fastest drivers in Group A and the drivers in Group D up against each other on the starting grid. Starting with the man on pole position, William McIntyre. Brilliant run in qualifying yesterday to run at the front end of the field. And so he will be having a very exciting run from the front. Adrian Mustienes will line up on the second position of the grid alongside him on the front row for the Kids to Win team. And it's an all Fusion Motorsports second row as the expert chassis of Kanato Lee and Vinnie Phillips will go off the second row. We actually managed to get the chance to catch up with the Japanese driver Kanato Lee yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
The preparation has been going good. We've been doing a lot of practice here, and I think we have quite a good pace. So I'm looking forward to it. This track is really fast and really slow in some corners, and I think there's quite a lot of overtaking spots in the middle sectors. And then if you don't defend, I think a lot of people can go and overtake you. So I think you have to be really careful. And then if there's a chance, I think you should go for it so that other people can overtake you. I think we have a strong enough package to win. Everyone team is really kind and really helpful, and I think the package this week is just really good, and I think I hope I can win. Last year was my first season in Europe, and most of it was just learning and experiencing. And this year it's my second season, so I'm trying to hope that use all my experience from last year and win some races. I think it's going to be a special weekend since it's the first race of the season for me, and I think if I do really good in this, I think I can keep going and do well in the Euro Series.
This is definitely starting to look like a make or break year for Kanato Lee. He was very impressive in the previous heat, and he's certainly looking like he could have the mentality in 2021 to become an IAME Euro Series title winner. You could say that about a dozen of the drivers in Junior X30. They're all looking pretty fast indeed out of the blocks. So let's talk you through the grid in full for X30 Junior Qualifying Heat A versus D. As we mentioned, Will McIntyre lines up from pole position after his impressive run in timed qualifying yesterday. He was the fastest driver overall, and so pole position went his way. He lines up on the front row. Alongside him is the Spanish charge for Kids to Win, Adria Mustienis, who will be there on the front row of the starting grid. Kanato Lee and Vinny Phillips will be together on the second row for the Fusion Motorsport team, as the two expert chassis drivers will be wanting to put their karts 2 places further up on the road, and then they will hopefully try and dispute between themselves which one of them is going to be ahead of the other. Dennis Curivali, the Spanish driver, will be 5th on the starting grid for Kart Republic España, hoping for a slightly better run than he had in the previous heat, as will the man in P6, Noah Monteiro, for Victory Lane Karting, the young Portuguese star and son of Formula 1 racer and WTCR legend Tiago Monteiro. Noah Monteiro will be there in 6th position on the starting grid on the outside of row 3. Daniel Dalakian, still enjoying his birthday, hoping for some solid results to give his Armenian supporters plenty of excitement. 7th position on the starting grid, the young man who races under a Spanish license. Alongside him on the grid is Oliver Martinez Augué, and Oliver Martinez will be there in 8th position on the starting grid. Row 5 will see Ethan Ischer riding in 9th position on the starting grid alongside Alberto Hurtado, who will be 10th position on the grid. Row 6 will see Joana Luja, who will be there, the CRG driver, lining up alongside Paul Cayos Rivero in the Alonso kart, the new chassis for this year, of course, and he will line up there for the FA Racing España team. Row 7 of the grid is Elia Papacena, the Italian who is based in Switzerland these days and races under a Spanish license. He lines up alongside his teammate Gaspard Lagaye, who is going to be very strong indeed, I'm sure, from the 7th row of the starting grid. Enzo Soares, the Spanish driver, will line up alongside his countryman Adrian Maliero, as the two Spaniards, both on a Kart Republic chassis, will go off the 8th row of the starting grid. And then on the final row, after difficulty in qualifying, Freddie Allam for the Mick Barrett Racing team will have nobody around him on the back row to challenge him. So the only way is forward for Freddie Allam, and based on his performances in the club and regional series in Great Britain, of which he has made his name, I'm sure there's plenty more excitement to come from him at European level. So this will be the last of the X30 Junior races before our break in proceedings. 11.424 kilometers of race action. That's 8 laps of the circuit. Air temperature is still a dizzying 12 degrees Celsius as it slowly climbs. But we have a very fascinating relationship with the weather here in Valencia, because it's very changeable, but it basically gives us a very interesting dynamic over the course of a race, because the sun comes out and then it heats up the circuit pretty rapidly. The second it sets, the temperature plummets like a stone here. The wind is very high and very, very heavy in this part of the world. It's obviously quite high up. We're close to the sea here, so the wind gets very strong and very cold, and that has its own impact on how the drivers set up their karts. So it's actually a very, very tough race circuit to get right, not only in terms of one-lap performance, but in terms of general kart setup. It's a very, very complicated procedure, and it's a very technical race circuit as well, with lots of fast straights and long, fast sweepers, with a combination of very, very tight, very, very narrow apexes. So you've got an interesting combination of fast sweepers and tight spindle on the apex corners. So it's a very, very difficult circuit to get right. And a lot of drivers find the challenge here very exciting indeed, and very satisfying when you get it right. So 8 laps of the circuit, and it will be bang on the hour, 1 o'clock, that the drivers will be released out onto the circuit. Have to say, very impressive performances from the drivers. Only a handful of incidents that have ended races, though, thus far. On the whole, many drivers have actually been able to complete races, and we've had more races than not which have seen every single driver finish, which is very good news indeed. And well done to all of the drivers so far for really taking on board the driving standards progression that has been made over the seasons. Obviously, a few different changes have been made in subtle manners to the race formats in order to encourage good driving standards. And the drivers over the seasons really seem to have taken that on board. And their performances are definitely showing through. And we're seeing a lot of clean racing, hard racing. I mean, there's no doubt about that. It's obviously very, very tight and aggressive racing still, but it's good to see that a lot of the moves now are much cleaner, much smoother, much more sporting. There are a couple of exceptions always. You can't really deny that in motorsport, but it's on the whole a much cleaner race format that we've had so far, and the driving standards has been way more improved than we have seen at this stage in previous years. So the drivers and teams in particular are to be commended for that, and it's really giving us plenty of excitement and entertainment on the racetrack rather than in the steward's office. So well done to everybody so far. Keep that up, because it really is giving us the right form of sporting event. So the drivers will head out onto the circuit now for qualifying heat A versus D. The drivers doing a grand job thus far in Junior X30, and for the last time before our lunch break, they will do so again. 8 laps on the board, and Will McIntyre will go to battle with Adrian Mustienes on the front row of the starting grid. Kanato Lee and Vinnie Phillips will be on the second. Dennis Curivali and Noah Montero on the third from Daniel Dalakian and Oliver Martinez. And then we have Ethan Isher from Alberto Hurtado, Juan Alugia and Paul Cayos. And then Elia Papachena and Gaspard Lagaye from Enzo Soares, Adrian Maliero and Freddie Allam. 8 laps of this Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero circuit that has garnered many racing talents over the years. Just a couple of miles down the road is the Circuito Ricardo Tormo, where the MotoGP stars of the day honed their skills. And only a few miles further down the road from that is the main city of Valencia, which of course for 5 seasons played host to the European Grand Prix for Formula One. So this is very much motorsport country, and the circuit here at Chiva in Valencia has definitely honed many incredible skills and many incredible drivers from Spain and from further afield, of course, who have really been knitting their talents together to create themselves a fabulous racing pedigree. It's a tough race circuit here at Valencia. It always has been. It's a very tricky one to get right, and you see some very exceptional skills displayed from the drivers. But obviously, as you've seen from the senior category, you do see quite a few drivers stepping out of the world of single-seaters. Just this weekend alone, we have the likes of Jamie Day, Marty Boyer, and from the world of sports cars, Dean McDonald and Mark Kimber, who felt they needed to return to the world of karting to scratch that itch to get back in the kart again. And it just shows that this form of motorsport, it really does run through the bone marrow of any racing driver. Those drivers who have come up through the world of karting never forget it and never fall out of love with it. And those who have not managed to get up through the world of karting usually tend to regret it. It's a wonderful sport. It's an incredible motorsport discipline, and it very much is the DNA of any racing driver worldwide, be they a driver in Formula One, touring cars, Le Mans, you name it. This is where they learn it. So McIntyre, Mustienes, Lee, Phillips, Curivali, Montero, Dalakian, Martinez, Isha, Hurtado, Alugia, Cayos, Papachena, Lagaye, Soares, Maliero and Allam. They will come through in the 2 tram lines. They've got to keep into those tram lines. They can't move before the lights go out. Now we're racing. Away we go. Another clean start as McIntyre is going to go up to the first corner with Kanato Lee. And I think also in there will be Dennis Curivali. He'll get into 3rd position, holding it on the inside line in front of Adrian Mustienes. So a perfect start. And again, it's McIntyre and Lee as they go through. Oops, a couple of drivers making a little bit too much of a do of it. I think Daniel Dalakian actually ended up cutting the chicane to try and take avoiding action of a few of the incidents there at the start. And there's a couple of drivers just battling away through the first few corners, but it's a perfect start for Will McIntyre. Kanato Lee has lost a bit of ground, and now we've got Curivali and Mustienes battling away as Montero looks like he's about to lose ground there to one of the Cosmics, but Montero manages to hold on to the position through the field there. I think it's Ethan Isher who is trying to get his way through past the Portuguese driver. So I think now Montero has lost ground on the exit. So he's going to try and hold off the position at the end of the lap. But at the end of lap 1, it is Will McIntyre who leads the way from Kanato Lee. Third is Curivali. Fourth is Mustienes. Fifth is Vinnie Phillips from London in Great Britain. So Will McIntyre doing a grand job out in the lead of the race. Still very proudly carries the sole tyre. He doesn't sound particularly Scottish, Will McIntyre, but he was born there. Kanato Lee in second position. Dennis Curivali, third position in front of Adrian Mustienes. And Vinnie Phillips there in P5. Sixth place for Alberto Hurtado. Noah Montero in seventh place ahead of Paul Cayos. Then Daniel Dalakian and Ethan Ischier in 10th position in front of Juan Alugia. And then in 12th position, we have the 49 of Adrian Maliero from Elia Papacena, Gaspar Lagaye, Oliver Martinez, Freddie Allam, and Enzo Soares. So some good battles through the field. Elia Papacena seems to have lost ground on that last sector of the lap, as Adrian Mustienes is trying to work with his countryman Dennis Curivali to close up on the two leaders who are already stretching out a rather worrying lead. 2 laps done, 6 to go. Adrian Mustienes feels he's quicker, so he gets on the inside of Curivali, and watch for the gesture as he will now signal to his compatriot to get after the leading 2 drivers. Not necessary, it seems. Having got through into third position, the body language is clear. He wants to go after the leaders. So Mustienes manages to get himself back into third place, having originally started P2. Drivers having a terrific battle in the middle of the field. We've got a great squabble going on between Maliero and Dalakian. They're going wheel to wheel several times across the course. But Kanato Lee has caught up to William McIntyre. So the Japanese driver right in behind the Brit. And Kanato Lee, who is based nowadays in Great Britain with the Fusion Motorsport team. His rather comical diet as far as Fusion Motorsport is concerned is bread and cheese. Every time he eats it, he does well. He must have eaten it this morning because he's up through into the lead now. Well done to Kanato Lee, known as Bruce in the Fusion Motorsport awning. Of course, after the Hong Kong martial arts legend Bruce Lee. And up the inside, that is Vinnie Phillips. He's got the move on Dennis Curivali. So Vinnie Phillips makes the move. Kanato Lee leads the way, though, having taken the lead away from Will McIntyre. But Adrian Mustienes, now that he's got a clear track, has been able to set the fastest lap, as Alberto Hurtado has got in front of Paul Cayos. Ethan Ischier is now 8th in front of Noah Montero and Adrian Maliero. So a good run from Kanato Lee, but McIntyre is still right behind him and he wants to take back the lead. They've got to be careful because here comes Adrian Mustienes, and Mustienes was lightning quick in qualifying yesterday. Fastest driver of Group D. So Adrian Mustienes wants to be towards the sharp end of this one. And up they come once again. Is this going to be an opportunity for McIntyre to get back on terms with Kanato Lee? They hop over the curbs. 4 laps done, 4 to go. Mustienes looking very hungry indeed as they go down the main straight. McIntyre trying to work with Kanato Lee to get away, and that's why Mustienes is getting fastest lap after fastest lap to try and reel them in. So McIntyre not prepared to go for the overtake on Kanato Lee because overtaking risks losing time, and Adrian Mustienes is already gaining quite a lot on them. So McIntyre just wanting to get in behind Kanato Lee's kart and pull away a little from Adrian Mustienes in the hope that by the final couple of laps they'll have a bit of breathing space, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Adrian Mustienes doing a great job here in third position, and he's right there. So as Adrian Mustienes makes his bid on the back straight, Kanato Lee and Will McIntyre having a great run down the back straight, and surely now McIntyre's going to need to think about an overtake, as otherwise Adrian is going to get there first. Down to the chicane, keeping it nice and tidy. Kanato Lee over the curbs. McIntyre still right there in second place. Now he's going to pop up and make the move he needed to because Adrian Mustienes is right there. So McIntyre retakes the lead into turn 1. Kanato Lee second and Mustienes in third. That's not great news for Juan Alugia. So Juan Alugia, I'm afraid, has now got a warning flag, and that will come with a 5-second time penalty that cannot be contested or appealed. So clearly he's transgressed in some way, and that's a 5-second penalty added on to his race time. Now Adrian Mustienes is going to go with Kanato Lee. He wants to work with the Japanese driver so that both drivers can get past Will McIntyre at the back straight, I'm sure. They'll come off the turn together. Mustienes has got good speed here. He'll go with Kanato Lee down the back straight. And they're already making big inroads into the advantage from Will McIntyre. Here comes the move from Kanato Lee. Does it? No, he thinks better of it. Doesn't go for the move in the chicane then. decides to wait another lap and get some more support from Adrian Mustienis down the back straight. Here we go, onto the home straight, and there's Kanato Lee. Adrian Mustienis trying to get his kart alongside as well. They're going to get very close together, and McIntyre fends him off. Nicely done from McIntyre. That could very easily have been a race-winning ending hope. So that was a very good move from McIntyre. Now he's going to try and get on the inside of Kanato Lee. He finds the smallest gap in history and dives on the inside. Mustienis goes with him. Excellent from McIntyre. The smallest overtaking gap in history, and he makes it stick. And now he's in full defensive mode on the penultimate lap. No surprises there. Kanato Lee gets back on the inside of Mustienis. Job done. Second place. So McIntyre's got a crucial 1 kart length advantage, but down the straight, Mustienis is working with Lee. Up the inside comes Kanato Lee. McIntyre defends and blocks. No way of getting through. Mustienis now going to try and get the slingshot on the way past Kanato Lee, but he needs to work with him if they're going to catch back up to McIntyre. So no move into turn 1. Kanato Lee tries again, goes a little bit too forceful into the first corner. Mustienis may want to get the overtake beforehand on Kanato Lee. A very tough fight between these three. What a race. And it's still not done yet because Adrian Mustienis and Kanato Lee have one final ace up their sleeve. They have a run down towards the penultimate sector. They also have a run here down to the hairpin. McIntyre's already moving to the right-hand side, to the left-hand side to cover it off. But Lee and Mustienis are going to cut through the air so quickly out of this back straight. So this could be where it all kicks off. Down the back straight. McIntyre wants the victory. Mustienis and Lee are working together in combination. Lee trying to get there on the inside. Mustienis goes deep around the long way. Is there going to be a stalemate? It is. McIntyre's going to hang on. Lee's going to try and get the slingshot, but McIntyre holds on. Well raced from all three of them. Nothing dirty there at all. Clean as a whistle. And amazing racing from the three drivers. Excellent stuff. Will McIntyre, Kanato Lee, and Adrian Mustienis set up a showdown to the flag. Amazing racecraft from all three drivers. They gave it everything, and it finishes as a stalemate. But solid work from all three, and from Will McIntyre in particular, holding on when the pressure cooker was threatening to bubble over. Excellent work. That's a very valuable victory at a crucial stage of the weekend. Sensational driving from the three men at the front end of the field. Vinnie Phillips getting a good result there in 4th place as well. Let's not forget he's only recently moved up from the world of Mini X30 to Junior X30. Last year was a bit of an education for him. Now he wants to be running regularly at the front. Dennis Curivali and Paul Cayos were in the top 6 there as well. From Alberto Hurtado, Adrian Maliero, Ethan Ischier, and Juan Alugia, although unfortunately Alugia is going to end up with a 5-second penalty from the warning flag that he received in that race. So that's going to drop him out of the top 10 and give that place over to Elia Papacena. All 17 drivers finishing the race, but it's going to be a tough one for Juan Alugia. I'm fairly sure he's going to finish towards the 15th position mark, I think. 14th position mark once that 5-second penalty is going to be added on. But a solid race from Will McIntyre. And that race for the British driver for Chaos Sport can be summed up in one word. And that word is phew. Because that was very close indeed at the end there. So Will McIntyre breathes a sigh of relief as he gets a victory that was very well earned in that particular race. Here is the provisional result. Will McIntyre in front of Kanato Lee, Japanese driver under a British license. Adrian Mustienis and Vinnie Phillips from Curivali, Cayos, Hurtado and Maliero, Ethan Ischier and Juan Alugia, although Alugia is going to carry a 5-second penalty for a warning flag, so that will drop him behind Papacena, Alan, Lagaye and Martinez. Then Daniel Dalakian 15th from Enzo Soares and Noah Montero. A very intense battle in the second half of the grid, evident by the fact that they were all covered, the entire field, by 13.4 seconds. That's not a lot. So that was qualifying heat A versus D. I have to say the quality of the racing in 2021 has already taken a quantum leap forward compared to previous race years. So clearly the desire to go racing really has given the drivers a lot of time to think, and to give them opportunities to process things. The racing is Very hard and very solid, of course, as always, just as ruthless, but there are a lot more clean moves coming from the drivers, which is good to see, and I'm hoping that's the way it stays. One more race before our break, and that will be for the X30 seniors in qualifying heat A versus C, and that's going to pitch several incredibly fast drivers and some strong contenders on the same racetrack at the same time for the first time before the pre-final tomorrow. Pole position in time qualifying yesterday, Daniel Nogales. He struggled in the first two heats. He had the pace over one lap yesterday, but in the races, he's always been the victim of circumstance in his first two encounters. Hopefully, he's going to have that mentality and that ability to keep the drivers at bay this time and maintain a strong position heading through the first few corners. But the man alongside him, Dean McDonald, has already taken a victory here today. So the man who is a sports car racer by trade and a kart racer by passion is still very much a front runner in IAME Euro whenever he gets the chance. He doesn't get to on a full-time campaign too often, unfortunately, but Dean McDonald has lost none of his flair and speed and is definitely one to watch. Ivan Batalla, third position on the grid, one of the fastest of the Spanish drivers here this weekend and certainly proving to be the fastest of them all. Alex Martinez, though, his teammate, is going to want to try and hold on to that little accolade if he can keep a hold of it from fourth position on the starting grid. On the third row, two of the most impressive drivers this weekend. Mark Kimber, fifth position, returning from his GT campaign to come back into the world of karting once more from the inside of the third row. And alongside him, Matilda Olsen, the flying Swede, in sixth position, having moved across from Strawberry Racing to KH Racing aboard the Birolart. And it's going incredibly well for her. And we're all hoping that this isn't the last time we'll see her at the front of the field in a Birolart in 2021. Fourth row of the grid, another fellow female fast gun, and that is Clarissa Dervich, managing to step up to the world of Senior X30 in 2021 furiously quickly. Incredible to see her. She was very adamant about her pace and ability in the Praga last year in Junior X30. She did some fantastic performances, but in Senior, she has adapted incredibly quickly and is right up in the top 10 already in the AC Motorsport squad. Alongside her on the grid from Dubai, it is Jamie Day from the United Arab Emirates, a race winner in Formula 4 back home over the course of the winter, and has jumped back into the world of karting because he loves it just as much as the next racing driver. And why wouldn't you take an opportunity when you're in a team like KR Sport on a chassis that he knows very well indeed as Cosmic, and he's very much at home at the front end of a race field anywhere in the world. Hugo Nataril, ninth position on the starting grid on the inside of the fifth row. Another of the Spanish charges to make the switch across from the Praga to the Kart Republic chassis in the AC Motorsport awning. The team doing a fantastic job in 2020 in Spanish karting and now reaping the rewards of that as they quest for IAME Euro glory this season. Alongside Hugo Nataril is another of the Spanish superstars, Maximus Maya. He's never been away from the front long in Spanish karting. Over the last 5 seasons, he has been a prolific race winner in pretty much everything you give him in terms of karting. He's been at the front end of everything from 11 to cadet to mini to junior to senior, even into the OK category. He has been an impressive kart racer, an amazing ilk. And he's just going to continue riding the crest of the wave whenever he gets an opportunity. On the sixth row of the grid, it's an all-British affair. Thomas Fleming for Dan Holland Racing on the inside line. And not an easy race weekend for him so far, but he has really enjoyed adapting to the Dan Holland Racing team. He made the switch mid-season last year and has very much felt at home ever since he first got into the kart. Alongside him on the grid, it's Clayton Ravenscroft. Back to business as usual and back where he belongs as far as he's concerned. The KR Sport team in a Cosmic and an IAME X30 Euro Series event. He won here, of course, as a junior 3 seasons ago. Now can he get the job done in senior? It's going to be a tall mission, but that's what Clayton Ravenscroft does. He eats tall missions for breakfast. Row 7 on the grid, Daryl Taylor from 13th position on the starting grid. And he's had a very impressive previous heat, managing to fight his way forward and get himself up amongst the drivers on the front end. So Daryl Taylor, definitely one to watch out for in this one. Sami Dari, a lot of bad luck so far from the Victory Lane karting star aboard the Red Speed chassis, but certainly flashes of speed throughout the weekend. So watch out for the Frenchman. On the 8th row of the grid, it is Ruben Moya, the Spanish driver for MDC, aboard his CRG. We're used to seeing him a little higher up the grid, but he is never one to back down from a challenge, and be sure to watch out for his overtaking moves. He knows this circuit very well, so he's going to put on a show as easily as he can. Eliska Babičková is the next driver on the grid. That is 16th position on the grid for her, row 8, and certainly the highest of the Babičková sisters to qualify this weekend. Alongside Kasper Skuza on the 9th row of the grid, the MLC Motorsport driver on the inside line will be the Swedish driver Albin Karlsson aboard the Birolart. He will be there on 18th position of the grid. Petra Babičková, who is taking her first tilt at senior racing this weekend in IAME X30's Euro Paddock. She lines up in 19th on the grid alongside Maximilian Lodman, the Finnish driver in his Birolart, hoping for a lot more strength and speed over the course of this weekend. Wilgard Leek will line up 11th on the grid, 11th row of the grid, I should say, 21st position, alongside his countryman and colleague Vigga Hjorvard. And then on the 12th and final row of the grid, it's an all-Spanish contingent. David Rodriguez aboard his CRG, alongside Ivan Moore on the Kart Republic. So the karts are in position, ready for the last race of the break. There will be... I'm getting all sorts of hand gestures from Martin Bean, who was trying to convey a message, but unfortunately I'm very slow on the uptake. I do apologise. The race is getting underway regardless in the X30 Seniors. And the contenders are underway and ready for the start of race action. They will once again, of course, go around for 2 laps out on the circuit. So there will be 2 laps around the circuit once again. There are the list of drivers in their number order. They're not in grid order as yet. That will be sorted as soon as possible. But as you can see, drivers that have come from all over Europe, and in the case of Jamie Day, even further afield than that, from the Middle East. So drivers really do want to put on a spectacular show. They come from far and wide to this premier event in the IAME calendar. And obviously with the IAME Euro events part of the CIK FIA sporting calendar, it is an elite sporting event, allowing us to continue in the motorsport season of 2021. It's not been an easy start to the year, but we've managed to put on a spectacular event with great racing. And for all those of you back home struggling under the strain of current world affairs, I'm sure we're giving you what you've been asking for and what you've needed. Sport is a very important distraction from the difficulties in the world at the moment. It's certainly giving me plenty of cause to smile and beam from ear to ear. So hopefully it's giving you exactly the same thrill. Dan Nogales and Dean McDonald, Ivan Bataya and Alex Martinez, Mark Kimber and Matilda Olsen, Clarissa Dervich and Jamie Day, Hugo Natteril and Maximus Meyer, from Thomas Fleming and Clayton Ravenscroft, Daryl Taylor and Sami Dari, Ruben Moya and Eliska Babičková, Kasper Skuza and Albin Karlsson, Petra Babičková and Maxi Lodman, Wilgard Leek and Vigga Hjorvard, and David Rodriguez and Ivan Moore. So 11 laps around the circuit once again, as the competitors are obviously going to form up in their 2 rows once again. They will do so down the back straight. Dan Nogales and Dean McDonald waiting quite a while actually to form the field up. But so far we have had perfect starts all the way, and it would be wonderful to finish that off with a clean sheet in this morning's final heat before we go into the break. So far there's not been a single false start, and we're hoping that there will be a finished copybook at the beginning of the morning. So Nogales, McDonald, Bataya, Martinez, Kimber, Olsen, Dervich, Day, Natteril and Meyer, and it is a clean start. Away we go. Fantastic start up to the first corner. McDonald is getting a little bit of support from the outside there from Matilda Olsen, but they both lost ground in the first couple of bends. Not a massive surprise. Ivan Bataya through into second place. Kimber through into third, and I think that's the fast starting Clarissa Dervich trying to make her way through. So a fantastic start up in the early ranks, but McDonald has got through into 4th place. 5th position, I think that's Martinez. And a lot of jostling for position in the mid-pack there as drivers are going very close together. But Nogales leads the early doors. Bataya is back into 2nd place ahead of Kimber, McDonald, and then it is Matilda Olsen charging after Alex Martinez. So the field has got started down the back straight. Couple of drivers making a good start of it, others not so much. But they've now got to just focus, bear down, and get on with it. Out of the final turn. Kimber's already starting the attack on it's Alex Martinez in second. I do apologize. So it's actually the other way round as Alex Martinez runs in second. Ivan Bataya runs down in fifth position, and that's contact. Kimber and Martinez come together, and that has ruined Mark Kimber's form so far this weekend. But it looks like Martinez is out on the spot, and Kimber is down the order. Oh, it looks like a little bit of discomfort there for Martinez, because Kimber's kart did go over the top of Martinez's machine. Well, that's two of the biggest names in this weekend compromised now. So Kimber's definitely going to have to fight back. But Bataya looks as though he's got a slightly hurt shin. So that's going to be needed to be addressed in the break between races. But it's Daniel Nogales who leads the way from Dean McDonald and Matilda Olsen now. Fourth position is Ivan Bataya in front of Jamie Day and Hugo Natteril. So as the racing continues, the battle is obviously going to be very close indeed over the sharp end. Yellow flags are still out. Of course, because we've got Alex Martinez's kart at the side of the road there. Now Mark Kimber has got going again. He's down in the back of the field. So Mark Kimber is way down in 21st position, I do believe. No, sorry. He is in 22nd place because we've lost Alex Martinez. Vilgot Leek has not started the race. So Dan Nogales leads McDonald, Olsen, Bataya and Jamie Day. Here is Bataya and Jamie Day battling over fourth position. So Jamie Day gets onto the back straight. Has another go at it. Down onto the back straight. Sixth position is Hugo Natteril in front of Ravenscroft, Fleming, Taylor and Clarissa Dervich ahead of Ruben Moya and Albin Carlson. Then Eliska and Petra Babichkova. I'm fairly sure this race has also broken the record for the most amount of Senior X30 ladies in the same race, and that is 4, because we've got Olsen in 3rd, we've got Dervich in 10th, and we've got the Babichkova sisters, Eliska and Petra, in 13th and 14th. There are 2 other female races in the field. The other is Teresa Babichkova, who is watching from the sidelines, and the other, of course, is Albany Del Valle, who is in 6th position. So Dean McDonald has managed to get through past Dan Nogales. I missed that one completely. I do apologize, but on the previous sector, Dean McDonald gets past Dan Nogales to get into the lead. Matilda Olsen is there in 3rd, trying to close up on Nogales. And we saw how difficult it was for Nogales to maintain position earlier. Is he going to have another crack at Dean McDonald early doors? He is indeed, but McDonald pulls the kart across the racing line. No chance of a way through there for Nogales. So Nogales is going to try again. But McDonald is keeping the kart very solid indeed. Eliska Babichkova gets the new fastest lap in, a 56.113. As the drivers continue at the first corner on the exit of turn 1, we still have yellow flags. So obviously the marshals and officials are doing their best to recover the kart of Martinez. I think he's being escorted away. He is able to walk under his own steam. That is good news. So hopefully it's just a graze or a sprain, and hopefully it's nothing too serious. But Dean McDonald leads here from Dan Nogales and Matilda Olsen. And they're starting to stretch away from Olsen. So Dan Nogales wants another crack at another victory in front of Dean McDonald. He's not going to go for any overtaking moves yet. He needs to stretch away from Olsen. So he's going to sit there in 2nd place. When he's chasing another kart, he's got plenty of speed. But when he's out in the lead, he's struggling. That's how much of an advantage the toe can give you down the back straight, as Daryl Taylor gets the new fastest lap, a 56.0. Notice how the fastest laps are not coming from the race leader. They're coming from drivers in the midfield who are using and utilizing the slipstream to gain massive advantage and a huge toe down the max straight. I was talking to a few of the mechanics. It can give you anywhere between half a second and 7/10 of a second if you get the setup right, just going down the back straight alone. And that is an astonishing amount of time to make up in one straight. So McDonald, Nogales, Olsen, Day, Bataya, Taylor, Ravenscroft, Fleming and Clarissa Dervich. That's the top 9 at the moment. Natteril completes the top 10. But Natteril has been well and truly caught out by his teammate, Clarissa Dervich, who is now setting off after Thomas Fleming. Daryl Taylor, another new fastest lap from the man in 6th position, trying to gain ground on Ivan Bataya. who is in P5. And Darrell Taylor has got Ravenscroft, Fleming, Dervich and Natteril in tow. Ruben Moyer 11th in front of Albin Carlsen. Eliska and Petra Babichkova, Maximus Meyer, Kasper Skuza, Maxi Lodman, Ivan Moore, Mark Kimber, David Rodriguez and Vigga Hjorvard. We've lost Alex Martinez from the race, Wilgert Leek, and we've also lost Sami Dari. And unfortunately, Vigga Hjorvard, who has already slipped to the back, has just been given a warning flag for something, so that's not going to improve his position any. McDonald, Nogales, Olsen, Day, Bataya. That's your top 5. And the top 4 are actually very close together because Day is working with Olsen to close up on the 2 leaders. Dan Nogales trying to get close to Dean McDonald. But he needs to get on with this now because he knows that Matilda Olsen is right there, half a second off the race lead. Nogales needs to step on the attack now. He's got to try and make this work on Dean McDonald sooner rather than later. And you'll notice that Dan Nogales is using the very typical Kaz Havercourt stance in the kart, where you basically lean away from the corner direction you're turning in on. That's a move that became famous from Kaz Havercourt in the gearbox brigade before the Dutchman went to single-seaters. And Olsen now makes the move on the inside of Dan Nogales. So Olsen gets through into second position. Nice work from Matilda Olsen there. She really is having a sensational weekend aboard the Birolart. I don't think she'll ever want to get out of it. She's doing a sensational job. And the Swedish charge absolutely loving life at the front end of the field and deserving every second of it. 3 laps to go for Dean McDonald in front of Matilda Olsen. Dan Nogales is 3rd. Jamie Day is 4th. 5th place for Ivan Bataya. 6th for Darrell Taylor. 7th is Clayton Ravenscroft. So with Matilda Olsen now in 2nd place, has she got what it takes to close up on and pass Dean McDonald? It's starting to pick up the wind here actually now, as up the inside goes Jamie Day on the inside of Dan Nogales to get into 3rd position. Very windy circuit, of course, anyway, the Valencia Cartodromo. It's always been a bit of a tricky situation for drivers in terms of setup. The cold temperatures and the high winds definitely make it a very technical challenge. Look at Olsen swarming around all over the back of Dean McDonald, and she's pulled clear of Jamie Day. Is this going to be the overtaking move for the lead? Yes, it is! Matilda Olsen hits the front here at Valencia with 2 laps to go. Talk about timing. Matilda Olsen hits the front. On Monday, it's International Women's Day. She could even walk away from here as the first woman ever to win an IAME Winter Cup title. I spoke too soon. Dean McDonald wants that one sorted. Back on the inside line, Dean McDonald retakes the place away from Matilda Olsen. Former teammates, of course, these two, as Matilda Olsen was at Strawberry Racing last year. But she is not backing down from the challenge here, and McDonald is defending valiantly, but Matilda Olsen is all over him like a bad habit. And Jamie Day, having got into 3rd place past Dan Nogales, he wants to fight for the victory now as well. This is going to be game on down the back straight. Several drivers cutting through the air together. Dean McDonald is swarming around all over the place. What about Ivan Bataya in 4th place? Watch out for him. He's going to make the lunge around the outside of Jamie Day to try and launch up the inside. Can't make it stick. Darrell Taylor comes from nowhere to get up into 4th position. Last lap. Here we go. The last lap before the break, and McDonald is keeping his Strawberry Racing Tony Kart as wide as a Buick. Up towards the chicane. And Olsen's going to have to work so hard here to get past Dean McDonald, who is not going to give her any favours at all. So Matilda Olsen hanging on to 2nd place, looking so much stronger than she has in previous seasons. This is a great chance for Olsen, and she knows it. Down the back straight. McDonald still keeping the kart in the racing line. Olsen is trying for a cheeky manoeuvre on the inside of Dean McDonald, but the Scotsman is keeping very firm in the lead of the race. Down the back straight, this is where Olsen's going to get her last chance, and McDonald is going to try and hold on to the racing line, but Olsen's got plenty of speed and stamina in the kart underneath her. McDonald's going to hold station. Olsen is 2, and it's going to be close to the line, but Dean McDonald is going to get the victory from Matilda Olsen. Excellent racing. What a weekend we are having. Goodness me. Excellent stuff from the drivers here as Dean McDonald holds on to it in front of Matilda Olsen and Jamie Day. Racing to the limit here. No point making a silly mistake early doors. because there's a long, long way to go. If that was the final, then I think Olsen would have gone for the move in the final corner. But she's kept herself in the game by just reining it in a little bit and waiting for the ultimate moment to pounce. Excellent stuff from Olsen, from Day as well to get up to third place. Dan Nogales did well to hang on to fourth position when everything was coming awry. Taylor and Fleming in P6 there as well. Good comeback drive from Thomas Fleming. Ravenscroft, Dervich and Bataya, who slipped all the way to 9th place. Good fight back too from Eliska Babic-Kova to come through in 10th position. But for Mark Kimber, who crosses the line 17th, and Alex Martinez, who has to hobble his way from Marshall Post 3, I'm hoping it's only a sprain or a cut to the shin and not anything more serious than that. So hopefully we can see Alex Martinez continue his journey to the victory here at Valencia. But Dean McDonald, a crucial victory to hang on in front of Matilda Olsen and Jamie Day right when it mattered. And that signals our break in proceedings. So obviously we're going to have a pause now between races. We will bring up the results, provisional results, of course, from qualifying heat A versus C. And then we will take our breather. When we come back, it will be the X30 mini heats that will start the afternoon off. But as you can see, it's still very unpredictable in terms of the weather conditions here, as the drivers will continue in full pelt this afternoon. It's a rather empty looking dummy grid, but of course that is because we're now going on our break and we will continue in the second half. McDonald from Olsen and Jamie Day, Dan Nogales in 4th place from Daryl Taylor and Thomas Fleming, ahead of Clayton Ravenscroft and Clarissa Dervich, Ivan Bataya and Eliska Babic-Kova fighting her way into the top 10. I'm fairly sure that's the first time we've had 3 women in the top 10 of a Senior X30 IAME Euro Series race. Great performance 2 days before International Women's Day. Retirements from Sami Dari and, of course, very publicly from Alex Martinez. A non-start from Wilgert Leek. So not the perfect race for everybody. But we're going to take our breather now, as we mentioned before. We will get back into the action once again at 15 minutes past 2. So that can give us a nice 5-minute build-up for the races in X30 minutes. Sorry, it's going to be 14:20 that we rejoin. So 14:20 as the X30 Minis are going back out onto the circuit, and we will join them when their race returns. So enjoy the lunch break, and we will be back at 14:20 local time. So we're back in action once again at the IAME Winter Cup 2021 as the racers in the Mini X30 Brigade get out onto the circuit once more. The great battles that are still to come. And it will be an absolutely sensational race this afternoon for all of the competitors in the X30 Mini, Junior and Senior categories. But it's X30 Mini that goes out onto the circuit first, and it is Raul Janardan and Alejandro Martinez that will head out onto the circuit first, with Nicolas Garcia and Sacha Van Padbosch on the second row of the grid. Ryan Bourguignon and Hugo Marti will be on the third row from Bosco Arias and Jensen Graham. And then it will be Luke Tal and Marius Barry Berg from Leone Martinez and Dan Alleman, Martin Marquez and Marie Barry Berg from Giovanni Tarazona and Gustavo Cunha. So as the Mini X30 drivers go around the circuit once more, we are going to have some more thrills and spills and drama aplenty, I'm sure, from the contenders in the Mini X30 category. And we're going to see some amazing and exceptional performances from these young stars as they continue to put on some incredible bursts of speed around the course. Raul Janardan did a fantastic job in his earlier heat as he runs around the circuit from the front end of the field. And of course, Alejandro Martinez picking up a very solid result earlier on as he got a victory on the board. Nicolas Garcia and Sacha Van Padbosch are hoping for some more good performances as well. So there's a lot to be keeping an eye on in this race. They obviously all want to be towards the sharp end. They all want to put on a good display. And we will hopefully see some very exciting performances from them as the race weekend continues. But the battle is definitely going to be very intense as the drivers obviously want to continue their weekend in the best possible manner. So we will allow the drivers to get their tyres and brakes up to temperature. And once they're at the optimum, they'll be ready to get underway. But there are some very exceptional drivers hoping to whiz around the circuit in fine style. And there are two X30 Mini heats back to back. So we'll keep an eye on the form after this one as well. Some sensational driving thus far this morning, and the X30 Minis are about to head out on circuit once more as we see them go around on their formation lap. Raul Janardan, Alejandro Martinez, then Garcia, Van Padbosch, Bourguignon, Marti, Arias, Graham, Tal, Barry Berg, Martinez, Alleman, Marquez, Barry Berg, Tarazona and Cunha. They come through the final turn in their two rows of formation. Hopefully it's going to be another perfect start from the grid. Let's see if we get the green light. We do, and away we go racing. No problems at all from Janardan down to the first corner, and straight in there is Garcia to follow into second position. They go through the first hairpin. No problem at all as Garcia matches in behind Janardan. They come up to the chicane. A nice bit of a tussle for position there in third and fourth. I think actually there was a really fast starting maneuver from Ryan Bourguignon, who is now up into third position, the young man from Morocco. Good start from him. Alejandro Martinez finds himself trying to fight his way back up the order. He's down to sixth position, I think, behind Sacha Van Padbosch. So not the greatest of starts then from Alejandro Martinez, but he'll have plenty of time to make his way back up the order. Garcia going well on this opening lap as he's tucked himself into second position, and Ryan Bourguignon, the Moroccan, is doing an absolutely sensational job on this opening lap as they chase after the pole sitter, Raul Janardan, who continues to lead the race from the start. In through the final chicane, and Bourguignon, who is flying the flag for not just Morocco but for Africa in this contest, doing an absolutely sensational run. Fourth place for Van Padbosch as he runs there in P4. Up the inside, though, he's got the 939 getting through. That is a brilliant run. The 935 going through, I should say. That's Bosco Arias. So Bosco Arias battles his way for fourth position, but loses the position immediately to Sacha Van Padbosch, who retakes the place. So Bosco Arias having a very smooth run. Alejandro Martinez is battling away there with Hugo Marti as they duel over P6. And onto the stretch once again, up to the hairpin. Garcia is trying to go away from the pack with Janardan. So Raul Janardan is trying to stretch away. But this could be a really exciting and intense run. Out of the hairpin and onto the back straight. Garcia very close indeed to Raul Janardan. He's gesturing to the man behind him, Garcia, in the hope that let's get away from the guys in third, fourth, fifth and so on, as we want to stretch out and pull clear of the rest of the field. That's their ideal. But as they come across the line at the end of lap 2, it's already a good position for Janardan and Garcia. And Ryan Bourguignon, after a solid start, finds himself in 3rd position. Van Pat Bosch in 4th, ahead of Arias, Martinez, Marti, Tal, Marius Barryberg, Jensen Graham, Alaman, Marquez, Marie Barryberg, Tarragona, Cunha and Martinez. Now the start is apparently under investigation, we are told. So somebody must have been out of position at the beginning of the race. We're not entirely sure who it is. It hasn't been confirmed to us yet. But I'm sure that if it becomes relevant, we will make the necessary investigation. So Garcia swarming around behind Janardan, who leads the race. Raúl Janardan is your race leader here for Monlau Competición, with Nicolas Garcia in 2nd position, giving him plenty to think about as they go down the back straight. And the two of them are having a rip-roaring race at the moment. 3rd position for the young star from Morocco, Ryan Bourguignon. And they come through out of the final corner. 4th position, Sacha Van Pat Bosch. Fastest lap of the race comes from Alejandro Martinez, who is in 5th position at the moment. There he is, the 925, going well behind Van Pat Bosch. And so the battle continues. A 1 minute 4.144 from Martinez. Still some good battles in the midfield. That looked like Luke Tal picking up a place on Hugo Marti in the Paralin. And he's battling away there with the 2 Fusions in the mix there as well. That's his teammate trying to come through. Jensen Graham, the young man from Glasgow in Scotland. So Raúl Janardan and Nicolas Garcia having a good run at the front end of the field. There's Van Pat Bosch and Martinez. 4th and 5th position, those two. Both hoping for a solid start to their 2021 campaigns in Mini X30. Sacha Van Pat Bosch now the elder statesman, would you believe, in the Mini X30 category for Fusion Motorsport. All his teammates are less experienced than him now. So the battle continues on as out of the final turn. Raúl Janardan, Garcia, Bourguignon, Van Pat Bosch and Martinez, with Bosco Arias in 6th position battling away with Marius Barryberg. Hugo Marti and Luke Tal are still very much in that mix of drivers, although Hugo Marti has now fallen behind Tal and Graham. So into the chicane in the middle part of the lap. It's a good run from Tal and Graham, as they have both managed now to tuck in behind Bosco Arias. They are 7th and 8th, although Marti and Barry Berg are still swarming around trying to get an opportunistic maneuver. Here's Ryan Bourguignon getting closer to Garcia for 2nd position, but they're all losing ground to Van Pat Bosch and Martinez, who are getting themselves into a competitive place once again. Sacha Van Pat Bosch, the fastest driver of all in the first sector. They come onto the back straight. Sector 2 is completed. And he is still the fastest man on the circuit, fastest of all in Sector 2. Garcia getting close to Janardan, and Bourguignon getting very vulnerable here behind Sacha Van Pat Bosch. Trying to make his move on the inside, and there's not a lot that Ryan Bourguignon could do. He has to let him go. Bourguignon tucks back in the hope that Martinez doesn't slip by. And so 3rd position now belongs to the Dutchman, Sacha Van Pat Bosch. 4th place for Ryan Bourguignon, as they have 2 laps to run. But Sacha Van Pat Bosch tries again now on Garcia and gets through, and Martinez gets by on Bourguignon at the same time. So on the penultimate lap, the positions are changing, but not for the race leader, Raúl Janardan. Here comes Martinez on the inside of Garcia, and he gets into 3rd position, and there's a warning flag lower down the field. Unfortunately, that is for Giovanni Tarragona. So Giovanni Tarragona, unfortunately, has been given a black and white warning flag, which comes, of course, with the mandatory 5-second penalty that goes with it. So that's unfortunate, as Sacha Van Pat Bosch still has a lap to gain ground on Raúl Janardan. Martinez holding on in front of Garcia and Bourguignon as they come out of the final turn and into the Ultima Vuelta, the final lap. So this is going to be an interesting one for your race leader, Raúl Janardan, who's now got Sacha Van Pat Bosch right behind him. The Dutchman will want to go for the first available overtaking opportunity. So this is not going to be an easy one for Raúl Janardan to fight off into the chicane. Janardan, Van Pat Bosch, Martinez, Garcia, Bourguignon. Less than a second between the 5 carts. It could be any one of them that gets the victory in this one. But Sacha Van Bosch dearly wants to make it his victory. He's having a look at Raoul Janardan, but Janardan is making the cart as wide as he dares in order to keep Sacha Van Bosch at bay. Van Bosch could get some assistance from Alejandro Martinez, but he's getting plenty of speed off the turn. He should get a good slipstream down the straight. Look at how far Janardan pulls the cart across. Tries to squeeze Van Bosch, but Van Bosch tries to go for the move on the inside and ends up tagging the back of Janardan's cart. Defends and holds on from Martinez, but it's going to be Janardan who hangs on for the victory. Raoul Janardan hangs on to it. Well defended from Raoul Janardan. As Sacha Van Bosch tried to squeeze up the inside, ended up just clouting and clipping the tyre as they came through. But an absolutely fascinating end to the proceedings there for Raoul Janardan Perez as he holds on to the victory in this third heat of the day for X30 Mini. And a fabulous display for him. He really has come alive in this one. And the youngster for Manlao Competición has excelled here. A fantastic performance from him. And again, all 16 minis came home to finish the race. There has yet to be a DNF in the X30 Mini category today. So a great performance from the 930. That is Raoul Janardan Perez, the man you're watching on your screen, having held off the attentions of the other competitors very tightly indeed to the end of the race. So here's the provisional results. Raoul Janardan ahead of Sacha Van Bosch, Alejandro Martinez and Ryan Bourguignon from Nicolas Garcia and Luke Tal from Marius Barryberg, Hugo Marti, Bosco Arias and Jensen Graham. Then Dan Alleman and Martin Marquez, Marie Barryberg and Giovanni Taradona, although he'll get a penalty for his incident earlier on, which means that Gustavo Cunha and Leone Ella Martinez will be able to overtake. So 16 competitors started the race and all 16 of them managed to get the race finished off. So a fabulous performance from them. And great composure from all of the drivers in the X30 Mini qualifying heat B versus C. It will be A versus D that come out onto the circuit next for their opening encounter of the afternoon's activity. And after a brilliant performance yesterday and over the course of the last few days in terms of their practice sessions, we managed to catch up with one of the new faces on the IAME Euro Series grid for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team, the young British star who is a double British Bambino and Young Gun title winner. He won in both IAME and Coma, so he knows the IAME engine incredibly well, has stood him in good stead here at IAME Euro. The young British star, Jesse Phillips.
Last year, and we were trying to get into the A's and we didn't get into the A, so we went into the B and I were trying as hard as I could to get back into the A final, but we couldn't do it, so this weekend we're hoping for a better position. There's a lot of straights and it's very technical, like through the middle bit, and first corner it always reminds me of Rye House in England because of the long sweeping right at the start. And that session, we went new tyre, but we couldn't really get as good as, well, the track was good that session, even though we went new tyres, we couldn't get the fastest time, but we'll keep trying and we'll get a better position, hopefully for qualifying. Well, at the start, I thought that I was just gonna go, but then now Rodrigo's proven me wrong. So now I know that Rodrigo can stay with me and Rodrigo can push me. So next time we're gonna go with the pack and then hopefully we're gonna overtake and then we're gonna try and push.
Only 9 years old as well. Very impressive, the speed and skill of these youngsters and just how incredibly quickly they are maturing into professional athletes. Really good to see. So the X30 Mini Brigade continues on here at the Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, just down the road from the city of Valencia and not very far away from the Circuito Ricardo Tomo, which is, of course, where MotoGP still ends their seasons. And only a few miles away, of course, is the marina where the European Grand Prix in Formula One took place between the years of 2008 and 2012. Fascinating city this, that really does love its motorsport in a country that is absolutely motorsport mad. The Spanish really do have incredible pedigree and racing history, whether it be in rallying with the likes of Carlos Sainz, or whether it be in Formula One with Fernando Alonso, or even with motorbikes and the likes of Jorge Lorenzo or Marc Marquez. They really do love their speed, and there are some incredible motorsport stars from this part of the world, particularly in this region of the world, as Valencia really is speed hungry and speed crazy. Always great to see the partisan enthusiasm for motorsport in this part of the world. So the drivers are making their way to their positions on the grid. Pole position for this one will be the man from qualifying who got pole position, Sandro Perez Sanchez, in the MDC Racing CRG. Very impressive from the start of his weekend, and he has got himself to pole position with some great performances. Alongside him on the grid for Portugal, it is Rodrigo Seabra aboard the Oliver Rowland Motorsport Red Speed. And the young man from Oporto is doing a fantastic job here so far, and he will start from the front row of the grid here in the second heat of his afternoon. Roman Kamyab will line up in third position on the grid, the young British star for the Fusion Motorsport team. And alongside him on the grid will be his countryman, Jesse Phillips, who will line up fourth position on the starting grid on the outside of row 2 for ORM. Youssef Martin will line up in fifth position on the grid for Monlau Competition, fresh off the back of their win in the previous heat. And Youssef Martin will be hoping to add one more to their tally. And sixth position on the starting grid will be the third of the Oliver Rowland Motorsport karts in this paddock and in this race, Daniel Sofronea, who will line up sixth position on the grid. Row 4 is Ben Smith, the British driver aboard his Kart Republic chassis for the Fusion Motorsport team, making some good gains here this weekend. Alongside him on the grid is the Finn Alexander Dahlström, who still managed to get the kart home to the finish despite all of the difficulties in the earlier race. Hopefully he will have a much stronger result in his second encounter. Marianito, the Portuguese driver, will line up in fifth row of the grid on the inside of row 5, ninth position on the starting grid aboard the Alonso kart. And alongside her on the grid will be Melvin Kaluzdian. The Swedish driver will be 10th position on the starting grid. Row 6 will see the young Indian star Jagrat the Troja continue his charge forward. 11th position on the starting grid for him. He really has been one of the stars of the weekend so far. Put on a spectacular show. Alongside him on the grid is Zdeněk Babicek, who will be 12th position on the grid. And they're all starting to wave to the camera, which is quite nice. Zdeněk Babicek there lining up 12th position on the grid. 13th is Jonathan Landstrom, who will be there 13th on the starting grid in his energy course. P14 will be the Frenchman Victor Galmiche, and he will be there 14th position on the starting grid. 15th place will be Raul Luis Martinez. And then in the 16th position on the grid, it is another Frenchman on the Tony kart, Elio Gilter, who will be P16 on the starting grid from the outside of row 8. Obviously, for a lot of the drivers, they're travelling far and wide to go to these races. It is an elite sporting competition, so the motorsport world still continues. But for a lot of these youngsters, they are obviously working very closely with their mechanics and with their mentors. And it's sometimes very hard for their families to be away from them for the length of time that they are. But the racing spirit continues, and obviously the family watching back home will all be very, very keen to see how their drivers get on. But it's obviously very, very important to see that these guys are still delivering and still giving their maximum every time they go out onto the circuit, racing like true professionals whenever they hit the circuit. It's wonderful to see the dynamicism and the athleticism of these youngsters aged 8 to 12 years old. You really can't believe it when you see how well these guys carry themselves around the paddock. Some of them are 3 times more mature than I was at age 8. I can tell you that for any money at all. And it's wonderful to see these guys developing into such incredible young characters. They are on a completely different level as youngsters. They get taught very, very well from a young age with the experienced hands here who have been there and seen it all. But these youngsters, they really do turn into incredible athletes. They are very well-mannered, well-polite, well-spoken, and they're turning into really fantastic young characters. No, not you, Martin Bean. Only mucking around, Martin. Yes, you're one of those as well. You've turned out a couple of those of your own, of course. But Martin Bean, race director, just bantering and chewing the fat as we are desperately hoping that these rather ominous-looking clouds overhead are not going to spoil the party this afternoon, because they are starting to ride into the party very, very quickly, coming in from the mountain ranges off to our left very, very thickly indeed, and it's not looking sensational from their perspective and their point of view, because obviously if we get clouds breaking at the wrong moment on the circuit, it could be very costly indeed for those who are unprepared. If it's got to break in the middle of a race, I suppose you've got to hope that it's going to be the seniors that get the brunt of it and not the minis or juniors. But we are getting ready for the next race. X30 Mini, qualifying heat A versus D, as the battle gets underway. So as the drivers head out onto the circuit, we can talk you through the starting lineup for this fourth heat of the day for the X30 Minis. Sandro Perez in pole position from Rodrigo Seabra. Roman Kamyab in third from Jesse Phillips. Youssef Martin and Daniel Sofranea from Ben Smith and Alexander Dahlstrom. Maria Nito and Melvin Kaluzdian. Jagret the Troja and Zdenek Babicek. Jonathan Landstrom, Victor Galmiche, Raul Luis Martinez and Elio Gilter. So the 16 karts line up in position on the starting grid, and we're going to have some thrilling encounters from them, I'm sure. Sandro Perez hoping to make it 2 out of 2. He got a great win earlier on, but it's easier said than done, as obviously the competitors want to make sure that they are keeping composed and very relaxed and laid back through the various parts of the race, because you can't afford to push too hard too soon, because it really will cause a major concern if things start to go awry in the middle of the race. But Sandro Perez will be on the front row of the grid with young Rodrigo Seabra. They call him the Wolf, and he is going to be a very feisty competitor on the circuit here this afternoon, I'm sure. So there's going to be some great performances from the contenders out there. Roman Kamyab, third position, made his IAME Euro debut about 3 months into his entire karting career. Very, very fast onto the scene. And that was halfway through the 2019 Mini X30 season. Nobody really knew what to expect from him, but he was running in the top 10 on his very first weekend. So this is the year for Roman Kamyab as far as he is concerned. So it could be a very interesting opportunity for Roman to really start to make the rafters rock. And the youngster, one of the smallest racing drivers you'll ever see, but in terms of his ability and his skill and stealth on the circuit, cannot be denied. And Roman Kamyab really hoping that this 2021 season could be the first chapter in a very long list of accolades. But Rodrigo Seabra takes up his place alongside Sandro Perez, and it is a Spaniard and a Portuguese on the front row of the starting grid here. And then, of course, we have the two Brits, Roman Kamyab and Jesse Phillips, then Youssef Martin and Dan Sofranea. From Smith, Dahlstrom, Nito, Kaluzdian, the Troja, Babicek, Landstrom, Galmiche, Martinez and Gilter. And as the drivers come through the final turn, we're hoping for yet another clean start. Rodrigo Seabra hoping for a really good getaway this time. It looks much better from both sides of the grid, and away we go. Great start from Sandro Perez. Rodrigo Seabra trying to keep himself in the mix there. Oh, and a little bit of a nudge from the 2 or 3 karts in through the first couple of corners. As up the inside, that's Youssef Martin getting the jump on Roman Kamyab. And it looks to me as though Rodrigo Seabra has slipped down into about 5th position. Through comes one of the Birol Arts, and through comes his teammate Dan Sofranea as well. So the field works its way through. It's been a little bit haphazard, but up into 4th place comes Ben Smith. What a good start from him. As tucked up behind Youssef Martin, we've got the Spanish driver getting up into 3rd position. On the far side, though, Sandro Perez has held and maintained his advantage up front. Ben Smith trying to shake off the attentions of the 934. The fast-starting Alexander Dahlstrom. He spun off, don't forget, in the first race of the day. So now he is showing us what he can really do. The Finnish driver doing an absolutely sensational job on this opening lap. So Dahlstrom getting in behind the 947 of Ben Smith. Smith is having a little lunge towards the 912 of Youssef Martin. And Dahlstrom has a late look on the inside of Ben Smith. Doesn't quite make the move. But now Dan Sofranea runs in P6. And in 7th place, we've got the hard-charging Melvin Kaluzdian. As the two Oliver Oda Motorsport teammates, Rodrigo Seabra and Jesse Phillips, start to make an impression. Seabra on the inside of Kaluzdian and gets up into 7th place. So up at the front, it's still Sandro Perez from Roman Kamyab. And there goes Ben Smith. Ben Smith gets the move into 3rd position on the inside there of Youssef Martin. So a very strong performance then from Ben Smith this weekend. The British driver going very good guns as he moves up into 3rd position. Has the audacity to gesture to Youssef Martin, the man he's just overtaken, to work with me And so they are going to hopefully charge after Perez and Kamyab, who are well clear up at the front. So Perez and Kamyab, who were the first two drivers in the last encounter they had together, and it looks like it's going to be very similar as Jessie Phillips tries to shake off the attentions of Maria Nito. So Maria is going to make her bid to move forward if she can get there, but she hasn't been able to make the overtaking move on Jessie Phillips. So Sandro Perez and Roman Kamyab still dueling as we go into lap 3. Ben Smith is in third. Youssef Martin is in fourth place. Then we've got Dan Sofronia in front of Alexander Dahlstrom now. So Dahlstrom slips to sixth position behind Sofronia, and Rodrigo Seabra still battling away with Melvin Kaluzdian. Phillips has got through past them both, though, on this lap a little further back, and he's been joined in. Oh, and that's gone terribly wrong as Kaluzdian and Seabra have tangled in the midfield. So I'm afraid Kaluzdian and Seabra have tangled in the middle of the pack. Kaluzdian is out of the race. Seabra has dropped to the back. But Melvin Kaluzdian, unfortunately, has come to a stop. There is his kart, and he's absolutely devastated. He was going well up until that point, Melvin Kaluzdian, into the top 10 and making steady progress. But it's all gone wrong for Melvin Kaluzdian. Out in front, though, it's still Sandro Perez Sanchez and Roman Kamyab in front of Ben Smith, Youssef Martin, Dan Sofronia, and Alexander Dahlstrom. So 3 laps done, 4 to go, and Youssef Martin is the fastest man on track as he closes up on Ben Smith. Kamyab had a little bit of a late lunge on Sandro Perez, thought better of it. But it very much is 2x2 hurrah as the drivers are getting well clear up front. A big moment for Sandro Perez and Roman Kamyab. Oh, and it looks as though Sofronia has just gone a little bit too deep into the chicane and has lost fifth position to Alexander Dahlstrom. So Dahlstrom gets back into P5, past Sofronia. And now we've got Sandro Perez leading Roman Kamyab still, but Ben Smith is trying to pull away from Youssef Martin with Dahlstrom up into fifth position ahead of Dan Sofronia. Then it's Jessie Phillips in front of Raul Martinez. And then Maria Nito is there in front of Jagrat the Troja, the Indian driver, still doing a great job in the top 10 as he fights his way back forward. Here comes Kamyab, trying to make his lunge on Sandro Perez, but he doesn't want to do it too early. He's still gapping very well between himself and Ben Smith, his teammate. Oh, and we've got a spin at the back there. We've had a spin. I think it's Maria Nito. Maria Nito has spun the Alonso kart in the final chicane. I didn't see what caused the maneuver, but certainly for Maria Nito, it's going to be a very long continuation to the race for the young Portuguese driver. So she continues behind her countryman, Rodrigo Seabra. But that's gone very badly wrong indeed, as Raul Martinez has managed to get past Jessie Phillips in their battle for 7th place with Jagrat the Troja. But I'm afraid Maria Nito is now no longer part of that equation for the moment, as she has had her spin off the road. So the race continues, and we have got we've got just the one retirement from the race, actually. Melvin Kaluzdian, after his incident with Rodrigo Seabra on the second lap of the race. But this is the opportunity for Roman Kamyab to try and get on terms with Sandro Perez. At the end of this lap, there will be 2 to go, and they are 1.6 seconds clear of Ben Smith and Youssef Martin. So they will be starting to think about making the overtaking moves. So Dan Sofronia still trying to shake off the attentions of Alexander Dahlstrom. And Jagrat the Troja, the Indian, has managed to get past Raul Martinez and Jessie Phillips. So a great run from the Indian. He's doing an absolutely sensational run. He races under a Spanish license, of course, but he's certainly very proud of his Indian heritage. And Jagrat the Troja doing a great job here in P7. He really has rode the wave of confidence that he's come into this weekend and doing an exceptional job. So Youssef Martin in behind Ben Smith. Smith still coveting that third position and holding on for dear life because Youssef Martin's giving him plenty of pressure now. But onto the back straight comes Roman Kamyab chasing after Sandro Perez. And Perez is now starting to think, okay, we might be about to have a bit of a battle here, me and Roman. So he holds the inside line, but a nice dive on the inside from Roman Kamyab, and he takes the lead going into the final lap. Roman Kamyab times it to perfection, and we go into the final lap. So Roman Kamyab has stolen the lead. Sandro Perez trying to come right round the outside. If he can duck in round the far side, he can snatch back the lead, but Roman Kamyab is wise to that one. So Roman Kamyab still doing a fine job. Here's the battle for third between Ben Smith and Yusuf Martin. They're having a similar tussle for position. And now Sandro Perez makes the lunge on Roman Kamyab. Kamyab gets him back on the switch though. Roman Kamyab forces the issue again. Brilliant racecraft from the two of them. So Kamyab retakes the position. Sandro Perez though has lost momentum. So he's now got to try and fight back. But this could be the most important heat victory of Roman Kamyab's young career. When you win in Europe, it really does give you a massive surge in confidence, and it's going to give him plenty to think about going into the remainder of the weekend, as Kamyab knows he's got a couple of kart lengths advantage on Sandro Perez. He holds the inside line. Can he hold it through the final chicane? It's the checkered flag. It's in sight, and Roman Kamyab has done it. Brilliant result for Roman Kamyab from Sandro Perez. Great racing from the two of them. But the 955, Roman Kamyab, becomes a winner in the IAME Euro paddock for the first time. Excellent job. Really solid driving from Roman Kamyab. Sandro Perez there giving him plenty of pressure throughout, as we saw. But what an absolutely sensational duel. And Roman Kamyab of Fusion Motorsport gets to the first position for the first time in his short career. Really good driving, some good competition and some good battles there throughout the X30 Mini Brigade. But that's a significant moment for young Roman Kamyab. Not only has he taken his first victory, but he beat the pole sitter in order to do so. So that's a big confidence boost going into the second half of the weekend. And that's definitely given him a lot of pause for thought. So Roman Kamyab, provisional winner of that heat, ahead of Sandro Perez and Ben Smith in third. Yusuf Martin and Dan Sofronia from Alex Dahlstrom and Jagrat the Troja. Raul Luis Martinez, Jesse Phillips and Elio Gilter from Victor Galmiche and Jonathan Landstrom. Zdenek Babacek and Rodrigo Seabra, with Maria Nito in 15th place. And the first retirement of the weekend in Mini X30 is for Melvin Kaluzdian. Unfortunate for him, because he was going so well up until that point, making some good overtaking moves and some solid performances leading up to that point. But it's a big crushing blow for his weekend, because he was looking very strong. He was having a good battle there in the midfield. But there is always next time. And Melvin Kaluzdian is still proving to be a very solid and very fast competitor this weekend. It's a bit of a headache, but he's going to come back, and there will be more solid performances from him. So some good performances then from the X30 Minis. They really have again delivered and given us plenty to talk about. But now we move on once more to the X30 Seniors and their next qualifying heat, which is of course for groups B versus E. And this will be an interesting one from the front, because we'll have the Belgian star Sam Balota, who has been a steady stalwart of the IAME Euro paddock over the last few seasons. Very much a staple of this category now. He is there for Dan Holland Racing once again in Senior X30, running from the front end of the field this time as he runs up at the sharp end. Alongside him on the grid, it is the young man from the United Arab Emirates, Lachlan Robinson, who is there on the front row of the starting grid. And it'll be fascinating to see how he goes. Already a race winner this weekend, don't forget. So there's more where that came from for young Lachlan as he continues his move and motivation forward. Erbeltsmoor, third position on the starting grid he will be in the TD Kart Marlin Kart squad. He's a little late to the grid compared to the others who are there in position, but that doesn't mean he won't be able to get out onto the circuit. As in fact, I think that is him arriving on the scene. It is indeed. So Erbeltsmoor arrives in the nick of time, and he will start obviously from third position. Alongside him on the grid, it is the Strawberry Racing star from the Netherlands, Henke Kalteren. Forever a privateer, it seemed, and then partway through last season, he managed to do the deal to work together with Strawberry Racing, and he certainly seems calm, composed, relaxed, and very chilled as he gets himself around the circuit these days. Third row of the grid is the Spanish star Philip Vava for the KR Sport team aboard the Cosmic Chassis, going off P5 this time on row 3. And alongside him, one of the revelations of the weekend thus far, Sebastian Hedin, lining up P6 on the starting grid in his KH Racing Run Biralat. Second in yesterday's heat, don't forget, so this kid's definitely got some good speed underneath his right foot. In seventh on the grid for Mol Racing by Hiltbrand, we have Santiago Valverde, the man who, of course, was fighting for last year's IAME Euro Series crown. took a fabulous victory at SA last year in the junior category. This is his first weekend stepping up to senior, and he's already towards the sharp end of the field. A similar story to the man in 8th position on the starting grid for this one, Archie Walker, who will be going off P8 on the starting grid. His first weekend in the kart for several months, actually, never mind weeks. And he's jumped straight in at senior X30 level and is right up at the fighting end of the grid. Fifth row of the grid, Cian Shields, the man who was 3rd in last year's IAME Euro Series Senior X30 crown. And of course, famously in 2018, made his debut in the European paddock as a privateer in 2018 in Junior X30 and walked away with a podium. So Cian Shields, definitely one of the stars of the paddock now. 9th position on the starting grid. Alongside him on the grid is the Frenchman Enzo Peugeot, who has been very quick indeed all throughout the weekend. Very good to see him there towards the sharp end. Some good overtaking moves thus far, and hopefully there is even more on the way. Row 6 will see Samuel Figueras line up in 11th on the starting grid for Karting Republic España. He's there on the inside row of row 6. And then alongside him is Enzo Le Cruz, the Frenchman for Karting Loisirs Neuilly, and he will be there on the 12th position on the starting grid on the red speed chassis. Row 7 will see Joan Pasalaigua for the MDC Racing team on the CRG, and he will line up alongside the Frenchman Hugo Trichard, who will be there in 14th position on the grid. Then on row 8 of the grid, it is going to be the British driver Lewis Mackey, who's not had the best of luck so far, but certainly has a lot of speed under his right foot. The Fusion Motorsport driver on the new Synergy chassis for 2021. Hopefully there's more where that comes from over the course of the season. Alongside him on the starting grid on row 8 is the Frenchman Lazare Latigo, and he will be there on the outside of row 8 for the Victory Lane karting squad, of course. Then on row 9, it is going to be Daniel Antunes, who will be there in 17th position on the grid. Alongside him will be his countryman on the Kart Republic, for Kart Republic España, Patricio Pereira. So he will be there in 18th on the grid. 19th place will go the way of the Swedish driver Patrick Jansson, who will be on the Ricardo kart chassis, which of course is part of the Birolart group and named in honour, of course, of the Australian Formula 1 driver Daniel Ricciardo. And then alongside him on the grid will be Arvid Rosen of Sweden, who will line up in 20th in his version of the chassis. We will also see on that portion of the grid on the 11th row the Irish driver Richard Faulkner, who lines up there in 21st position on the starting grid on the inside of row 11. Alongside him on the grid will be Teresa Babichkova, who really struggled in time qualifying for the TEPZ racing team, but she has made a massive impact on the races so far. 11 places in the first heat and was going that way again in the second heat before having to retire with damage. So hopefully there'll be a better result in the third heat. And then at the tail end of the field, it is the Spanish racer from Venezuela, Albany del Val Vivas Alvarez, and she will be there for MDC Racing on the CRG chassis. A very populous grid as always in Senior X30. The drivers obviously know exactly what to expect of this category, this circuit, and their opponents, as they all have plenty of experience battling with the elements around this circuit. The temperature is starting to drop a little bit here as the wind brings in a lot of clouds. The temperature has actually plummeted now to just 12 degrees Celsius air temperature. It was up to about 15 at one stage, but those clouds coming in really has given us a little bit of a conundrum now. So hopefully we're going to have a really solid day at the office. I'm getting the very stereotypical finger wag from race director Martin Bean, who doesn't want to get rained on. And every time I speak about the weather, he tends to get wet. So I do apologise in advance, Martin. It's not intentional, honest. And I'm sure you'll find a way to get me back. I remember a fabulous story back in 2019, I think it was. We were returning home from a very wet karting Tefania at Marienburg. And I seem to remember both of us acting very much like children on the way home at the local restaurant playground, in which I got a very severe soaking at the bottom of a slide. I'm sure that's on Instagram somewhere if anyone wants to go and have a look at it. So the battle is going to be very intense indeed in Senior X30 as the day continues here at Valencia. And the race battles will obviously continue on in fine style for Sam Balota and Lachlan Robinson on the front row of the starting grid. Two drivers who are no strangers to wins in the IAME Euro Series paddock. Lachlan got his yesterday. Sam Balota has won several over the years in terms of his heats and his fantastic prowess over the course of the last few seasons as a junior, then stepping up to senior last year. So there's plenty, of course, to come from these contenders. And the battle will rage around this 1,428-meter circuit, the Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, which has garnered so many incredible talents over the years in multitudes of different forms of motorsport. The next race is X30 Senior Qualifying Heat, B versus E. And what a plethora of incredible athletes heading out onto the circuit now. So as they head out of the pit lane, it is Sam Balota and Lachlan Robinson on the front row of the grid from Erbertsmoor and Henke Kalteren, Philippe Vava and Sebastian Hedin from Santiago Valve and Archie Walker, Kian Shields and Enzo Peugeot, Sam Figueras and Enzo de Cruz from Joan Pasalagua and Hugo Trichard, Luis Macchi and Lazar Latigo from Dan Antunes, Patricio Pereira, Patrick Janssen, Arvid Rosen, Richard Faulkner, Teresa Babichkova and Albany del Val Vivas Alvarez. And I stand corrected. I thought we didn't have any representatives from North America, but we do, of course, because although he's racing under a Spanish license, Patricio Pereira does actually come from Mexico. So there you go. I was wrong. We do have a representative here this weekend from all 6 major continents. Unfortunately, there are no Antarctic races yet in the world of X30 Euro. I'm sure there will be one day. But so far, I think penguin racing isn't quite as popular as karting. So Sam Balota and Lachlan Robinson will go off from the front end of the field. Quite incredible when you consider that this worldwide competition has gathered so many incredible drivers from all 4 corners of the globe. Despite the difficulties, the challenges and the obstacles of this world pandemic, racing still goes on. The world keeps turning and we've got to keep motivated and keep focused. So what better way to do it than with the most intense and physical discipline of motor racing there is? X30 karting. So the drivers working their way around, obviously getting the tyres and brakes up to temperature. And these contenders, a lot of them competing at this level for the first time, and that means obviously a lot of them will be competing for the first time on a CIK FIA International Sporting Calendar, as the IAME Euro Series, of course, is present on. But the IAME Winter Cup 2021 is already delivering plenty of exciting drama, and there's going to be more of that in this race for sure, as Sam Balota and Lachlan Robinson start to give the karts a little bit of time to gather into their 2 rows on the back straight. Then it will be Erbertsmoor and Henke Kalteren from Vava, Hedin, Valve, Walker, Shields, Peugeot, Figueras, La Cruz, Pasalagua, Trichard, Macchi, Latigo, Antunes, Pereira, Janssen, Rosen, Faulkner, Babichkova and Albany del Valle as the drivers come through at the end of a very intense 2 laps of warming up the tyres and brakes. Are we going to get a clean start? You betcha! Lachlan Robinson getting a good start, trying to squeeze Sam Balota and gets through around the outside, and Lachlan Robinson takes the lead into the first corner. Several karts going out wide, but what a start from Lachlan Robinson. So rare to get karts going. Oh, we got a spin. That's Patrick Janssen. Patrick Janssen spins the kart around there. So unfortunate for the Swede. He does get going again, but Patrick Janssen now falls to the back of the field, and Lachlan Robinson and Henke Kalteren have got the jump on the inside row. Amazing start. You don't see that too many times. To see the outside road can actually get the jump on the inside. It's so rare these days. The 273s come through as well. That's Erbertsmoor to get past Sam Balota off the line. And that is the fast-starting Santi Valve, who is up in 5th position behind. Is that Lachlan Robinson? Yes, it is. Lachlan Robinson, the 268 there. Round on the outside. That's the 268 trying to move his way forward. That's Philippe Vava, who gets up into 3rd position. And it's absolute fisticuffs as they come down the straight. Robinson, Kalteren, Vava, Moore, Santiago Valve, and Sam Balota, who goes out wide. Balota drifts wide as the fast-starting Luis Macchi charges his way through and gets up into P6. And I'm afraid that's at the expense of Sam Balota. So Balota is going to drop down the order a little bit there. But what a train we've got now. Robinson, Kalteren, Vava, Moore, Valve, Macchi, Archie Walker, Enzo Peugeot, Joan Pasalagua, and Sam Balota in P10. There goes the move from Kalteren to take back the place from Philippe Vava. So Lachlan Robinson still leads on lap 2 as they go down the back straight. Originally from Australia, of course, now based in the United Arab Emirates. Lachlan Robinson doing a great job as he leads the field here on this second lap of the Senior X30 qualifying heat for Groups B versus E. Down the straight again, up towards the first corner. And here comes the lunge from Henke Kalter, and it's a late one, but he gets there on the inside. So too does Philip Vava, who gets past his teammate Lachlan Robinson. And now that's a big, bold lunge further back from Herberts Moore, trying to get up into fourth position. But it's held up, a chain reaction a little bit there as Santiago Valve was trying to get through into fourth position. And Lewis Mackey seizes the initiative, gets through on the inside line there with Archie Walker trying to come through as well. And Santi Valve is run out wide, loses 3 places. Peugeot, Balota and Hedin all managed to get through. Kalteren takes over the lead of the race from Valve. So Kalteren gets into the lead. Moore gets past Lachlan Robinson. So Henke Kalteren hits the front. So the Dutchman down the back straight, keeping his eye firmly on Philip Vava behind him. Herberts Moore running in third position. Here comes Vava on the inside of Kalteren. That'll do nicely. So Philip Vava takes over the lead here in Valencia. I'm fairly sure that's 3 different leaders in the first 3 laps, as we've now had Lachlan Robinson, Herberts Moore, and now we've got Philip Vava as Patrick Janssen drives with the red mist and gets the new fastest lap in his bid to close up on the rest of the field. So Vava leads Moore, Kalteren, Robinson, Mackey, Walker, Peugeot, Hedin, Valve and Balota. Kian Shields in 11th place in front of Antunes. And then we have Arvid Rosen in front of Joan Pasalagua and Teresa Babichkova. 16th place for Onsalo Cruz. Lazar Latigo is next up. Then Sam Figueras and Patricio Pereira as Herberts Moore gets on the inside of Philip Vava and takes the lead. That's 4 different leaders in this race. And if he holds the lead at the end of the lap, Herberts Moore, I'm fairly sure that's going to be 4 different leaders in the first 4 laps. So Lachlan Robinson led the way at the end of lap 1. Then Henke Kalteren led at lap 2. Philip Vava led on lap 3. And now we've got Herberts Moore leading on lap 4. Here comes Vava again, diving for the inside line. Henke Kalteren tried to get past Herberts Moore and it didn't work out. So now he has to stay back in third position. And look who's joined the party. Lewis Mackey and Archie Walker, the 2 British drivers, are now P5 and 6. And they're closing up on the quartet who lead the way and are battling for the victory. You know what? This IAME Winter Cup 2021 race battle is full of elbows out. No nonsense racing in Senior X30 this weekend, as Herberts Moore tries to get one underneath Philip Vava. Can he get the move out of the final hairpin onto the back straight? He'll gain massive momentum in the slipstream down the straight. And Herberts Moore just trying to get well clear with Philip Vava, the 2 Spanish drivers stretching out an advantage up in front. Third place for Kalteren. 4th for Lachlan Robinson. And then we've got Lewis Mackey and Archie Walker. 7th for Peugeot. Here comes the move from Lachlan Robinson. He gets through into third place. And that's a big lunge from Archie Walker on Lewis Mackey. Mackey does not let that one happen. So Philip Vava sets the fastest lap of the race, a 56.006. Nothing in it in terms of raw lap times. So the battle continues here for Philip Vava. And it is all the rage as the battles intensify around the circuit. Herberts Moore still gaining massive ground, sat behind Philip Vava. And the way that the 2 karts cut through the air, the second one has power in reserve to make a massive amount of time up on the kart in front. Herberts Moore sizing up the opportunity. Gives a little bit of a love tap to Philip Vava to try and stretch out the gap up front. And there goes Kalteren through into third position past Robinson. Mackey gets through as well. Oh, and off into the barriers goes Hedin. Sebastian Hedin bounces off the barriers and gets going again. Well, I have to say I'm impressed with the performances there of Sebastian Hedin trying to get back going, but he pulls off the circuit straight away because the kart is damaged. What a shame for Sebastian Hedin, and he is absolutely fuming. So Sebastian Hedin absolutely devastated. That's the second retirement of 3 attempts for the Swede, who finished second in the heat yesterday. I thought we had plenty to come from him, but Sebastian Hedin unfortunately bouncing off the wall. That is not what we wanted to see from him today. So Vava and Moore stretching clear out front. They've got a big gap now over Henke Kalteren. Lewis Mackey in 4th place trying to put the Synergy chassis up the order. Through the chicane. And still Herberts Moore hustles Philip Vava down the main straight. He's got plenty of time in reserve. but he wants to build a bigger gap as Lewis Mackie is trying to come around the outside of Henke Kalteren to then get the switchback maneuver ready for the chicane up front. Lewis Mackie, an absolute tiger at the wheel of his car. Been watching him for several years in the British scene. He's only recently made the lunge to Europe. And I tell you what, Lewis Mackie, full of confidence and pure driving aggression. He's like a new Nigel Mansell, Lewis Mackie. So Vava and Erbeltsmoor having a great run in first and second places. Kalteren in third, Mackie in fourth. And then we've got Lachlan Robinson still there in fifth place in front of Enzo Peugeot, Santi Valvi and Archie Walker. Down the back straight. Still the two Spanish charges pull well clear. Philip Vava getting a little bit of support from Erbeltsmoor, but it's only going to be for a short time as we complete lap 8. 3 laps to go. So this is going to get pretty spicy for Vava and Moore. Third place for Kalteren, fourth place for Lewis Mackie. Lachlan Robinson and Enzo Peugeot from Valve, Walker, Shields, Pelota, Rosen and Joan Pasalagua. Enzo La Cruz and Lazar Lartigo still going well as well. Teresa Babichkova in front of Sam Figueras and Daniel Antunes, with Patricio Pereira from Mexico in 18th position. And then obviously down the order in 19th place, we've got Richard Faulkner in front of Hugo Tuichard. But there's going to be a big lunge for position before too long. In fact, Erbeltsmoor really is starting to hustle. Look at this tussle in the middle. We've got Santi Valvi in front of Enzo Peugeot and Archie Walker. Walker gets up the inside, takes on the Frenchman. That'll do nicely up the inside and goes down the back straight. So that's 2 men that have managed to get the move there. Still, these two, absolutely nose to tail. Vava and Moore, 2 laps to go. This is where Erbeltsmoor can start to make his attack. He's going for it on the inside line. Vava lets him go, essentially. Erbeltsmoor sizes the moment and gets through into the lead of the race on lap 10 of 11. But has Philip Vava got a trick up his sleeve? He will not have wanted to let that maneuver happen so easily. So perhaps he's got an opportunity, but Erbeltsmoor is just opening the taps and stretching away from Philip Vava now. He's on a qualifying lap now that he's got through into the lead for Erbeltsmoor. And having already taken 1 race victory this weekend, he wants to get another one done. Onto the back straight, and Philip Vava just doesn't seem to have the pace to respond here in the early doors of it. But Vava is hoping that the back straight slipstream advantage is going to help, but he's not closing in as much as he would like to. So Erbeltsmoor goes into Ultima Vuelta, the final lap, with a decent advantage in front of Philip Vava, with Henke Kalteren in third from Lewis Mackie. Lachlan Robinson in fifth, 6th place for Santi Valvi, 7th for Archie Walker and 8th for Enzo Peugeot, in front of Kian Shields and Sam Pelota in the top 10. So Philip Vava is still giving it everything he's got to take over the lead from Erbeltsmoor. But it's been a while since a Spanish driver won the Senior X30 final. They've been on the podium, but for whatever reason, the British drivers always seem to get a little bit of a bonus on them, certainly in the closing stages. But with the likes of Mark Kimber struggling in their previous heat and dropping down to 17th, it's really going to compromise Kimber's weekend. So Erbeltsmoor is about to take a big scalp towards the fastest of the drivers in Senior X30, and certainly the aggregate leader going into tomorrow if he keeps this up. Erbeltsmoor out of the final turn, and it's win number 2 this weekend for young Erbeltsmoor. Great job. Philip Vava in second place, and Henke Kalteren in third ahead of Lewis Mackie. 4 wide at the finish further back. Goodness me. I've never seen anything quite so tight as that across the finish line of a race here. Archie Walker, Enzo Peugeot, Kian Shields and Sam Pelota millimetres apart at the finish line there. So Erbeltsmoor grabbing a valuable victory at a time in the weekend when he and the TD Kart Marlin squad really wanted to get a decent result in the bag. Having already picked up a win yesterday, Erbeltsmoor picks up another one, and that's much stronger from his point of view. So Erbeltsmoor, a valuable victory in front of his countryman Philip Vava, with the Dutchman Henke Kalteren joining them on the rostrum of the top 3. But that's more than just a heat win for Erbeltsmoor. That's authority, and that's a really clear incentive to the rest of the field that he is looking good for the victory. Erbeltsmoor in front of Philip Vava and Henke Kalteren. Lewis Mackie and Lachlan Robinson from Santiago Valve and Archie Walker. Enzo Peugeot and Kian Shields from Sam Pelota and Joan Pasalagua. Just the one retirement from the race, unfortunately. Sebastian Hedin, after his earlier battle, bouncing around the barrier, unfortunately, but still somehow managing to get out of harm's way and still managing to try and get going again. It didn't, unfortunately, work for him, but the very fact that he was prepared to give it a go proves his mentality and proves his work ethic. He is not one to back away from a challenge. So hopefully we will see some of the better results from Sebastian Hedin as the weekend goes. But when there's 60 drivers in the rankings of Senior X30 fighting for 36 places, you really can't afford a DNF, because that really will cause no end of problems for the remainder of the weekend. And that's going to be a big problem for each of the drivers as they quest for more glory this weekend. Well, as we get ready for the next Senior X30 heat, which will be for groups B versus E, time to catch up with a former winner of this event in the senior ranking category. We've had qualifying groups B versus E. It's now going to be qualifying heat A versus D, apologies, in Senior X30. And starting towards the front end of the field over the course of the weekend, we've had several drivers fight their way forward. But there's one man who knows how to win this event, having done so 3 years ago in his first time as a Senior X30 driver, and that is the British driver Clayton Ravenscroft.
Well, there's definitely a sort of confidence that I'm coming into this weekend, really, because coming into 2018 I didn't expect to really do very well, and went and won that, and then in 2019 we went again and got on the podium again. So there was no return last year due to being in a different series, but I'm glad to be back this season, enjoying the track so far and seeing where we can get this year. I guess there is a little bit of that because of, obviously we went into 2018 as a junior, first racing a senior, and wasn't really expecting anything, so you'd expect me to be at the front again. So there is a little bit of pressure, but I'm fine with pressure, so the more the merrier, really. It's a certain urge of opening the steering on the exit of the corners and just keeping that flow all the way through. It's really good. There's always a good vibe going around the awning. We all get along very well, especially when we come to a track like this. It's sort of like a little holiday for us as well. But yeah, no, it's always a great vibe, and we always do so well when we come here. So let's just see what we can bring out this week. We've not been in the car a lot because of the pandemic, and usually there's a lot of karting fitness that is involved with when you're out every weekend or so, which we always benefit from in the UK. Now we're back out in the kart, we've done a bit more testing, and we've been getting into the rhythm of things a lot more, and it's just been a lot better.
Ravenscroft is actually having a little pause from the proceedings in this one. He is a spectator for this particular event, but he certainly knows how to get the job done. He'll be out in one of the later Senior X30 heats. It'll be his teammates that get to go out on the circuit. In the previous heat, we obviously saw 2 or 3 of them having a nice bit of badinage out on the circuit, and you'll get to see a few more of the KR Sport drivers in this particular heat. Certainly most notably that of Sean Butcher, the leading seed coming into this year, don't forget, other than Kian Shields. So the drivers on the grid for this one. Pole position will go the way of Daniel Nogales, the man who got fastest time in qualifying, and he will line up on the front row of the grid alongside Louis Westover, who is based, of course, these days in Spain, originally from Colchester in Essex. Fabulous town, the oldest recorded town in Great Britain, in fact. And they're around on the front row of the grid. Ivan Batalla and Federico Scalvini, the AC Motorsport teammates, will line up on the second row of the grid. Ivan Batalla, of course, one of the stalwarts of the Spanish karting scene, and young Federico Scalvini only having just recently stepped up to seniors out of the junior brigade, the Italian, who is doing very well indeed for the AC Motorsport squad. Then we have the karts running in third row of the grid. That is Mark Kimber, as he battles away in third row of the grid, 5th position. And that DNF earlier, or as good as DNF earlier, I should say, from his point of view, is not going to help his chances, but he's definitely one of the drivers who can fight his way further forward to get himself back into a winning position again. So Mark Kimber will line up alongside Sean Butcher, the Australian, who these days, of course, is based in London in the United Kingdom and races under a British license. But it's very easy to see the Australia fare resplendent on both race suit and Australian helmet design as well. Still very proud of his roots. Fourth row of the grid is Clarissa Dervic, who will line up in the fourth row of the starting grid. The young racer from Spain, who is stepping up to senior for her first time out in the kart for the AC Motorsport team. And then lining up alongside her on the starting grid on row 4 is Mari Boya, one of the stars of the Spanish scene, and of course the winner of the 2018 FIA Karting Academy Trophy, representing his home country, and has been racing recently in Spanish Formula 4, but could not resist the chance to return to his beloved karting scene and to the world of the IAME Winter Cup here in Valencia. So out onto the circuit go the drivers in the X30 Seniors. Qualifying heat, A versus D. So here is the grid in full. Dan Nogales and Louis Westover, Ivan Batalla and Federico Scalvini from Mark Kimber and Sean Butcher, Clarissa Dervic and Mari Boya from Hugo Nataril and Jaime Sanz, Thomas Fleming and Josep Vea, Darrell Taylor and Eloy Gonzalez, Ruben Moya and Hugo Arendi from Kasper Skuza and Nikolai Sabo, Petr Babichkova and Max Yolanda from Wilgert League, Dennis Booman, David Rodriguez and Simon Billman. Now, I can tell you that there is one driver on the starting grid that will not be taking any further part, unfortunately, in the races this weekend, and that is the man who was due to start towards the rear of the field, Wilgert Leek, the Swedish driver who rather sadly has ended up picking up a minor injury that will see him sit out the rest of the weekend. Apparently, he has a couple of breaks to his fingers after an incident earlier on in the weekend. So, rather sadly, Wilgert Leek is due to take no further part in the race event. So we wish him a speedy recovery, and hopefully he'll be back again in time for our first round of the IAME Euro Series, which of course is 3 weeks from now at Karting de Fagnes in Marienburg in Belgium. So with Dan Nogales and Louis Westover at the front row of the grid from Ivan Batalla and Federico Scalvini, Mark Kimber and Sean Butcher from Clarissa Dervic and Mari Boya, Nataril, Sanz, Fleming, Vea, Taylor, Gonzalez, Moya, Arendi, Skuza, Sabo, Babichkova, Sjolanda, Booman, Rodriguez and Billman will make up the 11 kart grid. Now, as it stands at the moment in the qualifying heats, Dean McDonald and Herberts Moore are currently leading the rankings with 2 points apiece. Currently looking at third in the standings is actually Matilda Olsen, who has been so impressive thus far. 2 seconds and a third has given her plenty to be confident about going into the latter stages of the event. Hopefully she can just keep that mentality and that high results coming forward. She can just watch from the sidelines on this one. But for all of the drivers in this race, it's going to need to be a very important race performance from them. So Nogales, Westover, Batalla, Scalvini, Kimber, Butcher, Dervic, Boya, Nataril, Sanz, Fleming, Vea, Taylor and Gonzalez as they come out of the final corner onto the tram lines once again. Are we going to go racing this time? We sure are. Away we go. And it's a great start from the inside line. Ivan Batalla is going to crack in behind the race leader, Dan Nogales. They sweep through the first hairpin, and it's no problem at all for Batalla to get into second place behind Nogales. Good start from Mark Kimber. He's up to third place in front of Louis Westover, and the field conflagrates through the first chicane up towards the S's now. And Mark Kimber has already broken into second place. He's already got past Ivan Batalla. So Kimber into second place, chasing after Dan Nogales. Oh, and there's a problem further back. Nikolai Sabo has climbed the back of the 241. And that is Josep Vea. So Vea and Sabo had an incident on the opening lap there as Louis Westover still tries to keep himself in a decent position on the course, but he's lost a bit of momentum and ground there as Mari Boya has made the move up into 5th position. Westover down to P7, I think, on not the greatest of first laps. So Butcher and Boya are having a sensational scrap over P4. So Nogales leads, Kimber second, Batalla third, Butcher and Boya. The 266 is next up. That's Federico Scalvini, and here goes Boya into 4th position. So Mari Boya overtakes the Australian and gets up into another position there. Nice move. So the field continues on its charge forward. Clarissa Dervic having a nice battle in the midfield there with Ruben Moya and Thomas Fleming, I think that was, that she was battling with, and the 211 of Kasper Skuza in the mix there as well, trying to break into the top 10. But Dan Nogales leads from Mark Kimber, Ivan Batalla and Mari Boya. This could get very spicy. They come off the turn, out through the final corner of the course and down the back straight. So Dan Nogales having a great run from Mark Kimber in second position. Bataya and Boya. Now, when is Mari Boya going to make his move on the inside to get through into third position? Well, I'll tell you what, Federico Scalvini's not hanging around. He gets into fifth place. The Italian moves up into P5. And here comes the move from Kimber. Nice and early on the inside of Dan Nogales as Boya gets through past Bataya. So Kimber into first, Boya into third, Dan Nogales down to P2. Boya hops over the curbs in his bid to close up on Dan Nogales. He's used to racing, this guy. He's done it a lot in Spanish karting, of course. So Mari Boya knows Dan Nogales of old and will know every little trick to find a way past him. And he's going to not hang around at all. He gets through on the inside line into second position. And there comes Bataya to try and take on Nogales, and he opens the floodgates. Scalvini's going to get through as well. So down to fifth position goes Dan Nogales, and Sean Butcher's waiting in the wings as well. So Kimber leads, Boya second, then it is Bataya, Scalvini, Nogales, Butcher, Moya and Westover from Thomas Fleming, Casper Scusa, Daryl Taylor, Eloy Gonzalez and Hugo Nataril. Oh, and that's a problem for Nogales. Dan Nogales is slowing on the home straight. Daniel Nogales is out. Something's gone wrong. I wonder if the chain has fallen off. Something's certainly causing a major concern for Dan Nogales. But there's a big problem for him as the race is now well and truly over for the Spaniard. And I'm afraid after his earlier problems, that's pretty much a chance of victory long gone in this IAME Winter Cup. What a disaster for Daniel Nogales. The pole position man with all sorts of issues now as he tries desperately to get the car back to the pits. But Kimber leads Boya, Bataya, Scalvini, Butcher, Westover, Moya, Scusa, Fleming, Gonzalez, Nataril and Taylor, with Hugo Orendi in front of Clarissa Dervich and Jaime Sanz. So back onto the main straight. And Mari Boya has got some support from Ivan Bataya and Federico Scalvini as they charge after Mark Kimber. Can they get past the Brit? Former winner of the IAME Winter Cup, but then so too is Boya. Boya won it as a junior, Kimber's won it as a senior. But Mari Boya has not quite managed to win this event as a senior. He's come close a few times, but has not quite been able to finish the job as a senior contender. So this is definitely going to be an impassioned plea. Oh, and we've got contact further back. Two carts have come together. And that is not good news for either of them. That's the 239 of Simon Billman, who has tangled there with David Rodriguez. So Billman and Rodriguez unfortunately tangled together in the middle of the course. And that is both drivers very much compromised there. Oh, and that very slow moving Dan Nogales coming back into the pits. Now that is not great news as far as they're concerned, because Dan Nogales very nearly caused a headache for the race leaders as he tried to get the cart back to the pits. And look at the squabble coming into the first corner. Daryl Taylor, oh sorry, no, that's Casper Scusa getting past Ruben Moya. So that's Butcher up to P5, Westover to 6th, Scusa to 7th, and Moya down to 8th in front of Gonzalez and Nataril. That retirement from Dan Nogales really did cause some issues. I think I just saw Kimber taking a little bit of grass there as he came through. He's pushing very hard indeed, Mark Kimber, to try and get clear of Mari Boya. And there are Dan Nogales and the 258 of David Rodriguez, two Spanish stars out of the race. Dan Nogales probably feeling a little bit more disgruntled than David Rodriguez. Mari Boya just stretching clear with Mark Kimber, at least trying to get away from Bataya and Scalvini, and that's Scusa making the move on the inside there of Sean Butcher. Butcher tumbles down to 8th place as a result. So Westover's 5th, Scusa is 6th, Gonzalez is 7th, and Butcher down to 8th now in front of Natarel, Moya, Fleming, Taylor, Dervich and Orendi. But Boya is trying to get well clear with Mark Kimber. Kimber still protecting the inside line. This is only lap 7 of 11, don't forget there's a long time still to go. But Mari Boya will know that Kimber is going to be a very difficult race driver to beat. So he's got to time the move right. And then obviously once he's got through, he's got to hope that he's outfoxed Kimber enough that he will gain the momentum over the British driver. But these are two racers who know each other very well indeed, Mari Boya and Mark Kimber. Been in the paddock together several seasons now. But Mari Boya has a really good opportunity here to get past Kimber in the closing stages of this heat. Down the straight, as Boya checks over his shoulder to see where Bataya and Scalvini are. This is a little bit of fun, of course, for Kimber and Boyer, but they still give it everything they've got. They're racers. They want to show that they've still got what it takes to be natural-born race winners. We're on lap 8 of 11, and still Kimber holds station in front of Mari Boyer. Battaglia and Scalvini running 3rd and 4th. Westover in 5th from Scusa, Gonzalez, Naturel, Moya and Butcher. Fleming is 11th. Taylor in 12th from Clarissa Dervich and Hugo Orendi, with Jaime Sanz in front of Petra Babechkova. And then Max Jolanda is in front of Nikolai Sabo after his rodeo ride with Josep Weyer. 20th now is Dennis Booman ahead of Simon Billman. But we have retirements, obviously, from David Rodriguez, Dan Nogales, and a non-start from Wilgert Leek. When is this move coming from Mari Boyer? He's waiting till the last possible moment to make the slingshot maneuver. 3 laps to go. And this could be a very interesting one for Mark Kimber in front of Mari Boyer. But Mari Boyer doesn't want to give Mark Kimber any suggestion as to when he's going to make the overtaking move. He wants to catch him by surprise and then gain the momentum that comes with it. Not easy to predict where the driver is going to make the overtaking move, especially when there are so many overtaking spots on this circuit. But Mari Boyer is staying as close to Mark Kimber as possible. Kimber's trying to open up the taps, though, to try and get away from his Spanish rival. So Mark Kimber still holds station. These two having a great tussle. Ivan Battaglia and Federico Scalvini. Scalvini cutting through the air perhaps a little bit easier than Ivan Battaglia due to the height of Ivan. So Scalvini's got a chance here. But he'll want to close up with his teammate. They want to take on the 2 leaders up front. The second they start battling, they want to be there to pick up the pieces. And Mari Boyer knows that they're not far away. 2 laps remaining here. Less than a second between the top 4 karts. When is Mari Boyer going to make the lunge? He needs to do it quickly, otherwise the 2 karts behind him are going to make the jump. So he's got to time it right and hope that Kimber isn't going to be able to make too big a retaliation move. It's all about timing. It's all about predicting the maneuver, and it's all about patience. So Mari Boyer holds his position in 2nd place, swarming around behind Mark Kimber. We've got less than a lap and a half to go. Down the straight on the back end of the circuit comes Kimber, with Mari Boyer still very tight in behind. Battaglia and Scalvini having a good tussle, and there goes Scalvini on the inside of his teammate to get into 3rd position as we head into the last lap, and Louis Westover trying to get into 4th place. Last lap, Kimber's going to defend. Mari Boyer's going to try and sweep around the outside with better circuit knowledge. He knows this place even better than Kimber does. He's raced here so many times. He knows the cut. Here comes Boyer trying to get on the inside of Kimber. Kimber cuts across. No chance of opening the door. Boyer tries again for the switchback maneuver out of the turn. Is there going to be a chance? Not when Kimber's holding station. Boyer's going to keep trying. He's going to try and keep questing for the maneuver. Kimber blocks him at every turn, every opportunity. Kimber is one of the best defenders in the business in karting. He even tries to give Boyer a little bit of a wider berth in order that Westover might get a chance on him. Westover now into 3rd place past Scalvini, but he's not close enough. And here we go. Kimber still defending valiantly from Boyer. Boyer's going to try around the outside to cut back on Kimber. They go side by side. Boyer cuts in, tries to come out the turn, and Kimber's going to beat Boyer to the line. So close between the two. 0.048, not even half a tenth of a second between the 2 drivers as they come through. Absolutely amazing to the finish line there. Astonishing racecraft. But Mark Kimber has the measure of Mari Boyer for the moment at least. Louis Westover in 3rd position, Scalvini in 4th. What a fight back on the last lap from Eloy Gonzalez to come home in 5th position, with Ivan Battaglia in 6th place ahead of Kasper Scusa, Hugo Naturel, Thomas Fleming and Ruben Moya. So thrilling battles and an incredible show from the competitors thus far, but Mark Kimber hangs on in front of Mari Boyer. Very, very tight between the 2 drivers as they quest for victory. There's not a lot to choose between them at this point, and both drivers would dearly love to return to the karting scene victorious. So Mark Kimber just hangs on in front of Jose Maria Navalon Boyer. Westover, Scalvini, Gonzalez, Battaglia, Scusa, Naturel, Fleming and Moya in the top 10, ahead of Sean Butcher, Daryl Taylor and Clarissa Dervich. Just the 2 retirements, David Rodriguez and rather publicly Daniel Nogales. But obviously the non-start as well from Wilgert Leek after his earlier finger injury. Hopefully he's going to be back in time for Marienburg 3 weeks from now when the IAME Euro Series gets underway. So fabulous stuff so far from the contenders in the X30 Senior Qualifying Heat A versus D. And that means that we will turn our focus away from the seniors briefly, for the moment at least, so that we can focus in on the next big battle out on the circuit, which is the X30 Juniors for Qualifying Heat A versus C. And that will return us to the front end of the field with William McIntyre for the KR Sport team, as he will once again line up at the front end of the field after a valiant display and a very tough performance from him so far. Alongside him on the starting grid is the AC Motorsport machine of Ivan Arias, who will line up on the front row in his Kart Republic. And then on the second row of the grid, we will have Kanato Lee, the Japanese driver, lining up third on the starting grid alongside Eric Genet of Spain, who will be there on the second row of the starting grid. Row 3 will see another strong Spanish contingent, Denis Curivale from Kart Republic España. He will line up there in fifth position of the grid. Alongside him will be the Frenchman Arthur Poulain, and he will be there on the outside of row 3. Seventh on the grid will be the Armenian Daniel Dalakian, who will continue his first weekend in the juniors and doing a very solid job of it, Daniel Dalakian. Happy birthday, Daniel, by the way. Eighth position on the grid will be Finn McLaughlin, the Irishman who stormed the Crows with a sensational victory in the first heat of the day. Didn't get the chance to replicate it in the second. I wonder which version of Finn McLaughlin we'll see in this one. If he's got any say of it, it'll be the first version. Row 5 of the grid, rounding out the top 10, will be the Swiss driver Ethan Ischer, and he will line up 9th position on the starting grid on the inside of row 5 alongside Mikel Marino Ibanez, who will be there in 10th position on the starting grid. So Mikel Marino hoping for another solid run. Alongside Juan Alugia on the grid. So Juan Alugia will be there on the 11th position of the grid, and alongside him will be Andy Rattel, the Frenchman, lining up P12 aboard his X-Bridge chassis. And then we have Elia Papacena, the Italian driver, and alongside him will be Hugo Magnas, who will be there 14th on the starting grid. Enzo Soares will line up in 15th position on the grid, and alongside him will be the Finnish star Nea Kitola. And with them coming up to International Women's Day 2 days from now, it is worth noting that Nea Kitola is the only woman in the paddock whose mother is a mechanic. So there we are. Fantastic work from the two ladies there. Freddie Allam, 17th on the starting grid for Mick Barrett Racing. And on the inside row of row 9, that is. Alongside him will be Kevin Rabin, the Swiss driver, who lines up 18th on the starting grid. So with the X30 juniors continuing on their way, it's going to be an absolutely rip-roaring run again from the juniors. Very intense battles from them thus far in the X30 junior brigade. We've had some really exciting and very close run battles from the contenders thus far. If we look back over the results from their weekend thus far, the juniors really have given us plenty to talk about coming up to this point. And we're going to see some truly exceptional performances from them, I'm sure, as the race weekend continues. We've had some victories from the mid-pack. We've had some victories from the front of the pack. It's been a very intriguing and very interesting mixed bag from the X30 juniors thus far. Will McIntyre has taken 2 race victories out of 2 so far. Very impressive from him. Andy Rattel, of course, taking a victory in qualifying Heat C versus D after Finn McLaughlin's brilliant drive resulted in a rather unfortunate front fairing penalty. But still a 6th position from him. And Louis Leveau, of course, managing to grab a victory earlier on as well. But it's going to be a fascinating race battle here for Will McIntyre. And from his point of view, winning this race could not be more important. If he gets this one, he remains at the front heading into tomorrow's pre-final. So all he has to do is what he's done twice already. Easier said than done, of course. But there's plenty of drivers who want to take it away from him, so he knows that he cannot rest on his laurels. He's got so many other drivers to challenge for that position at the front end of the field. And Ivan Arias is going to be the first of those to challenge. Kanato Lee is not far away from it either, don't forget. But as we head into this one, McIntyre currently leads the aggregate standings ahead of Leo Robinson, with Louis Leveau and Kanato Lee chasing the pack, Eric Genet and Vinnie Phillips, and then Ivan Arias and Adrian Ferra in the top of the rankings. So the last junior heat for Messrs Will McIntyre and Ivan Arias, the groups A versus C, will quest for the last time here today as they will get ready for tomorrow's pre-final. But what position are they going to be starting in? This is one of the two races that will decide the fate of the X30 junior drivers. So let's find out how it will fare. Qualifying heat A versus C for the drivers as they battle away for position again in X30 junior. And it's going to be William McIntyre from the pole position after his excellent run in qualifying yesterday. So Will McIntyre and Ivan Arias from the front row of the grid, from Kanato Lee and Eric Genet, Dennis Kudivali and Artur Poulan, Dan Dalakian and Finn McLaughlin from Ethan Ischier and Mikel Marino, Joanna Lugia and Andy Rattel from Elia Papachena and Hugo Manias, Enzo Soares and Nea Kitola, and Freddie Allam and Kevin Rabin. So the 9 rows of the grid. Qualifying heat A versus C. Plenty of drama and excitement for our drivers heading out onto the circuit as they continue to quest for the front end of the field. 2 wins out of 2, the perfect score thus far for Will McIntyre. He needs to make it a third. But this will not be easy at all. And he is currently the only person in the entire race weekend, and I want to make that very clear, the only driver so far in the entire race weekend that has not yet been beaten over the course of the weekend. So he's definitely going about it the right way. And to be honest, looking at the results of the other drivers, so long as he finishes either first or second, Will McIntyre is going to have pole position pretty much nailed to the mast. In fact, Will McIntyre can actually afford to finish third and will still secure pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. But he would love to do it with 3 wins rather than having to settle for a second or third place finish. So as long as Will McIntyre finishes in the top 3, he will start from pole position for the pre-final tomorrow. But for the rest of the contenders, it's all going to be about consistency and staying as cool and calm and collected as possible. Air temperature has risen again to 13 degrees Celsius here at Cartodromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, 1,428 meters in length. The race circuit. And we're here in the beautiful Chiva countryside. Look at those mountains in the background. An incredible challenge for any athletic person, just as much as the challenge is down here on ground level. So McIntyre, Arias, Lee, Genet, Kudivali, Poulan, Dalakian, McLaughlin, Ischier and Marino in the top 10. But this is the make or break race for William McIntyre. If he gets this victory, he will start pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. Is it a clean start? It is! And away we go. McIntyre gets the perfect start in front of Kanato Lee. Eric Genet's going to dive up the inside. He actually nudges McIntyre. He goes way beyond what he should have done in the first corner. And through into the lead then goes Ivan Arias. McIntyre into second. Genet holds up into third. And several drivers go avoiding action there. Dalakian goes wide. And I think that was also Artur Poulan, I think, drifting wide as well. So Dalakian and Poulan both going overshooting at the chicane. But it's Ivan Arias who leads the way after a very optimistic maneuver from Eric Genet into the first corner. Genet now finds himself in third position. McIntyre down to second. But still, for McIntyre in P2, if he remains in the top 3, he will still get the chance to run at the front of the field in tomorrow's pre-final. But McIntyre doesn't appear like he's going to wait around. He's actually in a very strong position here in second place as Ivan Arias goes a little bit wide out of the chicane. And McIntyre may get the chance to make the move a little bit earlier than he first thought. But he's in a solid position here in second, McIntyre, because he can now start to pull away from the drivers behind, although he may get some support from Eric Genet that he doesn't really want. So it could be very entertaining for the leaders up at the front end. Kanato Lee is in P4. 5th place is Finn McLaughlin. Another sensational start from the Irishman. So Finn McLaughlin continues to make these bold charges forward. And hopefully this time the Irishman is actually going to be rewarded with a strong result. He still got a 6th place finish when he took the victory in the final turn, but a front-fairing penalty dropped him down the order. That's unfortunate for the Irishman because it was going so well up until that phase. So Ivan Arias, Will McIntyre, Eric Genet, Kanato Lee, and Finn McLaughlin in the top 5 from Denis Kudivali. And then it is Andy Rattel, Daniel Dalakian, Mikkel Marino, and Ethan Ischer. As Denis Kudivali sets the new fastest lap, and then it's obviously been taken away by several other drivers in the field. I'm actually fairly confident that's Nea Kitola, who has just set a new flying lap. Oh, there's an investigation flag for Andy Rattel. Now, I don't know whether that's for the start or whether that's for something that took place a little further on, but certainly an investigation flag has now been raised for Andy Rattel, the Frenchman. So that could be a very interesting and unfortunate development for him. But Ivan Arias going well at the front from Will McIntyre and Eric Genet. Side by side, that's Daniel Dalakian losing out to Arthur Poulain. And now side by side, 3 wide in that corner. That's brave. But up the inside comes Joanna Lugia to get past Ethan Ischer. And that's a very strong move from Joanna Lugia. So absolutely amazing. Ivan Arias continues on his way. Finn McLaughlin sets the new fastest lap of 57.896 for the Irishman, who races, of course, under a British licence. And that's the move from McIntyre to fend off Genet. Genet tries again. Shuts the door. They've both run wide. And here comes Kanato Lee. Kanato Lee storms up in a 2nd position. Now McIntyre can't afford to get into any more fisticuffs than this. 3rd position would be enough to start the pre-final from pole. But he doesn't want to get into any more scrapes in this final heat. He just wants to stay as close to the front as humanly possible. But that little mistake from Eric Genet got him and Will McIntyre wide. And now Kanato Lee and Finn McLaughlin are up there, but they will want to work with each other to close up on Ivan Arias because they will want to get a win here. As up the inside comes Finn McLaughlin to try and take on Will McIntyre. It's not going to happen. So he has to hang back. Finn McLaughlin tries again. It's going to be a late lunge on Will McIntyre and he gets through. Now this is a problem for McIntyre. Robinson would now have to be in a very strong position in his heat to get a chance, and Eric Genet once again tries on McIntyre, and McIntyre is absolutely livid with Eric Genet. Stop it! He's getting very irate there as Eric Genet gets incredibly close to him. But McIntyre has to just throw it off. He's just got to keep going and hope that he gets another opportunity. But this has dropped him to 4th position. It's not the most comfortable position that McIntyre's been in today, especially considering now that he is quite a considerable way back from Finn McLaughlin, even in 3rd place. So we've got Kanato Lee, Finn McLaughlin, and now McIntyre, who is 2.7 seconds back from the race leader, Ivan Arias. He was leading at one stage, of course, this weekend. He's still technically leading on aggregate points, but he can't afford to lose too many more places than he already has. Here's the battle further back. This is the duel between Arthur Poulain and Mikkel Marino. As now we've got Kanato Lee being caught by his teammate Finn McLaughlin. So the two drivers are still giving it plenty of exciting charges through the field here. So they continue to battle on the far side of the circuit now. So the Expert chassis in front of the Synergy chassis, this is. The Fusion Motorsport team, Kanato Lee in front of his teammate Finn McLaughlin. You can tell the difference between the two very subtly by the fact that Kanato Lee's chassis is the same sort of day-glow fluorescent red. And you can see there that Finn McLaughlin's kart is a darker blue. That's the difference between the two chassis. Fastest lap of the race from Ivan Arias. Cool, this is a nice little tasty battle towards the sharp end, isn't it? We've got Joanna Lugia, Arthur Poulain, Mikkel Marino and Ethan Ischer having a 4-kart squabble as Finn McLaughlin gets another new fastest lap in, trying to close up on his teammate Kanato Lee. And Will McIntyre finds himself in 4th position in front of Eric Genet. But we're getting close to the Ultima Vuelta. And proof of the competitive nature of this field. Coming into this race, the only person not to be unbeaten all weekend long was Will McIntyre, but he's about to be beaten. He's in 4th position. So Ivan Arias is about to take a victory and deny Will McIntyre the clean sweep. But as long as McIntyre remains in 4th position. He should be able still to come through. Now that's a warning flag for Eric Genet. That's not good news. That's going to give him a 5-second penalty, and that's nothing he can do about it. So the Spanish driver has made one move too many by the look of it. Last lap, and Ivan Arias is still the fastest man on track, out in the lead. He's got a clear track in front of him, but now the Fusion Motorsport teammates will go to war. Kanato Lee and Finn McLaughlin, they both want a decent finish. Finn McLaughlin's perhaps a little bit more eager to get past Kanato Lee than Lee is to maintain 2nd place. So it could be a fascinating maneuver between the two of them on the last lap, but Ivan Arias is having a solid end to his race as he continues to check out in the lead. But Kanato Lee and Finn McLaughlin, look, they're still riding line astern. The two drivers just continuing to keep their pace. But off the turn they come on the far part of the circuit. And Kanato Lee is just trying to fend off from his Irish teammate Finn McLaughlin. As they come down the straight up towards the final chicane, Ivan Arias is going to take a clear victory as Kanato Lee hangs on a 2nd. It's Arias who gets the win. Kanato Lee 2nd, McLaughlin in 3rd. 4th is Will McIntyre. Now that should maintain McIntyre's place at the sharp end of the field, because he will score 4 points, and that is how many Leo Robinson had. And in fact, even if Robinson takes a win in this next race, it will still be McIntyre who gets pole position for the pre-final. So McIntyre is fortunate there, but the junior youngster will retain his place at the front of the pre-final. But unfortunately for a couple of the drivers in the field, it hasn't quite gone according to plan. Eric Genet, for example, will take a 5-second penalty. Now, interestingly, because Kudavali, Rattel and Poulain were a bit further down the ranks of the timesheets, that's actually not going to change Eric Genet's position at all. He's going to remain in 5th place. But Ivan Arias gets the victory, and that's a crucial one for the Spaniard to get one over on Kanato Lee and Finn McLaughlin. McIntyre 4th, from Genet in 5th, Kudavali, Rattel, Poulain and Mikel Marino from Joan Aluja and Ethan Isher, then Hugo Manias and Elia Papachena from Daniel Delakian and Enzo Soares, Freddie Allam, Nea Kutola and Kevin Rabin, who unfortunately retired on the final lap. So a fascinating battle there for the drivers up at the front, and certainly for Ivan Arias, it's an interesting situation for all of the competitors as they run forward, but an absolutely thrilling battle. So it's going to be a sensational battle for all of the competitors as they run into the remaining heats. Now, there's only one junior heat remaining, so they're going to need to finish it up. Just a note to all of the competitors here trackside, there are many people that have signed up for a on-site PCR test in our laboratory, and they are packing up and going home in half an hour. So those who are needing a PCR test, who have signed up for one, the laboratory is actually closing in half an hour. So if you need a PCR test in order to go home on Monday, of course, then please ensure that you get it here at the circuit in the next half an hour, because otherwise the laboratory here will close. So please ensure that you get your PCR test. You only have half an hour in which to do it before the laboratory closes. So before we head into the action for the next heat, which is X30 Junior races for groups B versus D, let's catch up with a man who we spoke to yesterday, who will go off the grid on the outside of the 3rd row, the young man from Portugal, Noah Monteiro. We spoke to him yesterday.
I think it's been going good because we have been training in a few places. We have to train a lot because it's my first year in junior category, and it's gonna be also my first race. So no, I'm a little nervous. So I think the difference is, first of all, the big chassis is a lot of power in the junior X30, and that's it, I think. Oh, and there's more competition, I think. Yeah, it's going to be more intense, more difficult, because there's a few drivers that have been in this category a few years ago. This is my first time, so I don't know how it's going to be. I think the preparation for now is good. The X30 Junior, in terms of strategy and brakes and brake points, and it's different of the mini X30. So it helps a bit. The challenges are you can't fail in any corner, because if you fail a bit, you lose many time, and the other drivers will catch you and will overtake you. And you gotta be very focused so you don't do anything wrong. I'll try to do my best and, just see who can I fight with and who I can't. And I think that will be my rivals for this weekend.
Fabulous to catch up with Noah Monteiro yesterday, Portuguese Open title winner last season, and of course the virtual Portuguese karting champion as well. So he's here starting from P6 on the starting grid for Victory Lane Karting as we go into our final junior heat of the day. It's going to be fascinating to see who joins Will McIntyre on the front row of the starting grid. It could be anybody from this particular category. And we're going to see some fabulous races to go to battle. Louis Leveau lines up in pole position after his strong run to the second fastest time in time qualifying yesterday. Alongside him on the grid, the Spanish star, Adrià Mustienes, will line up second on the starting grid for Kids to Win. On the second row of the grid, it is an all-fusion affair and an all-British one too. Leo Robinson and Vinnie Phillips will line up on the front row of the grid, although, of course, this weekend, Leo Robinson is racing under an Algerian licence, very much part of his Algerian heritage, and very proud of racing under the African colours this weekend. Third row of the grid, Bart Harrison, who is there starting from the third row of the starting grid. The young man from Mick Barrett Racing, fourth seed coming into this season, and of course the leading seed as well from the other junior drivers, a lot of whom have moved up into the senior X30 category. But Bart Harrison has a great chance going into the 2021 season as the favourite for Junior X30 success. Alongside him on the grid, we've already heard from him just before, Noah Monteiro, the Portuguese driver for Victory Lane Karting. Amazing performance in time qualifying. He's had some bad luck from the outside of the third row of the grid, but hopefully that's all going to come to his benefit this time in this final junior heat of the day and final junior heat of the weekend, of course, because the race after this one for the juniors is the pre-final itself. Row 4, we'll see the Spanish driver Edu Dominguez, who will line up in the fourth row of the grid. He lines up P7 on the starting grid. Alongside him is Oliver Martinez, who lines up in the 8th position spot on the starting grid, lining up on the outside of row 4. P9 on the starting grid, it is the young charge from Spain for MDC Racing, Adrian Ferra, in his CRG kart. And he, of course, has come up from the minis last year to be in juniors this season and doing an exceptional job of it. Alongside him on the grid, another countryman, Alberto Hurtado, who will line up in 10th position on the grid from the outside of the 5th row. Row 6 of the grid, we'll see Marcus Lucio go off P11. The KR Sport driver has already made up plenty of overtaking moves over the course of this weekend, and he's surely going to be in for a few more. Paul Cayos will line up 12th position on the starting grid in his Alonso kart for the FA Racing España team. Then we have Jan Paral, who will line up 13th on the starting grid in the Monlau Competición. And then we have Gaspard Lagaye lining up 14th on the grid in his Spirit Racing. Patrick Sarapu of the Talvar Racing team will line up 15th on the starting grid. Adrian Maliero will line up 16th on the grid on the outside of row 8. And then 17th on the starting grid will be Janardan, the Spanish driver for Kart Republic España. So as the X30 junior drivers in qualifying heat B versus D prepare for their last encounter before the pre-final, this is going to be a fascinating race. This will also be the key heat that decides who is going to be joining Will McIntyre on the front row of the starting grid. The British driver, despite only grabbing 4th in the previous heat, it's still enough for him to seal pole position. Leo Robinson has got to win this race if he wants to be on the front row of the starting grid because of the way that the point system has aggregated out. Louis Leveau will want to be there on the front row of the grid. If he gets the win, he will be on the front row of the starting grid for the pre-final. So it's all very close up at the sharp end of the field. However, if both of them have a difficult race, it's going to be Kanato Lee of Japan that lines up on the front row of the starting grid. There's all to play for in this one. And Vinnie Phillips has a good chance of getting a maximum of 3rd on the starting grid for the pre-final. So if he gets a victory in this one, he should have a good chance of doing that depending on where his colleagues around him finish. So that can be the best that Vinnie Phillips can aim for, is a third position start, because that would, of course, give him the inside line on the second row a good chance to move his way further forward. There's a lot of ifs, buts and maybes coming into this final heat. Every driver wants the win because it will give them the best possible chance of getting as high a position on the starting grid for tomorrow's pre-final as humanly possible. But we are definitely going to have some exceptional performances from the drivers in this one. The last chance, no holds barred heat going into the pre-final that will give you the best possible starting grid. Fortunately, we are in the fortuitous position that all of the drivers in Junior X30 will make the pre-final based on how many drivers we have entered this weekend. It's a slight negative, but a positive out of a negative, obviously, because we were hoping for a few more junior drivers this weekend. But hopefully, by the time we get to Karting de Fania in Marienborg, we will have them back. Qualifying heat B versus D in the X30 junior ranks, and it's time to see how this one will play out. Louis Leveau and Adrian Mustienes from Leo Robinson and Vinnie Phillips, Bart Harrison and Noah Montero, Edu Dominguez and Oliver Martinez, Abdurian Ferra and Alberto Hurtado from Marcos Lucio and Paul Cayos, Jan Paral, Gaspar Lagaye, Patrick Sarapu, Adrian Maliero and Janardan. So the final junior heat of the weekend before we get to the pre-final tomorrow. This is the race that will set the final positions up at the sharp end, barring any penalties or any other misdemeanors. But it is a tough one for the competitors as they will race for supremacy. 1,428 meters of the circuit, of course, as always here at the Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Carrero. Tough circuit, full of tough competitors and incredible opposition. They really will have a very incredible fight ahead of them, as the drivers will all go to battle one final time. So for Will McIntyre on the sidelines, the pressure is off, but he'll still be wanting to watch the race to see who will join him on the front row of the starting grid. Will it be Leo Robinson, who starts P3? Will it be the pole sitter for this heat, Louis Leveau? Will it be Kanato Lee, who is also watching from the sidelines? Or is it going to be Vinnie Phillips? All sorts of things could befall. But Kanato Lee, barring any investigations, should be at the very minimum second place. But it could well be fourth position, the way he currently stacks up with 8 points collated from the races thus far. Robinson has 4, so too does McIntyre, but with 2 wins, McIntyre has a slightly better record thus far than Leo Robinson. Leveau has 5. Kanato Lee has ended on 8. Vinnie Phillips has 8 thus far. So the best he can hope for is third on the grid if there are problems for Robinson and Leveau. So on the back straight, Louis Leveau and Adrian Mustienes. Then Robinson, Phillips, Harrison, Montero, Dominguez, Martinez, Ferra, Hurtado, Lucio, Cayos, Peral, Lagaye, Sarapu, Maliero and Duran as the drivers get into their allotted grid positions. This is definitely going to be a tough one, because there are so many drivers that will want to be in a strong position. Other drivers trying to get back into a competitive position, having struggled. So let's see how it goes. Leveau on the inside, Mustienes on the outside. Are we going to get another flawless start? We do indeed. Excellent start from the front of the grid then, and a perfect getaway. Harrison's getting an absolute flyer as he gets on the inside of Robinson, and several drivers going wide at the first turn. Adrian Mustienes has fallen so far down the field. And as we go into the chicane, Montero trying to hold his own there as he battles away with one of the toady carts. I think that was Edu Dominguez trying to get around the outside of the Portuguese, but he's managed to tuck in behind Montero and then eventually makes the move stick. But out in front, it is obviously the pole sitter, Louis Leveau, that has held on in front of Bart Harrison, who is now in second place. Not good news for Leo Robinson. He's down in 6th. So this is definitely not where he was hoping he could run. So Leo Robinson is hoping to try and make a little bit more progress. Actually, I think Leo Robinson is down in about 9th place. I do apologize. It's Vinnie Phillips who's running in P6. So the field continues on its way. Robinson's really struggling. This is good news for Louis Leveau. If it ends like this, then Louis Leveau is looking at starting the the pre-final from the front row of the grid. So this is definitely good news as far as he's concerned. He wanted to be in as good a position as humanly possible, and it's certainly looking good at the moment. But Bart Harrison will want to take a place away. There goes Leo Robinson making his bid up the inside of Oliver Martinez, and he gets through. So Leo Robinson is now into 5th position. What's happened to Vinnie Phillips? He's dropped a long way down. So not the easiest of runs there for Vinnie Phillips as he's fallen a little further down the order. So Louis Leveau and Bart Harrison, 1st and 2nd. Luzio is currently in 3rd place from Ferra. And then we have Leo Robinson in 5th place in front of Edu Dominguez. Martinez in 7th place. When is Harrison going to make this bid on Louis Leveau? He has a little think about it. Actually rolls off the power a little early to get a better slingshot out of the final chicane to continue stretching away from the others further back. Harrison wants a victory and he wants to work with Louis Leveau to make it happen. Meanwhile, Leo Robinson has struggled a little. He is down to 7th place now behind Edu Dominguez and Oliver Martinez. Montero is still trying to keep himself together, but he's lost the place first to Vinnie Phillips and nearly now to the Kart Republic of España kart coming through. I think that is the 49 of Adrian Maliero who has managed to get through on the inside line. But so far, so good for Louis Leveau, who leads the race in front of Bart Harrison, then Luzio and Ferra. Great performance so far from Marcus Luzio, pushing the Chaos Sport Cosmic back up the order into 3rd position. Good comeback again. Ferra in 4th, 5th place Dominguez, 6th place Leo Robinson, and 7th place Oliver Martinez. Then Adrian Mustienes, who's fought his way back into 8th in front of Vinnie Phillips and Adrian Maliero. Then Paul Cayos, Noah Montero, and Gaspard Lagaye. Patrick Sarapu in 14th in front of Alberto Hurtado, Jan Paral, and Janardan. And up the inside, there goes Phillips and Cayos. They both managed to get past Adrian Maliero. So that puts them into 9th and 10th. And it's a fastest lap of the race so far from Adrian Ferra, who runs in 4th place behind Marcus Luzio. So still, Louis Leveau of Denmark leads the way from Bart Harrison in 2nd place. The British driver in front of his countryman Marcus Luzio. And then Adrian Ferra runs in 4th position for Spain. 5th place, his colleague Edu Dominguez, and then the Algerian Leo Robinson in P6. Less than 2 seconds between the top 6 at the last split. So down the back straight, and Bart Harrison still giving plenty of pressure to Louis Leveau. Well, we're coming up to the half-distance point in the heat. Only 8 laps, of course, for the Junior X30 heats. So Harrison really starting to get on with this now as he tries to stretch away even further with Louis Leveau. Now he's going to make his bid on the inside line, and Bart Harrison takes the lead. So Bart Harrison gets into the lead of Junior X30, the final heat. Leo Robinson sets the fastest lap of the race in his bid to try and make up some ground on the 4th place man. That is Edu Dominguez. The 5th place man, I should say, Edu Dominguez. And on the inside, there goes Luzio. He gets the move on Leveau. This is not good news for Louis Leveau, as that's going to cost him another couple of places. He needs to get back on terms with Luzio, so he gets on with it quickly into 2nd place, and Ferra gets past Marcus Luzio as well. So Adrian Ferra into 3rd position now. But Luzio gets back on the hairpin and through into 3rd place on Adrian Ferra. So Luzio in 3rd once again ahead of Adrian Ferra in the CRG. 5th position is now Leo Robinson. He's got past Edu Dominguez and now trying to charge after the leaders. Harrison doesn't quite have immense speed on the straight. He's got 3 laps to go, but he's already being caught again by Louis Leveau as Paul Cayos in the Alonso kart gets up into the fastest lap of the race, as back into 5th place goes Edu Dominguez, getting past Leo Robinson. And in 7th place now is Adrian Mustienes, who's driving angry, running in 7th place, really starting to make an impression on the guys up front. So Louis Leveau is catching back up to Bart Harrison. Leveau 2nd, Luzio 3rd, Ferra 4th, Dominguez 5th, Robinson 6th from Mustienes, Cayos, Martinez and Maliero. So Louis Leveau going to make the dive on the inside of Bart Harrison in the midsection, and he's got through. Nice overtake from Louis Leveau. So he gets back into the lead of the race. Bart Harrison 2nd, Marcus Luzio in 3rd. 4th position is Adrian Ferra starting to swarm around, and these guys are really starting to get the hurry up. Harrison and Luzio are both going to make the lunge on Leveau. Oh, and Leveau goes up in the air. Ferra goes into the tyres. Oh, Adrian Ferra spat out. Nothing he could do about it. Racing incident. What a shame for Adrian Ferra. And that puts Marcus Luzio into the lead now. He's made the advantage work to his favor and got past Bart Harrison. Now he's defending like crazy as Luzio hangs on in front of Harrison. What's happened to Louis Leveau? He's dropped down to about 7th place. So this is advantage Robinson again. Well, this is a very tricky situation. So now, if it finishes like this, then it's going to go to Kanato Lee, who will run at the front row of the grid. And up the inside, Harrison tries to cut back in on Marcus Lucio. Harrison keeping his foot in. And Dominguez trying to come through on the far side as well. Edu Dominguez running in third place with Adrian Mustienes running in fourth position. Fifth is Robertson. Sixth is Polkaios. Defensive line from Marcus Lucio. They're all going to hustle in together. Mustienes tries to cut in on Dominguez. Can't get through. Final lap. Here we go. The last lap before the pre-final. Polkaios is trying to get a wide berth around the outside of Leo Robinson in the first turn, and that could work in his favor. Dominguez gets into second place, past Lucio. Lucio retaliates. The door is not open enough for Adrian Mustienes, and now there's 8 of them battling for the victory, because joining the party is Adrian Miliero and Oliver Martinez. Mustienes tries to climb past Dominguez, can't get there. Kaios tries to put his card on the inside. Robinson with a gap, makes it stick. Gets past with Adrian Miliero past Polkaios. So Bart Harrison is now leading the way. Lucio second and Dominguez third, but there's still a very long back straight to come. Kaios on the inside of Miliero. Gets through. Down the back straight. Harrison's got a clear path to victory, but there's a second place fight still up for grabs. Lucio hanging on in front of Dominguez. Round the outside comes Adrian Mustienes, and at the line, Bart Harrison grabs the victory in the final heat. Oh, to the line. Who got there? Who got to the line first? Was it Dominguez or was it Mustienes? It was Dominguez by 8 thousandths of a second. My goodness. What a great end to the races here. Feisty stuff here in the Junior X30 category. Right the way to the death. Absolutely rip-roaring stuff. And Bart Harrison hangs on for the victory. That was tough. But it was always going to be. And Bart Harrison knows this of old. He won this IAME Winter Cup title in junior last year. He knows how ferociously difficult it is to win. But with that victory in the heat, he has got himself back into a top 10 position for the starting line. Adrian Ferrer has got going again to get the cart back to the pits. But Adrian Ferrer out of the race, unfortunately. Bart Harrison wins in front of Marcus Lucio, Edu Dominguez and Adrian Mustienes. Look how close it was for third. Robinson, Kaios, Miliero and Martinez from Noah Montero and Louis Laveau. The top 10 covered by 3.6 at the flag. Unbelievable. And then you have Gaspard Lagaye in front of Patrick Sarapu, Vinny Phillips, Alberto Hurtado, Jan Paral and Janardan. If you consider that the leading train was 4.1 seconds, that was the top 14 out of 17 drivers. Astonishing racing in Junior X30. They really have saved some of the best racing till the bitter end. Amazing stuff. And plenty of excitement to come from them in tomorrow's pre-final. So now, barring any technical difficulties, Will McIntyre should be pole position for the pre-final tomorrow in front of Kanato Lee, Ivan Arias and Leo Robinson, Eric Genet, Louis Laveau, Edu Dominguez and Denis Kuravali. That is all provisional, of course. You'll find out the official results tonight on IAMEEuroseries.com. So now we venture forward into the last 2 X30 mini races of the afternoon. They've already had 2 races each, and now they will get a third to finish off their day's activities. And it's back to the front for qualifying heat A versus C for the 2 Spanish charges. Sandro Perez Sanchez will line up pole position once again in the MDC Racing CRG. Fastest man in qualifying yesterday, still with a chance to grab pole position for the pre-final tomorrow. Alongside him on the grid, though, Alejandro Martinez on the Praga has already won a race today and would dearly love to win another one. And it's a very good opportunity for him to get the job done. The second row of the grid will see the British driver Roman Kamyab on the inside line for third position. Already a race winner today, of course. And alongside him, Sasha Van Padbosch, a serial race winner in 2020 and the vice champion of the Euro Series last year, hoping to go one better in 2021. The Winter Cup would definitely give him a good chance of getting that done. The third row will see 2 Spanish superstars. Yusef Martin will be 5th position on the grid for the Monlau Competición squad aboard his Kart Republic. And in 6th position will be the Mustang, Hugo Marti, who will line up 6th position on the grid in his Paralin. It'll be interesting to see what he can do from 6th on the grid. Then on the 4th row of the grid, it will be Ben Smith alongside Jensen Graham. The two Fusion Motorsport British teammates will be there together, with Ben Smith on the inside and Jensen Graham on the outside. We're fascinated to see what those two can do in tandem as they try to charge their way forward. The 5th row of the grid will see Maria Nito, the Portuguese lady, as she runs in 9th position on the grid in the all-new Alonso kart under the Kart Republic banner. And she will be there alongside Marius Barry Berg, the Norwegian, who lines up 10th position on the starting grid in his Kart Republic for AC Motorsport. Then on the 6th row of the grid, it is the Indian youngster Jagrad the Troja, who has come in with a whirling dervish this season and really shown his form in the first 2 races of his IAME Euro career. And what a young star he is turning out to be. Watch out for the young Praga driver. Alongside him on the grid, it is Dan Alleman, very impressive young Swiss driver for the Spirit Racing team aboard his Cosmic. And we'll see what young Dan can do in his final race of the day. On the 7th row of the grid, it is the Swedish star Jonathan Landström aboard his Energy course. And we will see him again from 13th position on the starting grid. Alongside him on the 7th row will be Marie Barry Berg, the Norwegian lady, who runs their 14th position on the starting grid aboard her AC Motorsport Kart Republic. And then on the final row of the grid for this heat, it will be Raul Luis Martinez, who lines up 15th on the starting grid. And alongside him will be Gustavo Cunha of Portugal from his Kart Republic. So once again, this is the last chance for the Mini drivers to get themselves into a decent position for their pre-final. Again, thanks to the unfortunate situation of having not as many drivers as we were hoping for, all of the competitors will still make the pre-final, but it's obviously going to be a very tough mission to get to that stage. And considering the world situation, to have 129 drivers from all 6 continents representing motorsport around the world is still pretty good going, actually. Very impressive under the world situation. And a full credit to the RGMMC group, to the Circuito Internacional, Lucas Guerrero, and the Spanish authorities. A massive thank you, of course, has to go to the CSD, the RFEDA as well, for allowing us to compete. And obviously the racing has been exceptional all the way through the paddock. We've seen great races from the senior, junior, and from the Mini X30 drivers. And now we will see the Mini X30 racers go to battle 2 more times around the circuit here this evening before their grid is set. But it will be Will McIntyre, provisionally, who lines up pole position in the pre-final tomorrow for Junior X30. So don't go away, Will, because we'll need to have a TV interview with you a little bit later on. It'll be about 6 p.m. on the start-finish line. That's a point. All pole positioners for the pre-final tomorrow will be required for a television interview on the start-finish line at 6 o'clock. So please don't disappear from the circuit. That's Will McIntyre for the moment. And then obviously we will confirm the other 2 pole position drivers in the Mini X30 and Senior X30 categories in a very short time. And in Mini X30, it really could go anybody's way because we've had 4 different winners from the 4 races. It has been absolutely exceptional. We've had wins from Sandro Perez, from Alejandro Martinez, from Roman Kamyab, and then we've also had a victory as well from Sasha Van Bosch, I think was the 4th one. So it's been very exciting so far in the X30 Mini Brigade. I do apologize. I think I've made a slight error there. It was Ivan Arias, I think, was the... Oh, no, sorry. It was Raul Janardan was the other one. So Sandro Perez, Alejandro Martinez, Raul Janardan, and Roman Kamyab. So it's very, very tight in the qualifying heats at the present moment in time to see how the drivers are faring. It will be very, very tight at the front end of the field for Mini X30 and still all to play for as far as pole position in the Mini X30 ranks is concerned. So we will have a truly exceptional battle in these last 2 Mini X30 races. 7 laps each, of course, which is the equivalent of a whisker under 10 kilometers of racing. 9.996 for the nerds out there who want to be precise. So a fascinating battle is still to get underway twice more in the X30 Mini contingent, with 3 of the race winners from today's heats thus far all competing in 1 race. But we have had 4 different heat winners from the 4 Mini X30 races. Raul Janardan, Sandro Perez, Alejandro Martinez, and Roman Kamyab which means that we are very unclear as to who is going to get the pole position in Mini X30. It's still all to play for, and we could well end up with a 5th and even a 6th different race winner from these heats. The way it's been ultra competitive thus far this weekend, certainly the likes of Sascha Van Bosch and Hugo Marti would love it to be a 5th different winner from 5 races. If they can get there from 4th or 6th on the starting grid, then it will get the job done. But as it stands at the moment, the provisional pole position sitter, only just, by the way, is going to be Sandro Perez over Roman Kamyab. So basically, whichever of the other driver beats the other at the moment, provided there aren't too many difficulties in terms of finishing positions, will get pole position. But obviously, if the two of them struggle to get a decent result in the bag, and Sascha Van Bosch, for example, gets a win, then he could take pole position, as could Alejandro Martinez from his position on the front row. It's all to play for, and it'll definitely be exciting to see how it plays out in this qualifying heat, A versus C. For many of these youngsters, this is their first time under this kind of pressure. Let's see how they cope with it. Sandro Perez Sanchez and Alejandro Martinez from Roman Kamyab and Sascha Van Bosch. Yusuf Martin and Hugo Marti from Ben Smith and Jensen Graham. Marianito and Marius Barry Berg. Jaguar de Troja and Dan Alleman from Jonathan Landstrom, Marie Barry Berg, Raul Martinez and Gustavo Cunha. 3 of the drivers in this race have won a race heat already, and 4 of them could very easily start the final from pole position, depending on what happens in this race. As we go into this one, Sandro Perez Sanchez and Roman Kamyab both have 2 points accumulated. Raul Janardan and Alejandro Martinez have accumulated 3, and Sascha Van Bosch has accumulated 4. So that's 2 points between 5 drivers. And of course, you score points in reverse, as if it were a golf scorecard to a certain extent. 0 points for a win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And it's like golf. Whoever has the fewest points on their card is the one that takes the top spot. And that means that consistency, as much as race-winning prowess, are very important in these qualifying heats. You've got to stay strong and you've got to stay incredibly focused. 13 degrees air temperature. 13 degrees Celsius, of course, I should point out. But it will be very interesting to see how the competitors deal with the pressure. There is the 956. That is Gustavo Cunha, the Portuguese youngster, making his first race meeting in the IAME Euro paddock. It is a tough battle to get up to this stage in your career. You just don't quite comprehend just how difficult it is to get up to this level of competition. You've got to obviously work up the ranks of the indoor karting scene or some outdoor circuit somewhere in the middle of nowhere. You work your way up through the ranks. You then start attending club meetings if you get a decent package underneath you. Then you start looking at regional meetings. Then you start looking even at national meetings if you can get to that point. And then you start thinking about continental meetings such as IAME Euro. It is very tough, but the IAME Winter Cup 2021 is a good starting point for a lot of these guys to learn about the pressure and high-octane world of incredible pressure motorsport. So, Sandro Perez and Alejandro Martinez from Roman Kamyab and Sascha Van Bosch, Yusuf Martin and Hugo Marti, Smith, Graham, Nito, Barry Berg, De Troja, Alleman, Landstrom, Barry Berg, Martinez and Cunha. Who's going to get the victory? Your guess is as good as mine. It really is that close in Mini X30. On the inside, Sandro Perez Sanchez. On the outside, Alejandro Martinez. Will it be another good start? It is, and away we go. And a cracking start on the inside line from Roman Kamyab to tuck up on the inside line. Not a great start from the outside as everybody tries to scoot their way around the hairpin. Is everybody going to get through in reasonable position? Yes, they do. No fisticuffs at the first corner. Into the chicane. And Sandro Perez leads Roman Kamyab once again. So this is an important race for these two up front. Whoever beats the other of Perez and Kamyab will start the pre-final from pole position. And we know how important it is to go from the inside line of the front row rather than the outside line. Just ask Alejandro Martinez. He finds himself now down in 5th position, trying to work his way forward as Roman Kamyab keeps himself for the moment in front of Yusuf Martin, who is in 3rd position. And there's a nice little tussle for Alejandro Martinez as he tries to get on terms with Sascha Van Bosch. In fact, I think, no, that might even be I think that might even be Jensen Graham, who's made a sensational getaway if he's up there, up at the front end of the field. The 922, is it there in 4th position? I think it is. Excellent stuff if that's the case, as they come through at the end of the lap. It is indeed Jensen Graham. What a start. Up to 4th place, the young Scotsman. Alejandro Martinez is going to get the move on the inside, but you cannot deny that Jensen Graham really has got an absolute flyer from the line and is now up in 5th position. So Sandro Perez leads the way in front of Roman Kamyab, and then you have Yusuf Martin in 3rd position ahead of Alejandro Martinez. So Martin and Martinez running in 3rd and 4th. Jensen Graham in 5th place in front of Hugo Marti, the Mustang. Ben Smith in 7th ahead of Maria Nito. Sasha Van Bosch really struggling. He's down in 9th position. So they continue to clock on through the long, fast sweepers of the course. But Sandro Perez is still hoping to take the victory. He got 2nd last year as teammate to Jan Paral in the Monlau Competition squad. This year, he would dearly love to get the title done with the MDC racing team. He holds on to the inside line in front of Roman Kamyab, who is the man who is the most likely to deny him of pole position if he can get through and take the lead of the race. Martinez is getting up to the speed as well. Martinez on the inside of Yusuf Martin and gets through into 3rd. Now, the 2 leaders will want to be careful here because we know how quick Alejandro Martinez is around here. He's already a race winner today. So the first 3 drivers have all taken a heat victory thus far in the previous heats. So Perez, Kamyab and Martinez will fight for the right to become the 2nd, and whichever one of them does it is going to be pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. That's as close as it is. 2 points apiece for Perez and for Perez and Kamyab. 3 points thus far for Alejandro Martinez, and with 0 points for a win and 2 points for 2nd, whoever of these 3 drivers gets the victory will be pole position for the pre-final tomorrow. That's what's at stake in this qualifying heat. Perez, Kamyab and Martinez. 4th place is Yusuf Martin, who's still battling away with Jensen Graham, who's made a terrific start. Sasha Van Bosch has worked his way back to P6, having got past his teammate Ben Smith and Maria Nito. Here we go. Kamyab has a look on the inside. Sandro Perez tries to defend, but he eventually gives the place not just to Kamyab, but also to Martinez. So Roman Kamyab hits the front. Martinez in 2nd place. And 3rd position is Sandro Perez, who really wants to get back on terms with Alejandro Martinez to take the lead. But Martinez is going for the lead himself on Kamyab. Kamyab decides to drop back in, gets the switch, back on the inside. Well crafted there from Roman Kamyab. Excellently read. So now Alejandro Martinez and Sandro Perez are getting very close indeed, but Kamyab knew that the move was on from Martinez, decided to back out, got back on the throttle a fraction earlier, and retained the lead of the race. Excellently done. So now down the back straight once again. Roman Kamyab leads here. Alejandro Martinez in 2nd. Sandro Perez Sanchez in 3rd. 4th is Yusuf Martin. Jensen Graham still there in P5. Here we go. Martinez tries to look for Kamyab, but it can't get through. Back off the final turn. Onto the main straight. So Roman Kamyab has the advantage now, but somebody's got to go for broke. With 3 laps to go, there's not a lot of time to play this one out. Alejandro Martinez looking for a move into the chicane. Remember, there are a lot more overtaking opportunities in Mini X30 than there are in Junior and Senior because the kart is narrower, the wheelbase is shorter, so it's obviously going to be a much easier overtaking opportunity to pull off, but that doesn't mean it's easy. So here is Kamyab in front of Alejandro Martinez. Sandro Perez in 3rd. This is not looking good for Sandro Perez at all. Here comes Martinez, diving up the inside of Kamyab. Kamyab again gets the switch back, but this time Martinez is wise to it, and Kamyab is going to have to settle for 2nd place for the moment. Here comes Yusuf Martin trying to get on terms with Sandro Perez. So now we've had all 3 drivers who could take pole position in the pre-final tomorrow at the front end of the field. So Martinez leads, and as he comes across the line, he will be the 3rd different race leader with 2 laps to go. So all 3 men that could take pole position in the pre-final tomorrow now currently heading the way. Kamyab working with Martinez. Kamyab leaves it late and storms up the inside. Perez gets through. Martin gets through. Beautifully timed from Kamyab. That's the last second maneuver you can pull off there. The latest possible overtaking opportunity, and he nails it. So now Sandro Perez is going to try and make the move, but the door's still open for Yusuf Martin to get by. Kamyab's going to get squeezed here. down to third position, down to fourth place as Martinez creeps by. This is going to need to be a big challenge in the final couple of laps as Kamyab gets back on terms into third position. A little bit of a wheel rub there with Yusuf Martin, but Kamyab's now got support from Jensen Graham. So Kamyab back on the inside line. Martinez retains second. Kamyab third. Graham's going to try and come through for fourth, but Yusuf Martin does not want to be pushed around. Graham gets by. So Kamyab and Graham now together for third and fourth. Now, Kamyab's got an advantage here. He's got a playmate to work his way forward. Last lap, Sandro Perez and Alejandro Martinez. But Graham doesn't have the chance to go for pole position, so he can just banzai for it as Martin gets the move on Graham in the end after all. But Roman Kamyab will not necessarily mind too much starting from third position because that will give him the inside line for the pre-final. So Alejandro Martinez looking likely to bag a second place spot for the pre-final grid. That actually gives Kamyab a decent result if he finishes third in this one because he'll start the pre-final from third and that'll be the inside line of the second row. It may not be pole position, but it's ultimately on this circuit the next best thing if you get the start right. So now there's a last lap lunge potentially from Martinez. Martinez is going to try and get pole position away from Sandro Perez. Kamyab's in the box seat in third. Here they go, battling for the victory. Just one corner will decide it. Martinez is trying, but Sandro Perez is holding on. Kamyab's going to get a faster line out of the turn, side by side, and it's Perez. Perez gets it. Sandro Perez will start the pre-final tomorrow from pole position. Vincitore! Excellent from the man up front, Sandro Perez. Fantastico! Excellent work from Sandro Perez to hold the field off by 0.04 of a second. Sensational from Sandro Perez. And he will continue his run as he starts from pole position in the pre-final tomorrow. What a performance. What a great race. And that really was incredibly tight between the 3 or 4 drivers in the mix there. So now it all comes down to what Raul Janardan does essentially in the next heat. If he can win that, then he will join Sandro Perez on the front row of the grid. But look at Sandro Perez. He's chilling out on this in-lap. He's savoring the moment. Sandro Perez wins from Martinez and Kamyab. Jensen Graham in fourth from Sacha Van Bosch and Yusuf Martin. Ben Smith and Maria Nito from Marius Barry Berg, Hugo Marti and Jaguar Detrajeux. Then Raul Luis Martinez and Dan Alleman. Marie Barry Berg from Jonathan Landstrom and Gustavo Cunha. And yet again, all of the minis come home. But Sandro Perez provisionally will start the pre-final from pole position in the MDC Racing CRG. There's nothing that Raul Janardan can do in the next heat to take that away from Sandro Perez, barring any penalties, of course. It is all provisional, but Sandro Perez has done everything he needed to do to seal pole position for the pre-final. Hopefully, he'll be able to keep it. But what a drive from Jensen Graham there in fourth position, doing a stunning job off the start to tuck in behind his teammate Roman Kamyab and ahead of the vice champion last year, Sacha Van Bosch. Great performance there from the young Glaswegian. So we have just one Mini X30 race to go, and it is the deciding one as far as the front row of the grid is concerned for the pre-final, and all of the pressure is on the man in pole position, Raul Janardan. If he stays at the front, he will line up for the pre-final tomorrow on pole position. It really is make or break for the young Spaniard, who will line up there on the front row of the grid. Alongside him, though, Rodrigo Seabra in the Oliver Rowland Motorsport kart will continue his fine form this weekend. He's had a lot of bad luck from the outside of the front row, but hopefully he can put that to bed in this last heat of the day. There's no pressure on him, so he can start to make some progress from the second position on the grid. Third place, Nicolas Garcia, the Spanish driver, will line up there on the inside of the second row. Beside him will be the British charged Jesse Phillips, Bambino title winner twice over in 2019 back in the UK, both in IAME and Coma. So he knows how to win titles. This weekend is his first chance to go for the battle in the Oliver Rowland Motorsport camp in Mini X30 in Europe. Ryan Bourguignon, the young man from Morocco, will line up in fifth position on the starting grid for Dan Holland Racing. and he is there on the inside of row 3. Daniel Sofronea will line up in 6th position on the starting grid as he continues his duel with ORM. 4th row of the starting grid will see Bosco Arias line up on the inside of the 4th row. From 7th on the starting grid, alongside him will be the Finnish driver Alexander Dahlström, who's definitely getting the results he deserves now after the difficulties that he suffered in the start of the race. But Dahlström definitely looking a lot stronger in terms of his one-lap pace. Hopefully he'll be able to continue his fighting form. 5th row of the grid for Luke Tal, the Dutchman for the Fusion Motorsport squad. And it's going to be an interesting one for him as he lines up alongside the very talented Swedish driver Melvin Kaluzdian, who did not have the greatest second heat on the Charles Leclerc chassis. No luck at all, and ended up retiring. So hopefully there's going to be a much stronger race for him as he goes off the 5th row. Row 6 of the grid will be Leonie Ella Martinez. The young lady driver will run in 11th position on the starting grid from the inside of row 6. She will be beside Zdeněk Babicek, the Czech driver who lines up 12th on the starting grid for this one, as he will hope to put the Paralin chassis as high up the order as possible. 7th row of the grid will see the Portuguese driver Martin Marquez for the Paralin, running there in 13th position on the grid. Alongside him will be the French charge Victor Galmiche for Top Chrono Motorsport as they run there in 14th position. And then the final row of the starting grid will see Giovanni Tarragona line up in 15th on the grid, and he will be there in his Tony Kart alongside the similar chassis of the French star Elio Gilter, who will be hoping to recover from his difficulties in qualifying and make up some progress in the heats. And well done to the drivers trying to get some attention from parents and family back home, of course, who are watching along. Messrs. Galmiche and Gilter. They're obviously putting on a show wherever they are on the race circuit, but it's always good to see that they've got great support back home in France. And hopefully there will be plenty more opportunities for them this season to take some great performances home to them back home. So it's going to be an interesting one in Mini X30, the race that will decide who will join Sandro Perez on the front row of the starting grid. Incidentally, we are going to need Sandro Perez and Will McIntyre to join us on the start-finish line at 6 p.m. At the end of the final Senior X30 race so that they can attend a television interview. So Sandro Perez and Will McIntyre will need you on the start-finish line at 6 p.m. in order to have the television interview. Please don't disappear. So now we have a very tough race in the offing as Raul Janardan, a race winner already today, goes off pole position once again in the hope that he can make it 2 wins. If he does, then he will get to second on the starting grid for the pre-final. But the man alongside him, Rodrigo Seabra, has unfinished business this weekend. He wants to run towards the sharp end of the field where he deserves to be after time qualifying. He's not had the luck to sustain the position up to the first corner, but if he gets the chance, he's going to be a very tough opponent for Raul Janardan at the front end of the field. That is for sure. So the drivers are getting themselves ready for the last Mini X30 race of the day. And obviously after the final Senior X30 race of the day, which will end at about 5:30, we will need the pole position drivers for the pre-finals tomorrow to attend a television interview. I initially said it was 6 o'clock. It is in fact 5:30 that we will need the drivers to the start-finish line. So that'll be Sandro Perez Sanchez in the Mini X30 and William McIntyre in the Junior X30, as it was yesterday. We're not entirely sure yet who is going to have the honour of pole position in Senior X30, but I'm sure we will find out in the concluding 2 heats later this evening. But the battle is definitely going to be intense in Mini X30 as the air temperature is at 13 degrees Celsius at this moment in time. And the drivers will want to give us one final song and dance in Mini X30 before we go into the evening session. And obviously they want to produce as good a result as humanly possible. It's not been easy, and it's been very tough indeed for the contenders to put on a bit of a show. We should see quite a few drivers towards the sharp end at the end of this one, as we've had some very talented youngsters in the Mini X30 this year. It really has been fairly sensational. So the battle is going to be incredibly intense for the drivers at the sharp end of the dais here at Valencia. But can Raul Janardan take a second victory of the day and secure his place on the front row of the starting grid? He needs to, because he's got the likes of Alejandro Martinez to take over that position on the front row of the grid if he is unable to get the job done. So there's a lot of pressure on young Raul Janardan's shoulders, but he knows how to do this at Spanish level. He is no new boy. He has been racing a couple of seasons now at this level, and he knows how to get the job done. So let's see how the competitors will go out for Mini X30 qualifying heat B versus D. The last race of the weekend before the pre-finals for the X30 Minis. And this is their last chance to set themselves up for a great pre-final. Here's the grid. Raul Janardan and Rodrigo Seabra, Nicolas Garcia and Jesse Phillips, Ryan Bourguignon and Dan Sofronea, Posco Arias and Alexander Dahlström, Luke Tal and Melvin Kaluzdian, from Leone Martinez and Zdenek Babicek, then Martin Marquez, Victor Galmiche, Giovanni Tarragona and Elio Gilter. So as the contenders go around on their preliminary lap on the circuit, they have an out lap and then, of course, a formation lap where they warm up the tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature to get themselves dialed in for the race itself. And it's always a very tricky part of the event, this one, because obviously they have to make sure everything is working to perfection. They need to get a good start and get themselves into a good position and stay out of trouble in the opening corner. So far, it's been absolutely fine and dandy in terms of the starts so far. But the drivers obviously all know that there's a lot of pressure riding on this race. And in terms of the drivers that are in this one who want to finish off on a high, we've got the likes of Raul Janardan, who wants to get on the front row of the starting grid for the pre-final. We also have the likes of Dan Sofronea, Luke Tal and Jesse Phillips, who are all currently sitting in the top 8 on aggregate. They will want to finish strong and end their race weekends prior to the pre-final with a strong qualifying position for the pre-final. The better their grid position, the more chance they'll have of taking home a trophy at the end of an astonishing weekend. So the drivers continue on their way through. It's definitely going to be an entertaining race, this one, that's for sure, because we've got several drivers who mean business in this final race of the day and want to finish strong. So whilst it's been overcast all day, I think we've just about got away with it in terms of the weather conditions. The air temperature is still at 13 degrees Celsius. Track is dry. So the Mini X30 drivers should have a fairly decent run to the end of the race. And it really will be a pretty astonishing excitement. So let's see how the contenders are going to work here in this one. And it will be a tight race. Janardan and Seabra, Garcia and Phillips, Bourguignon and Sofronea, from Arias, Dahlström, Tal, Kaluzdian, Leone Martinez, Zdenek Babicek, and then Marquez, Galmiche, Tarazona and Gilter. So let's see how it all goes. It will be difficult, but the drivers know what's at stake. The last race of the day, and it's a green light. No problem at all. Up to the first corner. Seabra trying to draw level with Raul Janardan and hold it round the outside. Garcia is there to the outside line as well to tuck in for the inside, and Seabra gets a reasonable start as 2 or 3 carts run wide. Sofronea going off the road. So too does the 946. So not a perfect start then for Melvin Kaluzdian. But Sofronea and Kaluzdian run off the circuit there briefly. But at the front of the field, it's Raul Janardan from Garcia, Seabra, and that looks to me like Bourguignon has come through into 4th position in front of Jesse Phillips. So the top 5 all relatively spaced out, and up the inside already, Phillips is getting the move for 4th position as he takes on Bourguignon and gets up into P4 there. Nice move from Jesse Phillips as he now tucks up behind the leading trio. So on to the back straight, and it's already getting pretty spicy between Raul Janardan and Nicolas Garcia. Garcia wants to go for it. Rodrigo Seabra is right there for the picking as well in 3rd position. He'll want to try and go for a move to get up into the front end of the field. As Seabra has been dangerously close to it all weekend, and in the first 2 races he had absolutely no luck at all. This time he may finally get the luck he's after. So Seabra has a go underneath Garcia and Janardan, but Janardan is a race winner already today. He leads the race from Garcia and Seabra. So Raul Janardan and Nicolas Garcia running in first and second. Seabra running in P3 ahead of Phillips, Bourguignon and Luke Tal, who has got a good start up into 6th place ahead of Dahlstrom, Arias, Marquez and Galmiche. Another good start from Victor Galmiche, actually. 10th position for the Frenchman. So down to the braking zone into the hairpin. And so far so good as Seabra and Phillips have a chance to work together here in 3rd and 4th. They might even get an opportunity to work with the 2 guys up front and work their way past them. So Janardan, Garcia, Seabra, Phillips, Bourguignon and Luke Tal. A good opening couple of laps here as the X30 Mini drivers get on with it. Phillips is having a look on the inside of his teammate and gets through into 3rd position. A good run from Jesse Phillips into P3, past Seabra. Now the 2 Oliver Rowland Motorsport drivers will be under pressure from Ryan Bourguignon. So Ryan Bourguignon has a good opportunity here, the young man from Morocco. And he'll want to push his way a little bit further forward than this. Garcia is going to challenge Raul Janardan. Janardan is under pressure, of course. He can't afford to lose first position. He wants to get on the front row of the starting grid for the pre-final. And in order to do that, he can't afford to lose too many places. He needs to stay in front if he can. Phillips and Seabra running together for the ORM squad. 3rd and 4th. 5th place for Bourguignon. Luke Tal in 6th place. Then Bosco Arias from Alexander Dahlstrom. 9th is Martin Marquez. A good run from him so far. And Victor Galmiche is in there as well. And that's Luke Tal taking on Ryan Bourguignon. And he's going to get the undercut. Nice switchback move from Luke Tal as he gets into 5th place past Ryan Bourguignon. So Luke Tal into P5. Good overtake there from the Fusion Motorsport youngster. Janardan and Garcia very close together as they come into the final chicane. Phillips and Seabra working as a team in 3rd and 4th place. Down the home stretch. 3 laps done, 4 to go. Raul Janardan with the fastest lap of the race at the moment. As Phillips and Seabra are trying to close up on the 2 leaders. It's a long race though. There's still 4 laps to go. So there's still plenty of opportunities for these young guns to make progress as Luke Tal gets it slightly sideways in his bid to keep in front of Bourguignon and Bosco Arias. And that loses him a tiniest bit of momentum, but he manages to collect it quite nicely. So Luke Tal still challenging in 5th position to close up on Phillips and Seabra. But Raul Janardan leads the way here in front of Nicolas Garcia. So Garcia looking for an opportunity on Raul Janardan. Janardan is still holding pressure, but for Nicolas Garcia, he can afford to take a little bit of time here because we're only on lap 4 of 7. And as I've said before, it's a long race. So he just wants to edge clear of the 2 carts behind. Seabra under pressure now from Luke Tal. Luke Tal looks like he's going to try and make his bid on Rodrigo Seabra. Seabra getting a little bit closer again to his teammate as they come off the turn. But Luke Tal wants to go for the move on Rodrigo Seabra. He has a look at it with a new fastest lap. And Luke Tal is going to get up the inside. Into P4 goes Luke Tal. That's a nice overtaking maneuver into 4th position for the young Fusion Motorsport Dutchman. Maybe he is the new Flying Dutchman at the squad. A 104.296 certainly gives us a bit of indication that he's going to be flying around the circuit this year. But still, no change between Janardan and Garcia. Raul Janardan wants a quiet race. He doesn't want a big challenge from Nicolas Garcia. He just wants to bring it home in one piece. He certainly doesn't want any mentality. He doesn't want any pressure. Just wants to keep it going. Seabra all over the back of Luke Tal to try and get back into 4th position with the likes of Ryan Bourguignon and Bosco Arias trying to give him the pressure to make a mistake. But Seabra going well here in 5th position, tucked up behind Luke Tal. Nicolas Garcia getting close again to Janardan. We're running out of time, coming towards the end of lap 5. And I would have expected that this is the next lap for Nicolas Garcia to make the overtaking move. 2 to go. So Garcia will want to catch Janardan unawares as Seabra continues to run in behind Luke Tal. But Tal is looking good here in 4th position. Wants to finish in 6th place in the aggregate standings. And looks like he's going to if he remains in 4th place. So it's all about Janardan and Garcia on the final laps of this race. Lap 6 of 7. Can Nicolas Garcia get close enough to Raul Janardan to snatch a brilliant victory off him? Garcia is definitely giving it everything down to the short stretch. This might be the opportunity he's looking for. He's not close enough as far as he's concerned. Seabra on the inside of Luke Tal and boxes him in so that now he's got pressure from Bosco Arias and Ryan Bourguignon. Bourguignon gets up the inside. Arias drives around the outside of Bourguignon. Good move there from Bosco Arias. So Arias manages to grab 6th position. Good bit of driving. Garcia is going to try. Close in behind Janardan, can't quite get close enough. Jesse Phillips is dangerously close to both of them as they go into the final lap. And we've got Seabra, Tal, Arias and Bourguignon all battling away together. Tal is going to try again on the inside of Seabra. He gets through. Bosco Arias keeps his cart firmly planted on the inside and he gets there as well. But what about the leaders, Janardan and Garcia? If they start to batter together, Jesse Phillips has got a chance. He's in 3rd place. A good run so far from the 3 men in the lead of the race. But Garcia will want to snatch a victory off Raul Janardan. He won't want to settle for 2nd place, and he's only got half the lap left to do. But he's got good pace. Janardan defensive, trying to second guess where Garcia is going to plant the cart. He protects. Phillips is getting closer to both of them. Down the back straight they will go, off the right-hander. And this is going to need to be a bold lunge from Garcia. Janardan protects. Garcia is swarming around. Phillips is going to have a slightly faster line to the corner if these two continue to defend. Phillips is going to bolt in on the far side. Garcia still trying to get one over on Janardan. Phillips has got a faster line. They're going to go to the line. And it's so close. But Janardan has it. Janardan has it from Garcia and Phillips. Great racing. Absolutely immense performances from the 3 drivers up front. They kept it clean, no nonsense, and incredibly close. Excellent racing from the top 3. Janardan, Garcia, and Phillips put on a show there. And that is going to secure a front row start for Raul Janardan, his 2nd win of the weekend. And that will put him on the front row of the grid beside Sandro Perez Sanchez. So Raul Janardan Perez for Monlau Competición is going to grab 2nd on the starting grid for the pre-final. Fabulous performance and a great display. And it really has been a sensational duel from the competitors at the sharp end of the dais. So sensational stuff as now we are almost confirmed front row from the Mini X30. It's all provisional, of course, as Raul Janardan beats his teammate Nicolas Garcia to the victory. Jesse Phillips in 3rd from Luc Tal and Ryan Bourguignon from Dan Sofranea and Bosco Arias, Alexander Dahlstrom and Rodrigo Seabra from Victor Galmish and Elio Gilter, Martin Marquez, Melvin Kaluzdian, Zdenek Babicek, Giovanni Tarragona and Leone Ella Martinez. Yet again, though, all of the drivers come home and only separated by 14 seconds. Amazing stuff yet again in the Mini X30 category here at the IAME Winter Cup. Display of just how exceptional the driving standards have been in Mini X30 from 12 months ago to now. Really exceptional performances and an amazing display from these young talents who no doubt are going to put on a spectacular display in 2021. So now we only have 2 races remaining in the day's activity, and they are the most crucial races of the day for the Senior X30 fans, because they will be the races that will decide who will start from pole position in the X30 contingent of Senior. And this is going to be a difficult one to predict and to call. So let's talk to a couple of the drivers who are hoping to get there on the sharp end of the field. And we will start, of course, with one of the exceptional drivers from the field from Sweden, who will go off the front end of the field. Matilda Olsson, who has been one of the star drivers of the Senior X30 contingent this weekend. She's up in the top 5. We managed to catch up with Matilda Olsson yesterday, and it'll be interesting to see what she can do in this final heat, because she has a genuine chance of lining up in the Senior X30 pre-final from the front of the grid.
Yeah, now before we were in Strawberry, now we go with the Beryl this year, and I think it will be good though. Just a different chassis, and we will see how it goes, but like for now the feeling is alright, to be fair. The track is very long, and like it's very technical parts of the track, so you need to get everything together, and like then you will be fast. But there's a lot of good drivers here and everyone's fast around here, so it will be difficult, but we hope we get there and then just been arranging like everything before this race, like with sponsors and everything. Go to the gym, like to be as prepared as I can do, like as I can be. So yeah, doing a lot of that. Then we were testing here before, so I think we're prepared for this race. Yeah, definitely. It's really fun to see actually that it comes more girls like under. I think it's good when like more girls racing. It's just nice to see, and like there's not just boys is racing actually. So I like it, to be fair, to see that more girls coming up. I think like it's hard to say because like I said before, like there's a lot of good drivers here. Everyone's quick around here, but like I think my chances is quite high. But if we can get everything together, then we will be fast. Then we can easily come up to the top 5, top 10 maybe. But of course I'm going for the win. That's like why I'm here. But yeah, we can probably make it if we have everything together.
2 seconds and a third so far in the qualifying heats definitely give Matilda Olsen a strong chance of qualifying strong in this Senior X30 category. And it would be very impressive and very sensational for all of the Swedish motorsport fans back home as well to have one of their racers towards the sharp end after what has been a very successful campaign thus far for KH Racing Birolart. Let's talk about the drivers in the rankings for the grid for this one. On the front row, 2 drivers who have won races this weekend. Dean McDonald of Great Britain, who lines up on the front row of the grid, the Scottish sensation on the Strawberry Racing Tony Kart. And alongside him, Lachlan Robinson, the young man from the United Arab Emirates, who of course originally from Australia, based now out in Dubai, and one of the stars of the Emirates circuit. It's going to be very interesting to see how he goes from the front row of the starting grid. On the second row, Alex Martinez, the lead driver for AC Motorsport this weekend in terms of raw one-lap pace. And it's definitely going to be exciting for him to continue his charge forward as he battles for superior pace from the front. Henki Kalteren will line up alongside him on the second row of the grid. 4th position for the Strawberry Racing driver, teammate to Dean McDonald. So it'll be interesting to see what Henki Kalteren can do from there. It's an all Birolart row 3 for the 2 exceptional Swedish racers. Matilda Olsen on the inside, Sebastian Hedin on the outside. But 2 very motivated Scandinavians who want to put the Swedish flag on the top step of the podium here this weekend in the IAME Winter Cup. Row 4 is Jamie Day, the other man in the field from the United Arab Emirates, who's come all the way from Dubai. And he will line up on the 4th row of the starting grid on the inside line in P7. And alongside will be Archie Walker, the British driver on his first weekend in Senior X30, his first outing of 2021. Never mind for any other form of racing, but his first race weekend of the 2021 season. And it's right up there in Senior X30, right up at the fighting end of the grid. On the 5th row of the grid, it is the Spanish star Maximus Meyer, who has won pretty much everything there is to win in Spanish karting and is definitely one of the contenders to challenge in the IAME Euro Series contention. He has been there many times before in the last few seasons and has been here very much since day one, all the way back in 2016. He's one of the most loyal and incredible racers from the category, entering his 6th campaign. Not many drivers can say that in the RGMMC IAME Euro paddock. Enzo Peugeot, the Frenchman, will line up alongside him on the starting grid from P10. Some very feisty performances thus far from young Enzo Peugeot. He has been incredibly intellectual around the circuit. He's got a very wise head on his shoulders, and he's seen some good performances and good battles out on the circuit. Plenty of racecraft from him, and there's sure to be a few more choice moves from him. Clayton Ravenscroft, the former Senior X30 title winner in the IAME Winter Cup, will go off P11 on the starting grid. And there's still great opportunities for him to fight his way up the order. Expect the unexpected from Clayton Ravenscroft. He always delivers when the magic is needed. Alongside him on the 6th row of the grid is Enzo La Cruz for the Karting Loisir Neuilly race team. And he will be there on the outside of row 6. Then on the inside of row 7, it is an all-French affair on that row of the grid. Sami Dari for the Victory Lane karting team will line up there on the red speed in P13 of the grid. And alongside him will be Hugo Trichard on the Cosmic chassis as he gets underway from 14th on the grid. Row 8 will be the Czech youngster Eliska Babečková, who is still doing a grand job in what is very much her first 12 months of racing in the IAME Euro paddock and doing a great job transitioning. Alongside her on the starting grid is the Frenchman Lazare Latigo, who will be there running from 16th position on the starting grid. Albin Karlsson of Sweden will line up on the inside row as he goes off 17th of the grid on row 9. And then the young Mexican, Patricio Pereira, who races under a Spanish license, of course. He will be there on 18th position on the starting grid. And then we have Maxi Lodman, the Finnish driver, who will go on the inside of row 10. Alongside him on the grid will be Arvid Rosen, the Swedish driver, who will go from P20. Then the final 3 drivers on the starting grid. Vigge Hjorvard of Sweden will be there in 11th position on the starting grid. There's been a lot of bad luck for the driver in 22nd on the grid, Teresa Babičková, but she has been a hard charger throughout and has managed to make up, in certainly the first race, half her way through the field. So expect some more great overtakes from her in this last heat. And Ivan Moore will line up in 23rd position on the grid as he goes off the inside of row 12 alone in his Kart Republic. Now, of course, these 2 races are going to be the ones that set the grid. At the moment, it is going to be Dean McDonald that will go off pole position in the pre-final. He has to remain in first position in order to do that because he has a serious threat from Uberts Moore in the ranks, as both of them have a couple of wins and a second under their belt. So basically, the aggregate is going to be decided by whoever gets the best result from those 2. So it could be a bit of a stalemate, but if it stays as it is, Dean McDonald will get pole position for the pre-final. We'll have to see how it all unravels. Dean McDonald and Lachlan Robinson from Alex Martinez and Henke Kalteren, Matilda Olsen and Sebastian Hedin, Jamie Day and Archie Walker from Maximus Meyer and Enzo Peugeot, Clayton Ravenscroft and Enzo Le Cruz from Sami Darry and Hugo Trichard, Aliska Babičková and Lazar Lartigo from Albin Karlsson and Patricio Pereira, Maxi Lodman and Arvid Rosen from Vigge Hjorvard, Teresa Babičková and Ivan Moore. Qualifying heat C versus E could be a critical one as Dean McDonald currently leads the standings coming into this one over the aggregates of the qualifying heats, and he's got to stay there if he wants to be pole position for the pre-final. It will be tough, and I'm afraid to say that unfortunately our pole position from timed qualifying, Daniel Nogales, is not going to be in a position to retain his place. So we're going to have a new pole sitter in Senior X30 whatever happens. And it could be any one of the drivers from these last 2 races. Don't forget that both Dean McDonald and Uberts Moore are going to be challenging to get pole position for the pre-final. But a lot of that comes down to what Dean McDonald does. If McDonald gets the win in this one, he will not be catchable in terms of pole position. Yes, Uberts Moore could tie him for points, but based on their qualifying performances, McDonald was ahead of Uberts Moore in time qualifying, and therefore he would remain in pole position for the pre-final. That's what it comes down to if you tie for points. You then go back to your qualifying laps, and Dean McDonald's was quicker than Uberts Moore of Spain. So it's definitely going to be a close one. Whatever happens, the drivers will be pushing right to the limit. So who is going to be joining Sandro Perez Sanchez and William McIntyre on the start-finish line at 5:30 for our television interviews? We will find out very shortly indeed. Dean McDonald from pole position. Lachlan Robinson from second alongside him. Then Martinez, Kalteren, Olsen, Hedin, Day, Walker, Meyer, Peugeot, Ravenscroft, Le Cruz, Darry, Trichard, Babičková, Lartigo, Karlsson, Pereira, Lodman, Rosen, Hjorvard, Babičková and Moore. So will we get the thriller that we expect from this final race? Can anybody topple Dean McDonald from the top spot? It's all going to come down to the Scotsman. Can he maintain his provisional pole position for the pre-final? We will find out as they come out of the final turn. Is it going to be a clean start? You betcha! Here we go! Dean McDonald gets a great start to the first corner. Lachlan Robinson trying to squeeze Martinez. Olsen gets up the inside in a second place as Robinson runs wide. Olsen gets a terrific start. Second position for the Swede. Third is Sebastian Hedin. Another great start from the Swedish contingent. Second and third, the KH Racing team. Brilliant! Fourth place for Alex Martinez. He's kept himself in front of Jamie Day there as Archie Walker's got through. Lachlan Robinson has gone all the way down to about 8th position, I believe. And we've had a spin at the start. It's another one of the KH Racing cards towards the tail end of the field. Couldn't quite make out who that was. I think it might have been the 233 towards the end of the field. It might be 235, actually. Albin Karlsson. So it's getting very, very tight at the front end of the field as the Swedish pair, Olsen and Hedin, now have a chance to go for it as Hedin gets up the inside of Matilda Olsen. They battle away and Jamie Day gets on the inside of Alex Martinez. So the battle really raging. Can the Swedish pair, Hedin and Olsen, close up and pass Dean McDonald? If they work together, they've got a good chance to topple him. We've got a cart down at the back in trouble. It's Albin Carlson. Albin Carlson's got mechanical problems, and I think he's going to retreat to the pit lane. So a big problem here for Dean McDonald because he's got two feisty Birolats on his tail. Sebastian Hedin and Matilda Olsen are going to work together here, second and third, to chase them down. Jamie Day running a solid fourth place. And we've got a fifth position run from the 264. Already some absolutely fascinating performances from the competitors in this early stage of proceedings. But this could be a really interesting one. Down into the braking zone. Hedin still hangs on here in front of Olsen. Fourth place for Jamie Day. Ducks down in the seat. Martinez running in fifth position. Then Archie Walker, Enzo Peugeot, and Lachlan Robinson doing a good job here in P8. Trying to fight his way back up to the front row, which is where he was initially. Henke Kauterer, ninth place. Not a great start from him. Maximus Meyer, solid in P10. 11th place from Trichard, I think it is. Hugo Trichard has made a terrific start up into 11th place in front of his team, in front of his countryman, Lazar Lartigo. Clayton Ravenscroft in 13th, really struggling at the moment. Onzo Lacruz 14th in front of Aliska Babičková and Arvid Rosen. Then Patricio Pereira, Sami Dari, Teresa Babičková and Vigga Hjorvard. And down the back straight, this is what Dean McDonald will have been fearing. Sebastian Hedin is very fast indeed. When he gets a chance up the inside, he goes for it and he's through into the lead. Sebastian Hedin takes the lead here in Valencia in the final heat of his afternoon. And here comes Matilda Olsen to do the same thing to Dean McDonald. McDonald shuts the door on Olsen. Oh, McDonald is absolutely desperate not to lose more places. He shuts the door firmly on Matilda Olsen. So now Jamie Day's got a chance to get up into third position, and he will want to take that chance with arms wide open. Matilda Olsen knows he's there. Signals to Jamie Day, come on, we can go get these two. Don't race me, don't overtake me. Jamie Day's not listening. He goes through into third position. Matilda Olsen's going to have to try again. So Jamie Day thinks he's got a faster cart underneath him, so he's going to try and push after the two leaders. Sebastian Hedin leading the race, Dean McDonald in second. Now it's Jamie Day, Matilda Olsen, and Alex Martinez running in fifth position in front of the very talented Archie Walker, who is now in P6. Across the line, Hedin leads the way, McDonald in second place. What a charge forward from Sebastian Hedin, the Swedish star. Is bouncing back and he needs a good result to take him into the latter stages of the race meeting. So this is an important one for him to get right. So Sebastian Hedin going for it. A big lunge on Matilda Olsen from Alex Martinez. Archie Walker tries to find the way through on the inside as well, but Matilda Olsen is not letting that one happen. So an absolutely sensational, thrilling battle so far as Martinez gets one over on Matilda Olsen. Here comes Lachlan Robinson to charge up to his teammate Archie Walker, and Henke Kauterer is in the mix there too. But Sebastian Hedin leads the race in fine style. It's a tough old race, that is for sure. Here comes Lachlan Robinson, slides into the inside line. Excellent move on his teammate Archie Walker. McDonald looks back to see how far Jamie Day is away from the move as Hugo Trichard gets the overtaking maneuver. So that's an interesting one as Matilda Olsen tries to hang it out in front of Martinez. Martinez gets back through on Olsen. Olsen has to let him go. And Olsen nearly loses the ground to Lachlan Robinson and Archie Walker, but she holds firm in fifth position. But Dean McDonald genuinely feels like he's still got a little bit left in the tank to go after Sebastian Hedin. So as they continue to march forward, Sebastian Hedin leads Dean McDonald. There they are, the two drivers together. Look at how much ground Dean McDonald is going to make up on the back straight. He's going to gain so much in the slipstream. He will gain 2 to 3 kart lengths just in pursuit of him. Down to the final chicane. And still Sebastian Hedin is being chased down by Dean McDonald. They come off the turn and again on the slipstream. McDonald is surely going to have a run at Sebastian Hedin. He decides not to go for it. It's still early doors. He's got 5 laps to go. He doesn't want to make the move until about lap 10, I would have thought. So here is Sebastian Hedin trying again to make the move stick in his favour. But Sebastian Hedin has already had some difficult days at the office. He's had a couple of DNFs as well as a second place finish. Now he wants to win one to really give him a burst and surge of confidence. This will do a lot for his confidence, but if McDonald can't get past Hedin, he's got to hope that Erbertsmoor doesn't win his heat. Otherwise, the Spaniard is going to take pole position for the Senior X30 pre-final. So now it's all about Sebastian Hedin and Dean McDonald. Can McDonald get back on terms with the KH Racing Birillard? He's going to think about it into the final chicane, but he's not there yet. He knows he's got a fast enough car to challenge, but he doesn't want to make the overtaking move too early. He also doesn't want Sebastian Hedin to think that McDonald is predictable. He doesn't want to set him up for an easy move because he knows that Hedin will just get another opportunity on him. He needs to make sure he gets the move early enough to get away, but late enough that Hedin doesn't have a lot of time to challenge back. It's a difficult balancing act. Meanwhile, Matilda Olsen is really struggling as the drivers around her are really starting to make mincemeat of her. Robinson has got through into 5th, Kauterman through into 6th, and now I think Olsen has lost another place to Archie Walker. So Matilda Olsen is now down into 8th position. It's a tricky race for the Swede now as she tries to continue her race forward. But this is going to be tricky. In fact, Matilda Olsen is now down to 10th behind Trichard and Meyer. Here comes the move from McDonald, does it? Not quite. He's still very early into the race from his point of view. 3 laps to go. Will he go a lap early? No, no chance yet. Sebastian Hedin does not want to give him any room at all. He needs a victory to move his way back up the order as many places as possible. Dean McDonald needs to win this one to secure pole position for the pre-final, but he doesn't want to take too many risks along the way. But having said that, he also doesn't want to start second on the outside line. We've seen so many times today that if you start second, you have a massive disadvantage being on the outside line to the first corner. It's not easy going from there. So McDonald needs to outfox Hedin at a moment when he's vulnerable. I wonder if Matilda Olsen's got some problems, actually. She's really struggling to stay in the game here and has fallen back into 11th place. I think she might have some engine trouble. She said that there was a couple of issues with that yesterday. So here comes Dean McDonald. Now there's 2 laps to go. Watch for the banzai move if he decides to make it. Well, Hedin is deciding to play defensive. Day is 3rd, Robinson 4th, Martinez 5th, and Kauterman 6th. So Hedin still leads the way from McDonald. It's going to need to be a surprising lunge for the lead here. McDonald will not want to finish second in this one. Hedin will not want to finish second in this one because he needs a victory to score as few points as possible heading into the pre-final tomorrow. He needs to get into the pre-final, having had a couple of DNFs. He does not want to be in the last chance heat. So Hedin is trying to salvage something from this race. A victory would give him the best possible chance of moving forward. But Dean McDonald is right there, and McDonald doesn't want to finish second because if Erbertsmoor takes victory in his heat, he'll get pole position in the pre-final. Here he goes! But Hedin protects in the middle of the circuit. McDonald's going to have to try something spectacular on the last lap. Here we go. Hedin defends. McDonald's got enough gap back to Jamie Day to make a bold lunge and a big challenge. But it's the last lap. It's the last lap before the pre-final for these drivers. McDonald needs to pull something out of the bag here on Sebastian Hedin, but Hedin is not going to make it easy. Sebastian Hedin tries every trick in the book to keep McDonald at bay. McDonald gets a slightly faster run off the S's. Now he's got a chance into the left-hander. Watch Hedin. He's going to move to cover the inside line. McDonald gets alongside him. Can he get the switchback maneuver? Hedin runs wide, and McDonald snatches it from him. McDonald takes the lead on the last lap. Talk about that for timing. Dean McDonald is going to snatch it on the last lap of the race. And surely he is back to winning ways. He protects just in case. But here comes Dean McDonald side by side with the Dean of the line. McDonald's done it. Dino is back on top. Dino McDonald has taken the victory in astonishing fashion on the final lap. A mistake from Sebastian Hedin. He overshot. He dropped to second place. And it's enough for Dean McDonald to secure pole position for the pre-final. A great job for the Scotsman. Barring any difficulties, he will now not be beaten in his quest to become the front row starter for tomorrow's race. Excellent job, terrific mission, and what a wonderful way to end the day from his point of view. Dean McDonald takes the victory, and it couldn't really be better for him. Sebastian Hedin has to settle for second place, so close to an opening victory. Jamie Day in third, and Lachlan Robinson in fourth position. It's going to be a fascinating grid for the final. Dean McDonald in pole position then for the pre-final ahead of Sebastian Hedin, Jamie Day and Lachlan Robinson, the two young Emirates racers in the top 5. Fifth position for Alex Martinez in front of Henke Kauter and Maximus Meyer, Archie Walker, Hugo Trichard and Eliska Babic-Kova fighting her way back to the top 10. Unfortunate for Matilda Olsen. She slipped all the way in the end to 16th position. Definitely some kind of problem there. But all 23 drivers did make it home after a very tough race. And there is only one race to go in the qualifying heats here on the Saturday of the IAME Winter Cup 2021. And the next man we're going to talk to from yesterday's interviews is the man who could well end up third on the starting grid for the pre-final. And that will give him a massive opportunity to win the final in the IAME Winter Cup for the first time since he did it in the junior category in 2018. We spoke yesterday to Mari Boya.
Yeah, feels really good. It's a race that is in Spain, for that I am here, and also because my team Monlau Competición is racing here, and I say yes, perfect to come back and to have a bit of racing that it's good, and let's see how it goes. I love karting, and also this track is one of my favorites, so it's perfect to come back. I thought it will be worse, my adaptation to the car and to the track, let's say, but I quickly adapt to the car and go fast. I will try to win for sure, and I think we have the pace, but racing is difficult and you don't know how the races will go, so I will work hard to try to win everything, but let's see how it goes.
So obviously it's a tough mission now for Mari Boya as he runs from the top 10 of the grid, but in terms of his accrued points, he is now currently looking at starting the pre-final from third position. He can't quite make it to the front row, but he can certainly give himself the best possible opportunity of getting to third position. All he has to do essentially is finish ahead of his rivals in this one, and he will get that third position sewn up. But that is easier said than done because quite a fair few of his rivals are starting ahead of him on the grid for this one, including the likes of Scalvini and Vava, who are directly in front of him on the grid, as of course is Sam Balota, who will start this one from pole position. So it is an all Dan Holland Racing front row because we have Sam Balota and Louis Westover on the front row of the starting grid, hoping that they can put themselves at the end of today on the top spot. Third position on the grid, though, is Urberts Moore. The pressure is off him a little bit now because he knows that it's not going to be possible to grab pole position in the pre-final. And on that note, just a note to the paddock, at 5:30, when this race ends, if we could please have the 3 drivers who will start pole position in the pre-final tomorrow. That is Sandro Perez, Will McIntyre, and Dean McDonald. If you can please all attend the TV interviews on the start-finish line at 5:30 this evening on the start-finish line, we would be very grateful. Please make sure you are there promptly at 5:30. That is Sandro Perez, Will McIntyre, and Dean McDonald. So now the contenders are going to have a very interesting battle in this last Senior X30 race because there is a very important grid position up for grabs. Urberts Moore essentially just needs to get a reasonable finish in the top 5 and he will be second on the starting grid whatever happens for the pre-final. However, there are plenty of drivers who would like to be third on the starting grid for the pre-final because essentially it's the next best grid position other than being first, because you start on the inside line of the second row, you have a good chance to follow the pole sitter into the first corner and go through in P2, and the rest, as they say, is history. It could be an absolutely amazing race from there. So there are several drivers in this race who could get to that point, mainly Mari Boya, Federico Scalvini, Philip Vava and Sam Balota, but we could also see Mark Kimber get that. He's currently in 5th position. He's not starting in this race. So he's obviously finished his races for the weekend, but going from P5 currently in the pre-final, but he could end up P3 if the other drivers who are fighting over it are not able to get a decent result out of it. So there's still a good chance for Mark Kimber, despite his earlier off with Alex Martinez. They could still have a solid race to finish up on. Good to see that Alex Martinez was able to actually get underway in the last race after his slight problems earlier on and still finish in the top 5. That's a great strength of character from Martinez. But it's Sam Balota, who could be one of the drivers to grab a front 2 rows start in the pre-final. He won't quite make it to first, but he does have a good chance potentially to make it to 4th position in total if things go according to plan for him for the pre-final. So Sam Balota on the front row of the grid alongside Louis Westover. Erbertsmoor about to secure 2nd on the grid, barring any dramatic problems, will be 3rd on the grid for this one, along with the Italian sensation Federico Scalvini, who lines up 4th on the grid for this one. Philippe Vava will line up P5 alongside his teammate Sean Butcher, and then we will have Santiago Valve alongside his countryman Jose Maria Navalomboya. So he will be there on the grid in the row 4, and then Kian Shields and Jaime Sanz will be together to round out the top 10. So let's see how the competitors go out onto the circuit for X30 Senior Qualifying Heat B versus D. So here's the grid. Sam Balota and Louis Westover from Erbertsmoor and Federico Scalvini. Philip Vava and Sean Butcher. Santiago Valve and Mari Boya from Kian Shields and Jaime Sanz. Sam Figueras and Josep Vea from Joan Pasalaigua and Eloy Gonzalez. Luis Macchi and Hugo Arendi from Daniel Antunes and Nicolo Sabo. Patrick Janssen, Max Yolanda, Richard Faulkner, Dennis Booman, Albany Del Valle and Simon Billman. The last race of the day and the last race before the pre-final for all of these drivers at the front end who are hoping to get there. There is only one race before the pre-finals, and that is the second chance heat. Oh, that's a problem. One of the Birolats is going very slowly. I wonder if that's Simon Billman, who looks like he's having some difficulties trying to get the kart moving as he runs from the tail end of the field. So that is not looking too positive for Simon Billman, who is trying to get himself underway from 24th on the starting grid. But for Sam Balota, the last chance saloon comes here. A great chance to end his weekend up to this point on a race victory. And we're all just kind of hoping that no matter how dark the sky gets, and it is getting pretty dark out there now because the rain clouds really are sweeping in, we're kind of hoping that we can get the television interviews done before they hit and we can all disappear quickly to the hotels in pretty sharpish fashion, because we know that this is the rain that is pretty much going to be with us now for the remainder of the weekend. We had rain predicted for tomorrow, but we're rather hoping it doesn't hit tonight. So the last race of the day, are we going to have all 20 races run in dry conditions? We certainly hope so. Sam Balota and Louis Westover from the front. Erbertsmoor and Federico Scalvini. Philippe Vava and Sean Butcher. Santiago Valve and Mari Boya from Kian Shields and Jaime Sanz. Then Figueras, Vea, Pasalaigua, Gonzalez, Macchi, Arendi, Antunes, Sabo, Janssen, Sholanda, Faulkner, Booman, Vivas and Billman. So let's see how the contenders go off the grid. It will be very tricky indeed. They know that. But let's see if there is going to be a strong push for the front end of the field from Erbertsmoor. He goes off row 2, of course, from 3rd position. Mari Boya has a chance to secure 3rd on the starting grid, but he has to move up from 8th place. So we should see plenty of overtakes and lots of drama here at the end of the day at Valencia. Here we go. Is it going to be a clean textbook sweep of starts? It is, and we are away and racing, and the inside line gets a perfect start. Balota and Moore through to the first corner. A good switchback manoeuvre from Westover to get into 3rd position, and there's an absolute conflagration of drivers through the first couple of corners up to 4th place. That is, I think, Philip Vava that's come through. Whoa, a spin in the middle of the pack, and it's caused pandemonium. Oh, that is a spin from Kian Shields initially, I think, and it's caused confusion and chaos. That is 272 that's gone around there in the middle. That's Dan Antunes. And I think we also saw Nicolai Sabo involved in that one. Eloy Gonzalez and Jaime Sanz, as well as Federico Scalvini. Scalvini is out of the kart. That is a disaster for the Italian. Federico Scalvini had a chance to be in the top 5 of the grid. for the pre-final, and now he is out of it. He was provisionally looking at P4 on the starting grid, but Scalvini is now going to plummet down the ranking. What a shame for the Italian. So Bellota is about to lose the lead to Moore, and there it is. Herberts Moore takes the lead. So surely that will secure his place on the front row alongside Dean McDonald. But for Scalvini, it couldn't be worse because now he is a long way down the order in this one. So Federico Scalvini is not going to finish the race. He and Dan Antunes have not come around. So Antunes and Scalvini are out on the spot, and that's going to plummet Scalvini down the order. What a shame, as now Marty Boyer tries to have a look on the inside of Sean Butcher, and there's a nice little dice maneuver from Juan Pasalagua as Pasalagua gets the move there on Sam Figueras. Here comes Westover to help out teammate Sam Bellota. They're going to go after Herberts Moore. Here goes Westover on the inside of Bellota. Westover feels he's got a fast cart underneath him. He can make some big gains here. So the battle continues. And now it looks to me as though with Scalvini out of the race, he's obviously going to add 24 points to his rankings. So Mark Kimber is now looking at third position on the starting grid for the pre-final. What a get out of jail free card for the man who had that incident earlier on with Alex Martinez. His solid consistency since then looks like it could be enough to get him third on the starting grid ahead of Lachlan Robinson and Ivan Bataya, with Matilda Olsen still looking good for a top 6 starting place. That's good news for the Swedish driver. But there's still a long way to go. Still a lot of racing to be had in the last 9 laps of Saturday. As Herberts Moore runs in front of Louis Westover. Sam Bellota in third position, trying to get something from this race in the hope that he can get himself back into the top 6 of the starting grid. But it's looking very tricky for him at the moment. Here comes Westover. Nice move from the fastest lap, and Westover takes the lead. He's been threatening this kind of pace all weekend, but right from the first heat yesterday, his back has been to the wall. But Westover has fought valiantly, and he's got himself into a race-winning position now. Meanwhile, for Marty Boyer, who was looking at third position on the grid for the pre-final at one point, he's now down in 9th, and that's not going to help him any at all. So Kimber's still looking good for a third position starting place. How are things going for the rest of the drivers in the field? Well, even Bataya is obviously on the sidelines watching, as is Lachlan Robinson and Matilda Olsen. So they are looking to be 4th, 5th and 6th on the grid, with Jamie Day and Archie Walker on the sidelines too. Mark Kimber is sat on the sidelines watching. So a lot of the drivers in this race who had a chance to be up in the top 6 are now out of position and not looking likely to make it. Herberts Moore just needs a solid finish, and he will be on the front row of the pre-final grid. Westover leads. Moore second, Bellota third. Vava is in 4th place ahead of Santi Valve and Sean Butcher. Then Juan Pasalagua, Lewis Mackey, Marty Boyer and Josep Vea. So some very tough races in the mid-pack. And certainly a lot of drivers are getting a bit of a second reprieve as they head down to the grid for the pre-final tomorrow. Drivers all sat on the sidelines watching can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief here. Kimber, Robinson, Bataya, Olsen, Day and Walker all looking to join McDonald and Moore at the front end of the field for the pre-final. Marty Boyer needs to make some progress, and he's not. He's actually slipped to 10th position. So it's not looking good for Marty Boyer. He needed to win this one to secure third place on the grid. And it's now the end of lap 5, 6 to go. It's looking unattainable for the Spanish driver. But Herberts Moore is getting hungry behind Louis Westover once again. So this could be a solid end to the race meeting for Louis Westover after all, as he prepares for battle in the pre-final. A victory is definitely going to give him a little bit more reason to smile going into the evening. So Westover, Moore, Bellota, Vava, Valve, Pasalagua in 6th place now ahead of Lewis Mackey and Sean Butcher. Marty Boyer is back into 9th place ahead of Sam Figueras. But it's an absolute squabble as the drivers continue to rush around the paddock. Westover, Moore, Bellota, Vava, Valve, Pasalagua. So the top 6 close together, but Westover trying to hang on in front of Herberts Moore. Moore just wants to get away from the rest of the pack, working with Louis Westover. These guys race each other week in, week out in the Spanish Championship, of course, but is Herberts Moore going to go for the move? No, he wants to clear away. Lewis Mackey Fastest lap of the race from P7 on the new Synergy chassis. 2.3 seconds off the lead. 55.9 is the fastest lap he has set. But Erbertsmoor would love to get past Louis Westover. Westover would dearly love to hang on to it. But the pressure's not on Erbertsmoor here. The pressure's on the guys around him. All he has to do is finish in a reasonable position, and he is going to get second on the grid for the pre-final. So this could be a fascinating situation into the pre-final itself as Westover hangs on from Erbertsmoor. Balota in third position, running in front of Philippe Vava. Santivalve in fifth position, the young racer who was in the juniors last year. An investigation flag and then well, it looks like a black and white warning flag actually. No, it is an investigation for Hami Sands. So Sands may have transgressed in some way at the start as Philippe Vava gets past Sam Balota. Good move from Vava. Third position for the KR Sport driver. So he gets through the Spanish star into third position. All going full guns blazing for Philippe Vava at the moment. So Sam Balota is down to fourth position. Santiago Valverde is in P5 ahead of Duan Pasalagua, Lewis Mackie, Sean Butcher and Marty Boyer, who now gets up into eighth place past Butcher. But he could do with a little bit more support as he works his way forward, because Marty Boyer could do with fewer points than what he's going to score here. Needs to get into a better position than eighth place. You score as many points as your finishing position. It's a reverse point scoring system, of course, in the qualifying heats. The only person that doesn't score the same number of points as their finishing position is the winner, who actually gets a 0 score rather than a 1 score. It's 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And of course, it's like golf. Whoever has the fewest amount of points comes through to get the top of the rankings. But Louis Westover is not going to be at the top of the rankings. However, he would like to finish off with a victory after some difficult race heats. It's not been perfect for Louis Westover, but he can put himself into a decent position, as everybody has had a bit of a miserable time of it this weekend in at least one of the heats, except for Dean McDonald and Erbertsmoor. But Philippe Vava is now getting himself back into a comfortable position into third place. He's now put himself ahead of Jamie Day and Archie Walker in the rankings. If he gains one more place, he'll be in there with the likes of Robinson, Bataille and Olsen in the hunt for the top 5 positions. But he needs to get past Erbertsmoor in order to achieve that. And he's now only got 2 laps to get there. Here's the move from Westover to defend. Erbertsmoor is not going for the overtaking move. He's not close enough yet. But Westover doesn't want to take any chances. Erbertsmoor is just a lap and a half away from the front row of the grid for the pre-final. That will be the best qualifying position he's ever had for a major Euro title final. So Erbertsmoor has been astonishingly fast over the course of the weekend here in Valencia. They've got the balance of speed and great setup, absolutely spot on with the Spanish driver. And he is there in second place behind Westover. Westover's going ultra defensive. This could be an opportunity now. So the battle continues. Vava's going to get close to them if they do start battling. He could snatch a victory here and cause a massive upset and get himself into fourth position on the starting grid for the pre-final. Vava's got a chance here, especially now that Westover and Moore are dueling away. Last lap, watch for Vava. Vava could get on the second row of the pre-final grid here. If he gets past both of them and takes the victory, he could make it happen. Sam Balota is in fourth place. Westover, Moore, Vava, Balota, the last lap of Saturday. And Balota's going to try and make his move on Vava. There's not a lot of space and he can't get there. Lewis Mackie is up at a fifth place past Santivalve, and he's going to try a maneuver or two to get himself further up. Mackie's going to make the move on Balota. What a move from Lewis Mackie. Awesome job as he gets into P4 there. Erbertsmoor's going to try and hang on in front of Philippe Vava. But Vava's got one final opportunity. Westover's pulling clear. And that could be enough for Westover to hang on to the victory. Vava could do with some support from Lewis Mackie. But Vava wants to get 2 more places to score a chance on the top 2 rows. He can't do it. He's going to have to settle for third. It's Westover who takes the victory from Erbertsmoor, who secures his place on the front row of the pre-final grid. Mark Kimber and Lachlan Robinson can breathe a sigh of relief. They will be on the second row of the pre-final despite their incidents. Now that is what I call a get-out-of-jail-free card. Dean McDonald will be pole for the pre-final. Herbertsmoor will be second, but Louis Westover has won the final race of the day. And the Dan Holland racing driver putting on a stirring show. He really has been exceptional over the course of the weekend. In terms of raw one-lap pace, he was always towards the sharp end. He didn't get the results to prove it until just now. So Louis Westover finishes his Saturday with a victory, and that will give him cause to smile. So Louis Westover is the final victor of Saturday at the IAME Winter Cup 2021 in front of Herbertsmoor and Philip Vava. Lewis Mackie in front of Santi Valve, Joan Pasalagua, Sam Balota, Mari Boya in 8th place in the end ahead of Sam Figueres and Sean Butcher. And then towards the tail end, we had a dramatic opening start to the race, didn't we? Federico Scalvini, the only non-finisher, crashing out on the first lap of the race and denying him the chance to get third position on the starting grid for the pre-final. What a chance gone for the Italian. He had a great opportunity. But it can't always be fun and games. Sometimes there are hardships. But what a day of racing it has been here at Valencia. We'll now wait for the pole position sitters to join us on the start-finish line. That is Sandro Perez Sanchez, William McIntyre and Dean McDonald. We will request their presence now, please, on the start-finish line for the TV interviews ahead of tomorrow's pre-finals. But thank you all very much indeed for watching from wherever you have watched around the world. A massive muchas gracias to the officials and the marshals around the circuit and to all the team. We got through in one piece, and it's all great to see the racing. So tomorrow, it's going to be pre-finals time as we gear up for the finals of the IAME Winter Cup 2021.